Chapter 2036. The Six Hells Law was similar to the Reincarnation Law. However, one was the strongest law, while the other was the King Law. In terms of power, the difference was too great. The Six Hells Law was a simplified version of the Reincarnation Law. 6 worlds enveloped Xianxia, making him look like a demon god. "Watch me burn the Six Hells Law." Long Yin roared, and flames soared into the sky. He was like a flaming war god. A flaming spear appeared in his hand, and he charged towards Xianxia. The spear stabbed out, and a terrifying spear light pierced towards Xianxia, wanting to pierce through his Six Hells Law. Six Hell Divine Fist. Xianxia stepped forward and punched out with both fists. It was as if he was driving the 6 worlds. The 6 worlds turned into fist light and blasted towards Long Yin. Boom! The spear and fist light collided, and a violent explosion sounded. Long Yin's heavenly fire law could burn everything. It had the power of destruction, and it was incomparably terrifying. It was no weaker than the Six Hells Law. In the explosion, both of them retreated at the same time. But then, both of them rushed towards each other and fought again. Their combat strength was on par. A few years ago, the two of them fought for hundreds of moves before the victor was decided. This time it was the same. In the blink of an eye, the two of them fought for dozens of moves, but it was still a draw. There's hope. The eyes of the Luo family's powerhouses lit up. If this continued, it was very likely that they would end up like Princess Yuning and Princess Luoxian. In the past, they were afraid of encountering such a situation because they weren't a match for the Yu family. But now, they were looking forward to such a situation because they had Lu Ming. The Yu family's powerhouses were the opposite. This was extremely disadvantageous for the Yu family. The Yu family's powerhouses all had gloomy expressions. Xianxia and Long Yin fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Boom! With a violent explosion, both of them retreated. "Xianxia, I said that you won't be able to defeat me in a few years." Long Yin spoke. His voice was as loud as a bell. Terrifying flames rushed into the clouds. His eyes were bright, as if he had vented the anger in his heart. "Hee, Long Yin, you are really naive." At this time, Xianxia smiled faintly, and his voice was filled with sarcasm. "What do you mean?" Long Yin's eyes narrowed. He didn't know why, but when he saw Xianxia smile, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that Xianxia still hadn't used his full strength? "Then let me show you my true strength." Xianxia sneered and took a step forward. Wong. A halo emanated from Xianxia's body, encircling him like a god descending to the mortal world. "Light of Law. You've cultivated the light of law." Long Yin's pupils rapidly shrank as he roared in disbelief. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the expert from the Luo family and the Yu family couldn't suppress the shock in their hearts. They stood up from their seats, and powerful auras began to emanate from their bodies. However, the feelings of the two families were completely different. The light of the law, it's the light of the King Dao Law. There's no suspense in this battle. The experts of the Yu family laughed heartily. They were all overjoyed. As for the Luo family, they were all in disbelief. In the end, they slumped back into their seats. It was as if all the strength in their bodies had disappeared without a trace. The light of law. Since Xianxia had cultivated the light of law, there was no suspense in this battle. Long Yin was definitely not Xianxia's opponent. They both had the king body, but the difference between having the light of law and not having the light of law was too great. If Long Yin was defeated, Lu Ming would naturally be defeated. How could this be? Luoxian said helplessly. Originally, she seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. Because Lu Ming also had the king body, they had a high chance of winning this battle. But she never would have thought that Xianxia actually cultivated out the light of law. It was extremely difficult to cultivate the light of law with the king body, but once it was cultivated, it would far surpass other king bodies. Xianxia really cultivated the light of law. At this moment, Yu Ning's face was full of smiles. She was secretly glad that she didn't offend the Ji family because of Lu Ming. Not only did the Ji family have the commander-in-chief, But Ji Tian's talent was even more shocking. Although Lu Ming's strength wasn't bad, compared to Ji Tian, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, she was incomparably relaxed. The trace of regret she had for driving out Lu Ming disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming couldn't affect the overall situation. The Yu family will win for sure. The spectators sighed as well. It seemed that the Yu family would continue to rule the Yura kingdom. Boom! On the battle stage, Ji Tian displayed the light of law. His aura was even stronger as it pressed towards Long Yin. Long Yin, do you still want to fight? Ji Tian asked coldly, high and mighty. Fight! Long Yin gritted his teeth and charged towards Ji Tian with his flaming spear. You're overestimating yourself. Then I'll let you see the power of the light of law. I'll let you see the difference between not cultivating the light of law and cultivating the light of law. Ji Tian punched out, and the power of the light of law was added to his fist. Boom! This fist collided with Long Yan's spear. Buzz! Long Yan's long spear vibrated and buzzed. The destruction heavenly fire law on it trembled nonstop. In the next moment, Long Yan's destruction heavenly fire law was penetrated. The terrifying power caused Long Yan to retreat wildly. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. Puff! Long Yan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. He wasn't a match for Ji Tian at all. He was injured in a single move. Boom! Boom! Ji Tian punched out consecutively, and another 2 punches blasted out. Although Long Yan did his best to resist, he was no match at all and was completely suppressed. After 2 more punches, Long Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. I've lost. Long Yan shook his head, and his expression was desolate. His figure moved, and he rushed out of the battle stage. He knew that it was useless to continue fighting. He wasn't a match for Ji Tian, and he would only be humiliating himself. We've lost again. The Luo family head and the other experts of the Luo family sighed helplessly. They had lost again. For the next 10,000 years, the Yu family would continue to rule the Yura kingdom. They had lost 3 times in a row, and they were somewhat unwilling. If this continued, their Luo family would fall, and it would be even harder for them to compete with the Yu family. As for the Yu family, they were naturally ecstatic. Brother Luo, do you still want to continue? The Yu family head looked at the Luo family head with a smile. He was naturally happy. With the Yu family's victory, he would continue to rule the Yura kingdom. In his opinion, the Luo family only had Lu Ming left, and there was no need to continue. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, could he fight against Ji Tian? Your Majesty, according to the rules, this competition will continue until one side is completely defeated. Ji Tian cupped his fist to the Yu family head. Chapter 2037. Ah, look at me being muddle-headed. That's true. The competition must continue. Continue. The patriarch of the Yu family laughed. Lu Ming also smiled. Even if the other party wanted to end the competition early, he wouldn't agree. Next, the competition continued. However, no one had the energy to pay attention to it. They all thought that the result was already decided. Continuing the competition was just a formality according to the rules. If Lu Ming is smart, he will deliberately rush down the stage to admit defeat. Otherwise, if he meets Ji Tian later, he won't have a chance. And if I were Lu Ming, I would definitely do the same. Many people seem to have guessed the result. In a while, Lu Ming would definitely rush down the stage and admit defeat. The Doyen continued to draw numbers. Lu Ming against a skinny youth from the Yu family. The 2 of them stepped on the stage. Brat, let me deal with you. The skinny youth was smug. He also thought that Lu Ming would take the initiative to rush down the stage and admit defeat. Otherwise, if he met Ji Tian in the next round, wouldn't Lu Ming be finished? Therefore, he boldly rushed toward Lu Ming and pounced toward Lu Ming. Then he saw a fist rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. Following that, it heavily bombarded the bridge of his nose. Kacha! The skinny youth's nose was broken. With a miserable scream, his body flew out a few hundred meters and fell on the stage. Many people were stunned. They originally thought that Lu Ming would take the initiative to rush down the stage and admit defeat. They didn't expect that Lu Ming would directly make a move. Maybe he wants to save face and wants to win a round before admitting defeat. If his luck is bad and he meets Ji Tian in the next round, he will regret it. Some people sneered. Shua. Lu Ming's figure moved and rushed to the skinny youth's side. With a kick, he directly kicked the skinny youth off the stage. Lu Ming won this round. However, the people from the Luo family only shook their heads. Whether he won or not, the final result wouldn't change. Like this, the Luo family only had Lu Ming left. As for the Yu family, they only had 6 people left. The competition continued, but now they only needed to draw a number from the Yu family. Whoever drew a number would fight with Lu Ming. Yu family, number 47, a senior elder announced. A young woman from the Yu family stepped onto the stage. Many people began to guess again, guessing whether Lu Ming would admit defeat in this round, because the longer it went on, the higher the probability of him encountering Ji Tian. Many people thought that Lu Ming wanted to win the match and then admit defeat to save some face. However, Lu Ming directly attacked and blasted the young woman off the battle stage in 2 moves. Still not admitting defeat? You really want to save face. Haha. Let's see how he regrets it when we meet Ji Tian later. Some people sneered. The competition continued, and the next person was still not Ji Tian. Naturally, he was easily defeated by Lu Ming. It was unknown if it was luck, but the next few people weren't Ji Tian. They were all defeated by Lu Ming. On the Yu family side, there were only 2 people left. They were Ji Tian and Ji Peng. Lu Ming still hasn't admitted defeat. Could it be that he really wants to fight with Ji Tian? At this point, some people had already changed their minds. Because Lu Ming didn't admit defeat, if this continued, he would definitely meet Ji Tian. How is this possible? If he fights with Ji Tian, he won't even have the chance to escape. He will definitely be killed. I don't know what he is thinking. He is really crazy. Everyone was discussing. As for Ji Peng, his expression turned ugly. If Lu Ming didn't admit defeat, he wouldn't meet him in the next round, right? He kept praying in his heart that Lu Ming would meet Ji Tian in the next round. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Yu family, number 9, Ji Peng come out. The senior elder took out a number and shouted. Damn it! Ji Peng roared in his heart. Why is it him? Why can't Lu Ming meet Ji Tian? Many people were speechless. Lu Ming's luck was too good. It was strange that he couldn't meet Ji Tian. Lu Ming stepped onto the stage, looked at Ji Peng, smiled faintly, and said, Come down. Ji Peng's face was gloomy as he stepped onto the stage. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I advise you to admit defeat. Otherwise, if you meet my big brother in the next round, you will die miserably. The current Ji Peng's heart was complicated. He naturally hoped that Lu Ming would meet Ji Tian and be killed by Ji Tian. However, if Lu Ming continued to fight, he would be miserable. You are actually thinking for me? I don't understand. Back then, I beat you up so badly. Lu Ming deliberately revealed a surprised expression. Ji Peng gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. If it wasn't for this round, would I be thinking for you? But now he could only go against his heart and say, Let bygones be bygones. I think you're still talent. Quickly admit defeat. Admit defeat? Forget it. My plan is to beat you up, and then beat your elder brother up. Lu Ming smiled. He even extended his fist and gestured with it. Lunatic! Ji Peng roared, then suddenly turned around and rushed down the stage. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he caught up with him. He slapped his palm down, and lightning flashed. It was like a huge net that shrouded Ji Peng. Ji Peng tried his best to resist, but when the lightning fell, all of his attacks collapsed. Buzz buzz, Ji Peng's body was covered in lightning, which looked like small black snakes swimming around. Slap! Lu Ming then slapped down on Ji Peng's face. Ji Peng screamed and spat out blood mixed with teeth. More lightning covered Ji Peng's body. His hair stood straight up, and white smoke came out of his 7 orifices as if he was electrocuted. It was extremely miserable. In the stands, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and Ji Tian's father, the commander-in-chief, had ugly expressions. In their view, Lu Ming humiliated Ji Peng like this, which was equivalent to slapping their faces. How did he treat Ji Peng? Wait a moment. I will return it 10 times. Ji Tian gritted his teeth. Lu Ming grabbed Ji Peng's neck and walked to the edge of the stage step by step. Then, he threw Ji Peng down the stage. He casually stretched out a finger, pointed at Ji Tian, hooked his finger, and said, "Come, King Physique." Swish. Ji Tian couldn't bear it anymore and rushed up the stage. Anyway, he was the only one left from the Yu family. There was no need to draw a number. This Lu Ming really wants to fight with Ji Tian. Where did he get the courage? It's strange. Could it be that Lu Ming still has a trump card? This is a fair battle. He is not allowed to use his emperor weapon. He doesn't have a king body. How can he have a trump card? Many people were discussing. They couldn't guess what Lu Ming was planning. With Ji Tian's combat strength, Lu Ming would definitely die if he went against Ji Tian. Why didn't he admit defeat earlier? Why did he persist until now? Could it be that he wanted to humiliate Ji Peng? But there was no need to put his life on the line. Chapter 2038. Ji Tian's eyes were extremely cold. 6 worlds appeared, and a terrifying aura charged toward Lu Ming continuously like a gale. Now, you won't have the chance to admit defeat, Ji Tian said coldly. Who said I'm going to admit defeat? How ridiculous. I didn't say I was going to admit defeat from the beginning. Can you stop making wild guesses? Lu Ming curled his lips. That's great. I'll make you kneel on the battle stage and beg for mercy, Ji Tian said coldly. He stepped forward, and the 6 worlds moved with him. He didn't seem to be fast, but in fact he was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lu Ming. Boom! With a punch, one of the blood prison worlds blasted out with Ji Tian's fist. It was like a sea of blood enveloping Lu Ming. The smell of blood filled the air. Asterisk sizzle. Asterisk Lu Ming's fist sizzled, and a black lightning cauldron spread out. He also punched out. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and the sky was like a huge drum, shaking violently. Circles of lightning and a sea of blood burst out in all directions. A figure swayed, stepping on the battle stage and retreating. The person who retreated was actually Ji Tian. The scene suddenly quieted down. Countless people were dumbfounded, and some looked at the battle stage in disbelief. Lu Ming actually pushed Ji Tian back in a head-on confrontation. How was this possible? What was going on? Lu Ming's cultivation was obviously at the peak of the absolute saint realm, which was weaker than Ji Tian. Moreover, he didn't have a king body. How could he push Ji Tian back? This was simply unbelievable. Ji Tian, don't be careless. Use more strength. At this moment, the Yu family head's voice resounded throughout the entire place. He meant that Ji Tian was too careless and didn't use his full strength. That was why he was pushed back by Lu Ming. Many people nodded. That should be the case. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming push Ji Tian back? However, Ji Tian's eyes were incomparably dignified, and his heart was in turmoil. Others thought that he was careless, but only he knew how strong Lu Ming's punch was. His saint energy was endless and was not any weaker than his. Furthermore, the power of Lu Ming's spiritual body was even more terrifying. He had indeed not used his full strength just now, but Lu Ming's strength had indeed shaken him. 6 held demonic fist. Ji Tian let out a long howl. The 6 worlds burst forth with different auras, transforming into a terrifying fist force that soared towards Lu Ming in an overwhelming manner. His aura was indeed much stronger than before. Good timing. Lu Ming didn't retreat at all. He took a step forward and punched out again. Every punch was filled with lightning, wrapping around Lu Ming's fists. His fists were like lightning. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them fought speed with speed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Chi energy shot out and rumbled continuously. However, Lu Ming did not show the slightest sign of weakness. Instead, he vaguely had the upper hand. This time, everyone was stunned. Even the people from the Yu and Luo families were shocked. Even the patriarchs of the two families and some true emperors were extremely shocked. He didn't have a king body, and his cultivation was one level lower. However, he could actually fight against Ji Tian. This kind of combat strength was unheard of even for them. So strong. Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were dumbfounded at first. However, their eyes soon lit up. They knew that Lu Ming had a king body and could control the King Dao law. Now that he could fight against Ji Tian without using the King Dao law, he could really win if he used the King Dao law. They originally thought that there was no hope, but now they saw a glimmer of hope. Yuning's expression was extremely ugly. She was unhappy because Lu Ming was one of her people at the beginning. However, he was kicked out by her later on. It's useless no matter how strong he is. What I want is the final victory. Ji Tian still hasn't used the light of law. He will definitely win. I chose Ji Tian. I'm right. Yuning warned herself in her heart. Boom. Lu Ming and Ji Tian exchanged another blow. Both of them retreated. The difference was that Lu Ming retreated 5 steps, while Ji Tian retreated 7 steps. Ji Tian's face was especially gloomy. He had a king body, but he actually fought with Lu Ming like this. Today, he had lost a lot of face. Today, he must use Lu Ming's blood to wash away his shame. Lu Ming, your combat strength is indeed beyond my expectations. However, you will still lose, shouted Ji Tian. The light of the heavenly laws spread out and surrounded him, making his aura even stronger. Boom! With the support of the light of law, Ji Tian's momentum increased greatly. He punched out, and 6 worlds moved with his fist, pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his fist, colliding with Ji Tian's attack once again. Bang! Lu Ming seemed to be hit by a terrifying force, his figure drifting back. What a pity! The Luo family's expert side. If Ji Tian did not cultivate the light of law, their Luo family's chances of winning this battle were very high. However, Ji Tian cultivated the light of law. Unless the Son of Heaven appeared, or someone from the younger generation stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, no one would beat Ji Tian's opponent. However, how many Son of Heaven were there in the entire land of infinite demons? There were no quasi-emperors below the age of 50 in their Yura kingdom. The others also shook their heads slightly, thinking that Lu Ming would lose for sure. Kneel down. Ji Tian gained the upper hand in one move. His momentum was like a rainbow as he continued to press down on Lu Ming. He wanted to defeat Lu Ming in one go. The light of law is indeed powerful. Lu Ming curled his lips. His expression was still very calm. At this moment, he raised his hand and pointed out a finger. There was no black lightning in this finger. Instead, it was replaced by endless runes. Roar. The endless runes formed a true dragon. The true dragon roared and pounced toward Ji Tian. Boom! The true dragon's dragon claw tore apart Ji Tian's fist force. The dense runes spread toward Ji Tian. Ji Tian roared in shock. The 6 worlds kept shaking. All kinds of auras erupted, blocking the endless runes. Monarch Dao Law, you have the monarch body. Ji Tian's roar resounded throughout the entire place. Silence. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Monarch body. Lu Ming actually has the monarch body? Then why did he use the demonic thunder law just now? One person controlled 2 types of laws? How is that possible? He was not a martial emperor. Many people found that their brains were a little short-circuited. However, looking at the dense runes surrounding Lu Ming's body, they clearly realized that Lu Ming really controlled the monarch Dao law and really had the monarch body. The array Dao law of the monarch Dao law. The Luo family head suddenly laughed loudly. Everything that happened today was really beyond his expectations. Lu Ming actually had the monarch body. Just now, he was already so strong without using the monarch Dao law. Now that he used the monarch Dao law, how strong would he be? Xianxia, you already knew that Lu Ming has the monarch body, right? The Lu family head looked at Luo Xian. Luo Xian nodded and said, although I already knew that he has the monarch body, I didn't know that his combat strength is so strong. Chapter 2039. Crack. Yu Ning crushed the white jade golden cup in her hand, her eyes cold. Lu Ming was actually an imperial body. She did not expect this at all. If she knew that Lu Ming was an imperial body and had such strong combat strength, she would have thought twice. Ji Tian will definitely win. Yu Ning roared in her heart, admonishing herself. However, her clenched fist showed how nervous she was. At this moment, Ji Peng had woken up and was also shocked. King body. There's nothing great about it, Lu Ming said lightly. Lu Ming, don't think that you can defeat me just because you have mastered the law of kings. Without the law of light, everything is in vain. Kill. Ji Tian roared and attacked Lu Ming with all his might. The law of 6 hells, the law of light, and the divine arts were all activated to the extreme by Ji Tian. Let's end this. Lu Ming whispered and pointed out another finger. Runes filled the air and another true dragon was formed, pouncing toward Ji Tian. This true dragon contained 3 scrolls of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao. Lu Ming only used the illusory spirit scroll and the seal scroll in the previous attack. Lu Ming used the destruction scroll, illusory spirit scroll, and seal scroll in this attack. The power of this attack was close to that of the chaotic calamity finger. Boom! When the true dragon collided with Ji Tian, a terrifying force tore Ji Tian's fist radiance apart. Endless runes rushed towards Ji Tian. Ji Tian's body shook violently, and he was thrown back. He vomited blood in the air. He tried his best to resist the seal of the runes. However, Lu Ming was already close to him. Then, he pointed out another finger. This time, it was not a true dragon, but a giant elephant. The giant elephant's body was like a small mountain. Its legs were like heavenly pillars as it stomped towards Ji Tian. Bam! An elephant leg stepped on Ji Tian's face. Ji Tian was instantly stunned. His body was like a huge rock, heavily smashing into the fighting ring, causing the entire fighting ring to rumble. Ji Tian was lying on the fighting ring, his body twitching and blood gushing out of his mouth. Ji Tian was defeated, beaten into a dead dog. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes, unable to react for a moment. Ji Tian used to be known as the #1 expert in the Yura Kingdom. Now that he had cultivated the light of law, he was even more powerful. However, such strength had been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation was even lower. His cultivation was even lower, and he had yet to cultivate the light of law. Yet he was able to defeat Ji Tian. It was truly inconceivable. Lu Ming stepped out, coming to Ji Tian's side. Although Ji Tian was seriously injured, he still glared at Lu Ming fiercely, wishing he could tear Lu Ming into pieces. What are you looking at? I've already said that there's nothing great about a king body, and there's nothing great about the light of law. Lu Ming sneered, revealing a faint disdain. Then, he kicked Ji Tian's face, sending him flying off the fighting ring. Lu Ming did not kill Ji Tian. After all, this was the Yura Kingdom, and Ji Tian's father and many experts of the Yu family were present. If Lu Ming killed Ji Tian, they would not let him go. Now that Tiandi's physical body did not have enough energy, and his goal was to go to the ancient devil nation, there was no need to cause more trouble. Good. Ha ha ha. The head of the Luo family and many experts of the Luo family stood up, laughing heartily. The Luo family had won. For the next 10,000 years, the Luo family would be in charge of the Yura Kingdom. Previously, when Ji Tian had displayed the light of law, they had thought that the Luo family would lose for sure. They were already in despair, and they had planned to wait for another 10,000 years before making a comeback. However, they had never expected that Lu Ming would suddenly erupt. First, he displayed a powerful strength. Then he displayed the King Dao law, defeating Ji Tian in one fell swoop. How could they not be happy with such an unexpected result? How could they not laugh heartily? Luo Xian, Wuxia, and the others were also full of smiles. On the other hand, the people of the Yu family were the complete opposite. They had thought that they would win, but in the end, they had lost in the hands of a single person. That kid, some experts of the Yu family, as well as Ji Tian's father, looked coldly at Lu Ming. It was all because of Lu Ming that they had lost. Where did this kid come from? I have never heard of such a person before. Someone said unwillingly. Everyone fell silent. Bang! Princess Yuning's jade-like hands were as white as jade. At this moment, the veins on her jade-like hands were bulging. She had even crushed the handle of her chair. She was furious. Lu Ming was originally her guest, but she had personally chased him out of the princess residence. Sister Yuning, I really have to thank you. At this moment, Luo Xian looked at Yuning, and his crisp voice rang out. Many people were stunned, not knowing what Luo Xian meant. Luo Xian, shut up! Yuning shouted. Why? Are you afraid that I will lose face if I say it? But I have to say it. The corners of Luo Xian's lips curled up slightly. I heard that Lu Ming used to be Sister Yuning's guest. However, he was personally chased out of the eldest princess mansion. Therefore, he came to seek refuge with me. What? At the scene, everyone who didn't know what was going on was stunned. Lu Ming was originally the princess guest, but he had been chased out of the princess residence by the princess. Only then did Lu Ming seek refuge with the little princess. Yuning, this was tantamount to giving up the victory on a silver platter. If Lu Ming was in the princess residence, there would be no suspense in this competition. The Yu family would definitely win. Yuning's face turned even uglier. As for the Yu family, their faces also turned ugly. There was actually such a thing. Moreover, I heard that it was because Lu Ming offended the Ji family. In order to stabilize the Ji family, you chased Lu Ming out of the princess residence. Perhaps in your eyes, the Ji family, or Ji Tian, is more important than Lu Ming. Am I right, Sister Yuning? Luo Xian continued to speak, revealing her 2 canine teeth. She was full of cunning. Yuning's expression made her very happy. So that's how it was. Everyone was enlightened. It turned out that Lu Ming had offended the Ji family. In order to stabilize the Ji family, the princess had chased Lu Ming out. After all, at that time, the princess needed Ji Tian's help to win the competition. At that time, in the eyes of the princess, Ji Tian's value was far above Lu Ming's. But what was the truth? It was Yuning who had personally given the victory to the Luo family. As for Ji Tian, who she valued, he had been beaten to a pulp by Lu Ming. How ironic was this? The Yu family's experts, Ji Tian's father, and Ji Tian's uncle all had ugly expressions. Sister Yuning, I wonder what you are thinking now? Do you feel any regret? Luo Xian's voice rang out again. Enough! Yuning shouted. She suddenly stood up and coldly glanced at Lu Ming. Then, she soared into the sky. This caused Luo Xian to laugh. Chapter 2040. The Luo family is the winner of this competition. For the next 10,000 years, the Luo family will rule over the Yura kingdom. Following that, the elder of the Yura kingdom announced. The Yu family head's face was extremely gloomy. He was extremely unwilling. However, this was a tradition that had been passed down for countless years in the Yura kingdom. Even if he did not dare to do so, he still had a hand over the throne. Unless his Yu family's strength was enough to suppress the other factions in the Yura kingdom, he could break this tradition. However, it was clear that the Yu family was unable to do so. In the end, he could only hand over the scepter that represented the king. After that, Lu Ming did not have anything to do with it. He sat on the spectator stand and watched calmly. Next, the Luo family head received the scepter. After that, a series of ceremonies were held, and he began to rule over the Yura kingdom. After the ceremony, there was a banquet. When everything was over, it was already the next day. After a few days, Luo Xian brought a pile of treasures, saying that it was a reward for Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not hesitate to accept it. The following days were peaceful again. Lu Ming stayed in the little princess residence and cultivated quietly. However, Luo Xian would often look for Lu Ming to spar with him. Of course, Luo Xian would return in defeat every time. Time passed, and 1.5 months passed. On this day, Luo Xian found Lu Ming and informed him that they were going to the ancient devil nation. In half a month, The king of the ancient devil nation would hold a banquet to celebrate his passing of the great calamity and being able to live for another 300,000 years. At that time, all the countries that were subordinate to the ancient devil nation would send people to congratulate him. The Yura kingdom was a subordinate of the ancient devil nation. Are we finally going to the ancient devil nation? Lu Ming muttered. This way, he would be one step closer to the ancient devil coffin. Yu Ning and the others have already gone to the ancient devil nation a few days ago, Luo Xian said. Lu Ming nodded and followed Luo Xian to a teleportation array. The Luo family head personally led a group of a few hundred people. There were also some young geniuses as they stepped into the teleportation array. First, they arrived at the citadel outside the capital of the ancient devil nation. Then, they flew towards the capital. Ancient Devil Nation, one of the two super devil nations in the land of 10,000 devils. It was truly a giant. Its capital was exceptionally majestic. It was not inferior to the celestial city in the primordial mountains. In the land of myriad devils, there were a total of 2 super devil nations and 10 high-grade devil nations. Naturally, they were divided into 2 camps. The 2 super devil nations were enemies of each other. Each of the super devil nations ruled over a large number of low-level and mid-level devil nations. There were also 5 high-grade devil kingdoms under their control. The Yura kingdom was one of the 5 high-grade devil kingdoms under the ancient devil kingdom. Naturally, it was highly valued. When they arrived, someone received them and arranged accommodations for them. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the capital of the ancient devil nation for 3 days. Lu Ming, the little prince of the Blue Demon King's residence, has set up a banquet today and invited the prodigies of various countries. Shall we go and take a look? Luo Xian found Lu Ming and asked. The little prince of the Blue Demon King's residence. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. The ancient devil nation is one of the 2 super devil nations in the land of myriad devils. It rules over countless smaller countries. Many of the smaller countries are inextricably linked to some of the influential families in the ancient devil nation. The Blue Demon King's residence is a powerful force in the ancient devil nation. Our Luo family has a good relationship with the Blue Demon King's residence. The little prince of the Azure Demon Nation invited the prodigies of various countries to a banquet to strengthen our relationship. Luo Xian explained. Lu Ming nodded. As long as there were benefits to be gained, there would naturally be benefits to be gained. Moreover, every time the ancient devil nation overcomes a great calamity and holds a banquet, the young prodigies of various countries will compete with each other. Those who perform well will be rewarded handsomely. Therefore, it's normal for the prodigies of various countries to meet and understand each other's strength. Luo Xian added. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The ancient devil nation's lord would allow the prodigies of various countries to compete with each other. This was an opportunity for Lu Ming. If he performed well and caught the attention of the ancient devil nation's lord, he might be one step closer to borrowing the ancient devil coffin. All right, let's go take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming and Luo Xian immediately met up with the other prodigies of the Yura kingdom, such as Wuxia and the others, and headed towards the Blue Demon King's residence. Of course, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the others did not follow them. Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the others had arrived at the ancient devil nation's capital earlier than them. They had different connections. Soon, they arrived at a vast mansion. Someone received them and led them to a spacious courtyard. There were many tables and chairs in the courtyard. At this moment, many people had already arrived. They were all from a younger generation. Greetings, Princess Luo Xian. When Luo Xian arrived, many young men bowed to her. The Yura Kingdom was a high-tier devil nation. Moreover, it was one of the top 5 high-tier devil nations under the ancient devil nation. These young men were from middle-tier or low-tier devil nations. Their statuses were far lower than Luo Xian's. Naturally, they had to bow to her when they saw her. Luo Xian smiled and nodded. After greeting everyone, she sat down at a table. Lu Ming, sit here. Princess Luo Xian smiled and pointed to a stool beside her. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside Luo Xian. As for Wu Shi and the others, they sat behind Luo Xian and Lu Ming. Many young men looked at Lu Ming curiously. Who was this person that could sit beside Princess Luo Xian? Haha, Luo Xian, long time no see. A hearty laugh sounded as a purple-robed young man strode over. He was quite handsome and had an extraordinary aura. There were a few young men behind him. Greetings, little prince. Seeing this young man, the young men quickly stood up and bowed. Lu Ming and Luo Xian also stood up and cupped their fists. This young man was the little prince of the Blue Demon King's residence. The Blue Demon King was an extremely terrifying existence. It was said that he was of the same generation as the ancient Devil Nation's ruler. The two of them had an extraordinary relationship. Therefore, the Blue Demon King had a lot of power in the ancient Devil Nation. As the grandson of the Blue Demon King, the little prince's status was naturally noble. Naturally, he was also a terrifying genius. Everyone, there's no need for formalities. Please take a seat. The little prince waved his hand and looked at Luo Xian. He smiled and said, Princess Luo Xian, I haven't seen you for a few years. Your cultivation has become even more profound. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be your match in a few years. You're too polite, little prince. Who in the ancient Devil Nation doesn't know about your talent? How can Luo Xian be your match? Luo Xian said humbly. And the little prince looked at Lu Ming. He was naturally curious about the fact that he could sit with Luo Xian. However, when he looked at Lu Ming carefully, his face darkened. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, he felt a murderous intent from the other party. Chapter 2041. His name is Lu Ming. Luo Xian introduced Lu Ming. Princess Luo Xian, what's your relationship with this person? The young prince asked. He's my guest elder. Young prince, do you know Lu Ming? Luo Xian also felt that something was amiss and asked. So he's just a guest elder. Princess Luo Xian, can you hand him over to me? The young prince's eyes flickered and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Young prince, he's my guest elder. I have to be responsible for him. Why do you want to hand him over to you? Luo Xian frowned and asked. The other young men also seemed to feel that something was wrong. They all held their breaths and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Kill, the young prince said coldly. He didn't hide his murderous intent and said, This person must die. Young prince, is there a misunderstanding here? Luo Xian asked. She secretly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming and asked, Lu Ming, when did you offend Song Yin? Song Yin was the young prince's name. This is the first time I've seen him. Lu Ming frowned and sent a voice transmission to Princess Luo Xian. He was also confused. He had never seen Song Yin before. He really didn't understand why Song Yin wanted to kill him as soon as he saw him. Misunderstanding? All the direct descendants of the Blue Demon King's residence have a kind of mark on them. When they are killed, this mark will attach to the person who killed them. I felt the mark of the Blue Demon King's residence on him. Is this a misunderstanding? Song Yin said coldly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and understood. Lu Ming had killed a direct descendant of the Blue Demon King's residence. Song Yin had sensed the mark on him. No wonder Song Yin wanted to kill Lu Ming the moment he saw him. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He suddenly recalled that not long after he had arrived in the land of myriad devils, he had been cultivating in a certain place when a group of people had tried to steal the devil origin fruit. In the end, they had all been killed by him. One of the young men had shouted that he was from the ancient devil kingdom. Could it be that he was a direct descendant of the Blue Demon King's residence? This was too much of a coincidence. Furthermore, he had encountered such a mark in the Blue Demon King's residence before. The Thousand Slayer Manor was a terrifying assassin organization. As long as you killed someone from the Thousand Slayer Manor, there would be a slaughter mark on your body. Back then, Lu Ming had even asked the palace master of the Phoenix Palace to remove it. The mark on the Blue Demon King mansion was very similar to the mark on the Thousand Slayer mansion. Luo Xian also frowned and said, Little Prince, could there be a mistake somewhere? Definitely not. A few months ago, a cousin of mine was training outside and was killed by someone. It should be this person who killed him. Luo Xian, this person is just a guest elder of yours. You don't have to care about this matter, Song Yin said and waved his hand. Swoosh! A young man rushed out from behind Song Yin. A sword light bloomed and attacked Lu Ming. The sword light was cold. It was going to slice Lu Ming's throat. Adjudication. Luo Xian said softly and struck out with the power of adjudication, destroying the sword light. Princess Luo Xian, are you going to protect this person? Do you think it's worth it to fall out with the Blue Demon King mansion for a guest elder? Song Yan's face darkened as he said in a threatening tone. A few months ago, I did kill someone. However, that person wanted to snatch a treasure and attacked me without any explanation. How could I not retaliate? At that moment, Lu Ming spoke. I see. Little prince, in the land of all demons, no matter who it is, it's normal to be killed while training outside and fighting for treasures. In the land of all demons, strength is everything. If you're weaker than others, you'll be a laughingstock if you take revenge now. Luo Xian did not back down and said coldly, in the land of all demons, the strong preyed on the weak. No matter who it was, they had to be prepared to be killed while training outside. This was the rule of the land of all demons. My cousin has several quasi-emperors by his side. How many quasi-emperors can he deal with? He probably used some despicable method to kill my cousin. How about this? Let him fight with me. If he can last 10 moves without being defeated, I'll acknowledge his strength, Song Yin said coldly. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just a guest elder of Luo Xian. How strong could he be? Some of the youths behind Song Yin sneered. Song Yin was one of the top geniuses in the ancient devil nation. Not only did he have a king body, but his cultivation had also reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm. How could Lu Ming last 10 moves against Song Yin? He would probably be killed by Song Yin as soon as they fought. This was Song Yan's goal. As long as he fought with Lu Ming, he would be able to kill Lu Ming legitimately. Luo Xian's eyes flashed. Although Song Yin was strong, Lu Ming could even defeat Ji Tian. He was definitely not weaker than Song Yin. Wouldn't it be easy for him to last 10 moves? All right, I agree. Lu Ming stepped forward and said indifferently. He actually agreed. It seems like this kid doesn't know how strong Song Yin is. Many people had the same thought in their minds. However, some of them were just waiting to watch the show. This kid is really courting death. Some of the youths behind Song Yin smiled playfully. Song Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Princess Luo Xian, since he has agreed, please don't interfere. I won't interfere. I hope the young prince will keep his word. After saying that, Luo Xian returned to the table. Keep my word. This girl, does she think that this kid can take 10 moves from me? Where did she get that confidence from? The young prince sneered. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with even colder killing intent. Anyone who dared to kill someone from the Blue Demon King's residence would die. The young prince wanted to make an example of him in front of the people from the small nations so that they would be more afraid of him. Let's fight in the sky, Lu Ming said. There's no need to fight in the sky to deal with you. One move is enough. Song Yin sneered and pointed with his finger. Whoosh! The finger was like a long spear that pierced through the void and made a terrible whistling sound. The finger was highly condensed. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at it. He pointed with his finger and runes shone on his finger. Bang! When the two fingers collided, an explosion sounded out. The terrifying energy caused many tables and chairs to flip over. Many people retreated in fear, avoiding the energy that was scattered in all directions. On the other hand, Song Yan's figure was forced back 2 steps, falling into a disadvantageous position. The law of Array Dao. You have a king body. Song Yan roared. So, it's the law of penetration. Lu Ming's heart moved. He was familiar with this law. Luo Pokong of the Daoyuo Heaven sect also mastered this law, but he had been killed by him. I've said that we'll fight in the sky, Lu Ming said lightly. Song Yan's face became gloomy, and his killing intent was extremely cold. Just now, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming in one move without the need to fight in the sky. However, the reality was a slap to his face. Let's fight in the sky. Chapter 2042. Kill. Song Yin attacked Lu Ming as soon as he was in the air. His fingers were like a spear as he attacked continuously. With the help of the law of penetration, his attacks were powerful and could penetrate everything. Beams of spear gleams pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and pointed continuously. Countless runes spread and condensed into many lightning birds. They pounced on the spear gleams at an astonishing speed and blocked them. He's so powerful. He also has a king body. No wonder he can sit side by side with Princess Luo Xian. Some of the geniuses from small countries exclaimed. 2 moves. In the sky, Lu Ming spoke calmly. Kill. Song Yin attacked for the 3rd time. His cultivation of the great sage realm was fully unleashed. An even more powerful finger radiance shot toward Lu Ming. Song Yin's attack style was similar to Luo Pokong's, but his super skills were different. However, Song Yin's combat strength was much stronger than Luo Pokong's. The terrifying chi whizzed toward Lu Ming, but it was blocked by Lu Ming's finger. 3 moves. Lu Ming continued to speak calmly and nonchalantly. Die. Song Yan's eyes became colder and colder. A halo was emitted from his body and circled around him. The law of light. Many people gasped. Song Yan's combat strength was indeed terrifying. As the top genius of the ancient demonic nation, he was stronger than the other king bodies. It was said that no one in the ancient demonic nation was a match for Song Yin except for the Son of Heaven. Kill. A long spear appeared in Song Yan's hand. Together with the law of light, its power reached a shocking level. 3 scrolls as one. Lu Ming pointed his finger. A true dragon roared and charged toward Song Yin. The true dragon contained the scroll of annihilation, the scroll of illusionary spirits, and the scroll of sealing. Boom! With a loud explosion, the long spear in Song Yan's hand trembled unceasingly. His body trembled violently as he was pushed back by a terrifying force. Song Yin was actually at a disadvantage. Below, other than the people from the Yura Kingdom, everyone else was dumbfounded. Some people even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. Song Yin suppressed the other king physiques and almost stood at the peak. If the Elysian child didn't appear, he was almost invincible. But now, he was being suppressed by Lu Ming. Who is this Lu Ming? How could a random person be so terrifying? They were speechless. Is that all you've got? You want to defeat me in 10 moves? What a joke. It's my turn now, Lu Ming said calmly and took a step forward. Countless runes soared into the sky and transformed into 9 dragons. This time it was not a true dragon, but 9 dragons. The 9 dragons soared into the sky and charged toward Song Yin. To be honest, Song Yin was very strong. He was even stronger than Ji Tian. Song Yin was almost at the peak of the absolute saint realm. His mastery of the laws had reached 99%. He was only one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. But compared to Lu Ming, even if Lu Ming didn't use the law of chaos, he was still a little weaker. The 9 dragons pounced. Song Yan's expression changed drastically. He unleashed all his strength and stabbed out with his spear. The 9 dragons roared and clawed out continuously, crushing Song Yan's attack. The terrifying power of destruction and countless runes surged toward Song Yin. Song Yin was pushed back for 10,000 meters before he could stabilize himself. Puff! His body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You've lost, Lu Ming said calmly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a heavy blow to Song Yan's body, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Lu Ming's words were so sarcastic. Just a moment ago, Song Yin was still arrogant and said that he would defeat Lu Ming in 10 moves. In fact, 10 moves was just a casual remark. In his opinion, 1 move was enough to defeat Lu Ming and even kill Lu Ming. But now, he was defeated by Lu Ming in less than 10 moves. Kill! Song Yin roared. Boom! Boom! 2 figures rushed out from the depths of the palace. Their terrifying aura made everyone's expression change. They were 2 martial emperors. Song Yin wanted to send martial emperors to kill Lu Ming. Song Yin, you're going back on your words. Luo Xian rushed to the sky and came in front of Lu Ming, glaring at Song Yan. "Get out of the way." Song Yan's expression was somewhat ferocious. Today, Lu Ming made him lose face in front of so many people from small countries. He wished he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. As for this, he had brought it on himself. But of course, he wouldn't think about it. Everything was Lu Ming's fault. How could it be his fault? "Song Yan, you sent martial emperors because you couldn't win. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid it would tarnish your reputation. Even the reputation of the Blue Demon King's residence would be damaged." Luo Xian stood firmly in front of Lu Ming and continued, "Moreover, even if you must take action today, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Lu Ming is my guest. I can't watch him get killed." Song Yan's expression turned even uglier. Luo Xian's words did make him hesitate. One was his reputation, and the other was Luo Xian's identity. Luo Xian was the princess of the Yura Kingdom. The Yura Kingdom wasn't an ordinary small country. It was one of the top 5 high-grade countries under the ancient Devil Nation. He was also very apprehensive. Song Yan hesitated. "Lu Ming, let's go." Luo Xian transmitted her voice to Lu Ming, then turned around and walked out of the Blue Demon King's residence. Wu Shi and the others quickly followed. Song Yan's expression changed a few times, but he didn't give the order to take action. Lu Ming and the others left the Blue Demon King's residence and returned to their residence. "I didn't expect that person to be from the Song Yan residence." Lu Ming was also speechless. He came here with the intention of getting to know the ancient Devil Nation's royal family through Luo Xian's recommendation. He didn't expect to offend the Blue Demon King's residence's little prince. "It seems like I can only wait for the ancient Devil Nation's king's banquet to find an opportunity when all the Sky Prides compete." Lu Ming thought to himself. "Lu Ming, don't think too much. The Blue Demon King's residence isn't the only Sky Prides in the ancient Devil Nation's royal family. I'll introduce you to the others in a few days." Luo Xian comforted Lu Ming. "Thank you." Lu Ming looked at Luo Xian and smiled. He was quite touched when Luo Xian stood in front of him unwaveringly. Luo Xian was a straightforward person. Compared to Yuning, she was much better. In the next few days, Luo Xian introduced a few members of the royal family to Lu Ming. Although they were talented, they were still lacking compared to the Song Yan. There were a few times when Lu Ming tried to find out more about the ancient demonic coffin. However, the other party did not know much about the ancient demonic coffin. He only knew that it was the treasure of the ancient demonic nation, and only the king could control it. Lu Ming frowned, his heart heavy. The ancient demonic coffin was so important that only the king could control it. Could he really borrow it for a month? Needless to say, the king of the ancient Devil Nation was an emperor. Chapter 2043. 10 days later, the king's banquet officially began. At the center of the ancient Devil Nation's capital, a majestic palace suddenly appeared in the sky. The palace shone brightly, and it could be seen from far away. The palace had 9 floors, and it looked like a divine palace. There was a jade staircase in each of the 4 directions of the palace, extending from the top of the palace to the bottom. The guests who went to congratulate the king climbed up the jade staircase to the 9th floor of the palace. Lu Ming and the people of the Yura Kingdom went up the jade staircase on the east side. What a majestic palace! Lu Ming was shocked. This 9th-floor palace was too huge. It was 100,000 feet tall, and it pierced through the sky. Even the jade staircase was incomparably huge. A person on it was like an ant. There were people coming from this direction, climbing up the jade staircase to congratulate the king. The ancient Devil Nation was one of the 2 super Devil Nations in the land of infinite demons. Almost half of the Devil Nations came to congratulate the king, so the number of people was naturally shocking. Lu Ming and the others climbed up the jade staircase, and it took them half an hour to reach the 9th floor of the palace. The 9th floor of the palace was open air, and it was incomparably spacious. There were all kinds of sacred herbs and strange flowers everywhere, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. This area was filled with tables and chairs. The Yura Kingdom was one of the 5 great Devil Nations. As soon as they arrived, they were led to the top. The location of this area was also very particular. The height was different, and the level was different. The lowest level was where the people of the low-tier Devil Nation sat. The lower level was where the middle-tier Devil Nation sat. Above them were where the 5 high-tier Devil Nations sat. At the top were the experts of the ancient Devil Nation and the nobles. Brother Luo. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, there were already some people there. When they saw the head of the Luo family, they greeted him. These people were the kings of the other high-tier Devil Nations, and they had prominent statuses. Now that the Luo family was in charge of the Yura Kingdom, they naturally greeted the head of the Luo family. At the side, the head of the Yu family snorted coldly and led Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the others to find a seat. Following that, more and more people arrived, and the vast space was almost full. The king has arrived. A voice resounded throughout the entire place, causing everyone to fall silent. The monarch here was none other than the monarch of the ancient Devil Nation. A group of people flew through the air and landed at the highest point. The person in the lead was a burly old man. He wore a purple gold robe and had a smile on his face. Although he did not reveal any aura, he had a supreme dignity. Greetings to the ancient great emperor. Everyone bowed respectfully. Every ruler of the ancient Devil Kingdom was known as the ancient great emperor. Everyone, please have a seat. The ancient great emperor waved his hand, and everyone took their seats. Lu Ming glanced around and discovered that there were many people beside the ancient great emperor. Some were old, and some were young. Many of their auras were powerful and incomparably terrifying. There was no doubt that there were great emperors among them. The Eternal Devil Nation definitely had more than one great emperor. Song Yen. Lu Ming saw Song Yen in the crowd behind the ancient great emperor. At this moment, Song Yen also looked at the Yura Kingdom. When he saw Lu Ming, a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yen, the person you're talking about is that kid? Beside the ancient great emperor, a skinny old man with snow-white hair asked Song Yen through telepathy. This old man was Song Yan's grandfather, the Blue Demon King. Grandfather, that's him. Song Yen nodded. All right, I understand. Demon King Song nodded and did not continue speaking. His face was calm, and no one could guess what he was thinking. The Sky Domain Devil Nation congratulates the ancient great emperor on overcoming the great calamity and achieving immortality. At this moment, the king of the Sky Domain Devil Nation stood up and congratulated the ancient great emperor. He also presented a congratulatory gift. The Yura Kingdom congratulates the ancient great emperor on overcoming the great calamity and achieving immortality in the future. The head of the Luo family also presented a congratulatory gift. Following that, the kings of the various devil nations came forward to congratulate the ancient great emperor and presented their gifts. Starting from the 5 high-class devil nations, it was the low-class devil nation's turn. Thank you for coming today. Please take a seat. The ancient great emperor's voice was heard. Following that, maids served various delicacies and wine. Then, a peerlessly enchanting female demon came forward to perform the heavenly demon dance. The atmosphere became lively. Great Emperor, there's so many geniuses in the world today. Why don't we let the younger generation compete with each other to liven up the atmosphere? Someone suggested. Every time the ancient great emperor overcame a great calamity, this would happen. Some people were looking forward to it. Haha, I also want to see how outstanding the geniuses of this generation are. I heard that there is more than one son of heaven in this generation, and there are even more king physiques. The ancient great emperor said with a smile. That's right. This generation is indeed filled with geniuses, more so than any previous generation. The Blue Demon King said, Oh, in that case, I will also change the rewards this time. Those in the top 3 can make a request of me. If it is something that I can do, I will try my best to satisfy it. Those in the top 10 can also receive a reward. The ancient great emperor's voice spread in all directions. Many people's eyes lit up. Those in the top 3 could make a request to the great emperor. This was too tempting. Moreover, The rewards for those in the top 10 were definitely not trivial. The rewards this time were also beyond the past. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Those in the top 3 could make a request to the ancient Great Emperor. If he was in the top 3, wouldn't he be able to borrow the eternal demonic coffin from the ancient Great Emperor? Since the Great Emperor said it himself, he shouldn't reject it. Moreover, it was only for a month. I must be in the top 3. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Although he didn't know how strong the Son of Heaven was, Lu Ming believed that as long as he used his full strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to be in the top 3. All right, then I will let the Blue Demon King host this time. The ancient Great Emperor smiled. He didn't need to host this matter personally. He could leave it to others. Thank you, Great Emperor. The Blue Demon King stood up and stepped into the air outside the palace. With a wave of his hand, a platform floated out. Then, the platform rapidly expanded into a 100-mile wide battle platform. The height of the battle platform was slightly lower than the palace. Sitting on it, one could clearly see the situation on the battle platform. Young people who want to participate can sign up and leave their names. The Blue Demon King said, and then called a few people to register their names. Whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, young people flew up and signed up. There were too many people. In an instant, hundreds of people went up. Who do you think will be in the top 3 this time? Is there a need to ask? The 2 Sons of Heaven will definitely be in the top 3. That's right. The 2 Sons of Heaven will definitely be in the top 3. The key is who will get the other slot. Song Yin and Lu Su are both likely to get it. Chapter 2044. The registration process was quick. All they had to do was to register their names. Hence, it did not take long. Soon, Lu Ming, Luo Xian, and the rest also went to register. Stop right there. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. A figure stood in front of Lu Ming. Song Yin. Lu Ming frowned. What is Song Yin trying to do? Lu Ming, you're not qualified to take part in the competition. Step down. Song Yin looked down at Lu Ming from above. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Many people looked over curiously, including the older generation cultivators in their seats. Song Yin, what do you mean? How is Lu Ming not qualified to take part in the competition? If he is not qualified, then you're not qualified either. Don't forget that you were defeated by Lu Ming a few days ago. Luo Xian stepped forward and stared at Song Yin. What? Song Yin was defeated? Is that true? Is it the young man? It looks mediocre. Many people were shocked. They looked at Lu Ming in bewilderment. In the ancient Devil Nation and the other Devil Nations under its rule, Song Yin was the most outstanding genius, except for the Son of Heaven. Almost no one could defeat him. How could this person defeat Song Yin? What was his background? After all, the geniuses invited by Song Yin were only a small part of the people present. Many people did not know about the battle between Lu Ming and Song Yin. Those geniuses present were afraid of offending Song Yin. When they returned, they did not spread the news. Therefore, not many people knew that Lu Ming had defeated Song Yin. Now that Luo Xian said it, everyone was shocked. Many people even suspected that Luo Xian was telling the truth. Even many of the older generation looked at Lu Ming curiously. Being able to defeat Song Yin was no small matter. Such a genius would have great achievements in the future. Naturally, he was worth paying attention to. Song Yan's face was extremely dark. Luo Xian was not giving him any face at all. He had actually revealed the matter of his defeat in front of everyone. During this time, I sent people to investigate this person, but they didn't find any clues. They couldn't find out his origin at all. This person's origin is unknown, so he is not qualified to participate in the competition. Song Yin shouted. The purpose of this competition is to congratulate the Great Emperor. As for the background of the participants, what does it matter? Luo Xian argued strongly. His origin is unknown. Who knows what he is plotting? Song Yin sneered. Great Emperor, what should we do? Up above, the Blue Demon King asked the ancient Great Emperor for instructions. I have already handed this matter over to you. You have full authority to handle it. The ancient Great Emperor waved his hand. He had no interest in the conflict between the younger generation. From his height, He only had the mentality of watching a good show. Only the Son of Heaven would be worthy of his attention. Yes, great Emperor. The Blue Demon King bowed and then moved, appearing above Lu Ming and the others. What's going on? The Blue Demon King said in a dignified manner. It's like this. Luo Xian took the initiative to explain the situation. The great emperor has just passed a great tribulation. This is a grand event that only happens once every 300,000 years. There cannot be any mistakes. You withdraw. The Blue Demon King looked at Lu Ming and waved his hand. Lu Ming frowned. Luo Xian's face turned ugly. The Blue Demon King was not allowing Lu Ming to participate in the competition. A cold smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Not far away, Yuning, Ji Tian, and the others also revealed gloating smiles. Your Highness, I did defeat Xianxian, but you can't shield him because of this, Lu Ming said. His voice was very loud and spread in all directions. His meaning was clear. The Blue Demon King was deliberately making things difficult for him because of Xianxian. Impudent! What kind of attitude is this? How dare you doubt this king? The Blue Demon King shouted. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Your origin is unknown. I'm already merciful for not taking you down on the spot. How dare you speak so much? If you don't withdraw, don't blame this king for being impolite. The scene was silent. No one said anything. The Luo family head felt that the Blue Demon King had gone too far. He, the Blue Demon King, had great power in the ancient devil nation. It was not worthwhile for him to offend the Blue Demon King because of this matter. It was just that he could not participate in the competition. In his opinion, it was a small matter. However, this was a big matter for Lu Ming. It was related to the ancient devil coffin, but it was clear that the Blue Demon King would not give him this opportunity. The ancient great emperor looked on indifferently, although he also felt that the Blue Demon King had gone too far. Since he had let the Blue Demon King host, he would not say anything. Why aren't you withdrawing? The Azure Demon King bellowed again. His terrifying aura was like a tidal wave, pressing on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body retreated continuously. He was under immense pressure. Lu Ming clenched his fists. He was extremely unwilling. But in the end, Lu Ming retreated. The Blue Demon King's strength was shocking. Even if he wasn't a great emperor, he was still a peak true emperor. It was impossible to fight him head-on. He had to think of another way. Xianxian's lips curled into a cold smile. The reason why he did not let Lu Ming participate was to take revenge on Lu Ming. The second reason was that Lu Ming's strength was too shocking. If Lu Ming participated, he would have no hope of getting into the top 3. The registration continued. It took half a day for the registration to end. After the registration, the competition began. It was very intense. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lu Ming. He sat in his seat, drinking while thinking about his next step. How could he borrow the ancient devil coffin for a month? For martial experts, even those who had reached the sage realm, it was normal for them to sit in the coffin for a few months. Therefore, the competition continued. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. After a few days of competition, most of the people were eliminated. Only a few dozen people were left. These dozens of people were all extremely talented, and many of them even had king bodies. The land of myriad demons is indeed a warlike place. There is endless killing. The overall level of the prodigies is stronger than that of Yuan Mountain. Towards the end, Lu Ming also perked up and observed. He found that the number of geniuses in the land of myriad demons was about the same as that of Yuan Mountain, but the quality was higher. For example, the average cultivation of the geniuses in the land of myriad demons was higher than that of Yuan Mountain. Many of them had reached the absolute saint realm. There were even some who had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. For example, Luo Xian had a monarch body at the peak of the absolute saint realm. However, she did not have the slightest advantage among these geniuses. There were at least 20 or 30 people who were not weaker than her. This was not all the geniuses in the land of myriad demons. It was only half of them. There were so many powerful geniuses who had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. It was shocking. However, in the past few years, after the cultivation in the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, the competition, and the battle with the evil god tribe, many people's cultivation base had increased. Chapter 2045. The competition continued. Among them, two young men caught Lu Ming's attention. Because these two people were exceptionally powerful. They were two Elysian children. Children of the void, children of death. Lu Ming whispered. One of the two Elysian children controlled the law of nothingness, which was also one of the 10 strongest laws. It was extremely terrifying and could turn everything into nothingness. The other person actually controlled the law of death, just like Deathblade. Today was indeed a golden era. In the past, it was already very impressive for an Elysian child to appear. But now, Elysian children were appearing frequently. Even the same law had different people who had successfully cultivated it. This was only the land of Yuan Mountain and the land of infinite demons. One had to know that the Yuan realm had 10 lands. It was conceivable that there would be more than one Elysian child. It was conceivable that if Deathblade encountered this person, a great battle would probably break out. In addition to these two people, Xianxia's strength was indeed very strong. He was invincible and was a popular candidate for the top 3. After a few days of fierce battles, all the rankings were out. Luo Xian and Yu Ning were both ranked 22nd. They didn't even squeeze into the top 20. As for Ji Tian, he had cultivated the law of light and was indeed powerful. He had surged all the way to the top 10 and was ranked 6th. After all, there were very few people who could cultivate the law of light in a monarch body. And Xianxian, after a series of battles, finally defeated his competitors and obtained 3rd place. The 1st and 2nd place were naturally the two Elysian children. The two Elysian children's cultivation had reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm and were very close to the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, they had cultivated the law of light. Their combat strength was too strong. The most exciting battle was the battle between the two Elysian children, which pushed the atmosphere to the peak. The law of nothingness and the law of death collided. These two laws were extremely overbearing. The two's cultivation was also similar. The battle took 1,000 moves to determine the winner. In the end, the child of death narrowly won because of his mastery of the law of light. He was very close to the quasi-emperor realm. Amazing, amazing. Is this the battle strength of the Elysian children? It's really terrifying. Luo Xian blinked her big eyes in amazement. The Elysian child is indeed powerful. Below the martial emperor realm, ordinary martial artists are no match for the Elysian child. No matter how strong they are, it's useless. Yuning also sighed and glanced at Lu Ming intentionally or unintentionally. This meant that if one wasn't an Elysian child, no matter how strong one was, they wouldn't be a match for an Elysian child. Lu Ming smiled faintly and sighed inwardly. If he made a move, he would definitely be able to enter the top 3. Although the two Elysian children were strong, he was not afraid. What a pity. Lu Ming sighed, picked up a cup of wine, and drank it in one gulp. Yuning thought that Lu Ming had realized the difference between him and the Elysian child, which was why he was acting like this. She sneered. Those ranked in the top 3 can make a request to me. Come forward. At this moment, the ancient great emperor's voice sounded. The two Elysian children and Xianxian stepped forward. At this moment, Xianxian was extremely excited. If he made a request to the great emperor, he had to make sure that this request was of the greatest value to him, the most beneficial value to him. Should I ask for an ancient scripture or take the opportunity to become the great emperor's disciple? Xianxian's mind spun rapidly, and his body trembled with excitement. Ha ha! Since it's so lively today, I'll join in the fun. At this moment, a loud laugh resounded through the sky. Rumble, 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 rumble. The sky rumbled as if a huge monster was about to break through the void. Many experts' faces darkened as they looked at the void in the distance. Rip! In the next moment, the void cracked open, and an incomparably huge battleship sailed out of the dark void. The battleship was 10,000 meters long, and it was pitch black. It gave off a terrifying pressure. That's the Undying Demon Kingdom's undying battleship, someone exclaimed. Many people were shocked. The Undying Demon Kingdom was another super demon kingdom that was as famous as the ancient demon kingdom. Two tigers could not live on one mountain. The two super demon kingdoms were naturally hostile, and there would often be conflicts and wars. The undying battleship of the Undying Demon Kingdom had broken through the void and arrived. A group of people stood on the deck of the battleship. The person in the lead was a middle-aged, burly man. He was wearing a long robe and had a domineering aura. Undying, what are you doing here? The ancient great emperor looked at the burly man and said coldly. Many people were shocked. In the Undying Demon Kingdom, only one person dared to use this title, and that was the ruler of the Undying Demon Kingdom, the Undying Emperor. Just like the ancient great emperor, every ruler of the Undying Demon Kingdom used the title of Undying Emperor. Aha! Ancient Immortal, you finally survived the calamity. Of course I'm here to congratulate you. Why? Don't you welcome me? The Undying Emperor laughed. You're a guest. Come and sit down. The ancient great emperor said, and then ordered people to prepare seats. Let's go, the Undying Emperor said. Many people followed him and jumped down from the battleship. Those who followed the Undying Emperor were experts of the older generation, and there were also experts of the younger generation. The Undying Emperor glanced around, and his gaze fell on the young Sky Prides on the battle stage. At this moment, the top 30 Sky Prides were still standing on the battle stage. The top 3 could make a request to the ancient great emperor. The top 10 would be rewarded handsomely, and the top 30 would also be rewarded. That was why they were waiting there. The ancient demon kingdom is indeed full of geniuses. The Sky Prides of my Undying Demon Kingdom are also tempted. They want to spar with the Sky Prides of the ancient demon kingdom. Ancient Immortal, what do you think? The Undying Emperor laughed. They're here. Many people felt their hearts trembling. Indeed, the people from the Undying Devil Empire didn't come here with good intentions. They wouldn't be here just to congratulate the ancient emperor. All right, I have the same idea. Let the two Sky Prides spar. It's good for them too. The ancient great emperor said. He could not refuse. Otherwise, people would think that the ancient demon kingdom was afraid of the Undying Demon Kingdom. All right, ha! The Undying Emperor laughed. He then looked at the young man behind him and said, have fun with the Sky Prides of the ancient demon kingdom. Remember, don't embarrass me. Yes, great emperor. The Sky Prides cupped their fists. I'll go first. Then, a young man from the Undying Demon Kingdom leaped onto the battle stage. He looked arrogant as he scanned the Sky Prides of the ancient demon kingdom and said, my name is Yuan Ta. I have the king body. I've just reached the great circle of the saint realm. Who want to spar with me? The Sky Prides of the ancient demon kingdom fell silent. Many of them looked around, but no one stepped forward. The Undying Demon Kingdom did not have good intentions. Their Sky Prides would not be weak. They did not know how strong their opponent was, so they did not dare to act rashly. If they lost, it would be embarrassing. Chapter 2046. What? You don't dare to fight me? Yuan Tuo sneered. Let me fight you. Someone shouted and stepped out. It was Luo Xian. What a beautiful woman. Haha, don't worry. I'm a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. I'll be merciful later. Yuan Tuo laughed. Shameless boasting. Luo Xian said coldly. She was unhappy with Yuan Tuo. The two of them stood facing each other, and their auras spread out. The geniuses in the fighting ring flew down and stood outside the fighting ring. Pretty lady, I'm ranked 25 in the Immortal Demon Nation. I wonder what your rank is in the Ancient Demon Nation. Yuan Tuo laughed. 22. Luo Xian replied coldly. 22. Haha, I can defeat you. Yuan Tuo laughed, and his aura became stronger. He then rushed toward Luo Xian. Judgment, Luo Xian said softly and used her judgment law to fight against Yuan Tuo. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the two of them were forced back. They were evenly matched. Yuan Tuo's face turned serious, and he charged toward Luo Xian. Luo Xian fought back. The two of them fought fiercely. Yuan Tuo was strong. He had a king body, and he was not weaker than Luo Xian. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, but they were still evenly matched. However, the faces of many people from the ancient devil nation turned grim. Yuan Tuo said that he was only ranked 25 in the immortal demon nation, while Luo Xian was ranked 22. If they were evenly matched, wouldn't it mean that the ancient demon nation was weaker? Boom, boom. In the fighting ring, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows, but they were still evenly matched. At this moment, Yuan Tuo's eyes turned cold. He was the first one to fight, and a draw was not the result he wanted. Swoosh, swoosh. Yuan Tuo suddenly changed his moves. His claws were like lightning, and he grabbed at Luo Xian's chest and other private areas. Luo Xian's face turned ugly. She was flustered, and she was at a disadvantage. Despicable. How dare you use such a despicable method? Someone from the ancient demon nation shouted. What a joke. In a battle of life and death, any method can be used. If you don't know this, how can you cultivate the demon nation? Someone from the immortal demon nation sneered, and the people from the ancient demon nation were unhappy. Bang! Luo Xian was at a disadvantage. Finally, he was no match for his opponent. After receiving a blow from his opponent, he was forced to retreat as blood spilled from his mouth. Whoosh! Yuan Tuo continued his frenzied attacks. Luo Xian was injured and was at a complete disadvantage. A beauty like jade. Let me have a taste of a beauty's touch. Yuan Tuo sneered coldly as he approached Luo Xian and secretly transmitted his voice to him. Luo Xian gritted his teeth in anger, but he was indeed no match for his opponent. After a few moves, he was sent flying again. Luo Xian gritted his teeth and rushed down the fighting ring. She understood that she had already lost this battle. If she continued to fight, she would only be humiliated by her opponent. Where are you going? Yuan Tuo's figure was extremely fast. He quickly approached Luo Xian and blasted a palm towards Luo Xian. Luo Xian could not avoid this attack. In his seat, Lu Ming had been paying close attention to the situation on the fighting stage. At this moment, his eyes turned cold and his body shot out explosively. Even from a distance, he blasted out a palm strike. A palm print formed and blasted towards Yuan Tuo. Those above Martial Emperor would not be able to make a move. However, as a member of the younger generation, he could. Yuan Tuo's expression changed. He blasted out a blow with all his might and collided with Lu Ming's palm print. Then, his body shook violently, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed forward, grabbed Luo Xian's slender waist, and returned to the fighting ring. Boy, you interfered in our battle. Are you trying to break the rules? Yuan Tuo said with a gloomy face. Luo Xian's body has already flown out of the fighting ring, which is equivalent to admitting defeat. If you continue to attack, you are the one who broke the rules first. Lu Ming said lightly. Luo Xian's body had indeed flown out of the fighting ring. Once her body flew out of the fighting ring, it was equivalent to admitting defeat. Since Yuan Tuo was still attacking, Lu Ming could naturally help. Humph! Boy, you want to be the hero who saves the beauty? I like to see what you're capable of. A wisp of killing intent flashed in Yuan Tuo's eyes. His powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming let go of Luo Xian and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. Lu Ming, what are you doing? This has nothing to do with you. Get out of the fighting ring. Xianxia landed on the fighting ring and looked coldly at Lu Ming. He scolded. Since when is it your turn to interfere with someone who isn't even qualified to participate in the battle? Of course, we will be the ones to fight with the geniuses of the immortal devil kingdom. Get out. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Finally, he sneered, Oh, I'll leave it to you. Luo Xian, let's go. Lu Ming and Luo Xian moved and returned to their seats. Do you want to continue the battle? Xianxia looked at Yuan Tuo. What's your ranking in the ancient devil kingdom? Yuan Tuo asked. Third. Xianxia replied arrogantly, revealing a hint of pride. You want to fight me, who is ranked 25th in the Immortal Devil Kingdom? Yuan Tuo revealed a mocking expression. If you want to fight, I will send someone else to fight with you. Song Yin said. He used the word send as if everyone had to listen to his orders. I won one battle. I won't fight. Yuan Tuo smiled and left the fighting ring. Then, another young man from the Immortal Devil Kingdom appeared. I'm Ao Xian, ranked 15th in the Immortal Devil Kingdom. Who wants to fight me? Ao Xian's voice rang out. I'll fight you. A young man from the Ancient Devil Kingdom stepped onto the fighting ring. He was also ranked 15th in the Ancient Devil Kingdom. The battle broke out, but the result made the people from the Ancient Devil Kingdom pale. In just a few dozen moves, the genius from the Ancient Devil Kingdom was defeated. They were both ranked 15th, but the genius from the Ancient Devil Kingdom was no match for Ao Xian. Didn't this mean that the Ancient Devil Kingdom was inferior to Ao Xian? Who wants to fight me? After Ao Xian won, he did not retreat. He wanted to continue the battle. Then, the genius from the Ancient Devil Kingdom, who was ranked 13th, went up to fight Ao Xian. The two of them exchanged a few hundred moves, but the result was still Ao Xian coming out on top. Then, the sparring continued. However, the genius from the Ancient Devil Kingdom was at a disadvantage. The two countries were ranked the same. In fact, the geniuses from the Ancient Devil Kingdom, who were ranked slightly higher, were no match for the geniuses from the Immortal Devil Kingdom. Only those who were ranked 3 or even 4 places higher than the geniuses from the Ancient Devil Kingdom could fight or even defeat them. A day later, the genius from the Ancient Devil Kingdom, who was ranked 6th, defeated the genius from the Ancient Devil Kingdom, who was ranked 4th. Swoosh! Then, another young man from the Immortal Devil Kingdom stepped onto the fighting ring. This person was ranked 4th in the Immortal Devil Kingdom. I heard that the top 3 geniuses from the Ancient Devil Kingdom are all incredible geniuses. Who is ranked 3rd? Come out and fight. This person said. Song Yin stepped out with a pale face. Boom! The two of them started the fight, and an intense battle broke out. Chapter 2047. That's the law of 10,000 magic. Someone exclaimed as they recognized the law. The law of 10,000 magic was also the law of kings, and it was extremely terrifying. It was most suitable for demonic cultivators. Once the law of 10,000 magic was used, it was as if it could summon the will of an ancient demon and attack the enemy with it. It was very terrifying. Although their cultivation levels were similar, Song Yin was at a disadvantage as soon as they started fighting. He roared and tried his best to fight with his opponent, but after dozens of moves, he was still no match for him. He was sent flying out of the fighting ring and vomited blood. He was defeated after dozens of moves, and his opponent was only ranked 4th in the Undying Demonic Kingdom. Didn't that mean that there were 3 more geniuses who were stronger than him? Could it be that his opponent had 3 sons of heaven? Impossible. I've always heard that the Undying Demonic Kingdom only has 2 sons of heaven. How is that possible? This person cultivates the law of 10,000 magic and has the light of the law. His combat strength is amazing. Other than the sons of heaven, who else is stronger than him? Everyone was talking about it. The experts of the Ancient Demonic Kingdom had ugly looks on their faces. The ancient Great Emperor's face was ugly as well. Today was the day to celebrate his passing of the tribulation, but the Undying Demonic Kingdom had come and challenged him with a younger generation. This was equivalent to slapping his face. However, the Ancient Demonic Kingdom was still at a disadvantage. Whoosh! At this time, another figure rushed into the fighting ring. The Son of the Void. Many people were shocked. It was the Son of the Void of the Ancient Demonic Kingdom, who was ranked 2nd. The Son of the Void stepped toward the expert of the Undying Demonic Kingdom. His powerful aura made his opponent's face extremely serious. Your opponent is me. At this time, a young man from the Undying Demonic Kingdom also rushed into the fighting ring, and his aura rushed toward the Son of the Void. Boom! The Son of the Void's figure was blocked. It's the law of void again. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. The genius of the Undying Demonic Kingdom also mastered the law of void, which was the same as the son of the void of the ancient demonic kingdom. Two sons of the void. In the land of myriad devils, there are two sons of the void. Two super devil nations, each have one. These two are fated rivals. When they first rose to prominence, they often fought each other. Almost every year they would fight. Even now, it's difficult to determine a victor. Luo Xian's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears as he explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Different people grasping the same ultimate law. They were indeed fated rivals. Everyone wanted to be the strongest. Only by stepping on their opponents could they truly climb to the top. This was much more meaningful than defeating the other Elysian children. Thus, if two Elysian children of the same level were to meet, a battle would definitely erupt. Unless the difference in cultivation level between the two sides was too great. If that was the case, there would be no point in fighting. Boom! The two fated opponents understood each other too well. Without any superfluous words, they started fighting. The terrifying law of nothingness continued to collide. It was as if everything was about to turn into nothingness. At the same time, the son of death, who was ranked first in the ancient devil nation, soared through the air, surrounded by the law of death. His gaze landed on a genius from the undying devil nation. Whoosh! That genius also soared into the sky and stood opposite the son of death. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, and a mysterious law burst out at the same time. It's the law of primordial chaos. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He finally saw a new law of primordial chaos. Among the 10 ultimate laws, the law of primordial chaos was the most similar to the law of primordial chaos. He still had 3 strands of primordial chaos in his hands. The two Elysian children stood opposite each other. Their auras clashed, forming a terrifying storm. The two of us have fought more than once. It's hard to determine the winner. The son of primordial chaos said. As the top genius of the land of myriad devils, they naturally knew each other. Moreover, they had fought more than once. You don't have the confidence to defeat me. It's meaningless for you to come here today. The son of death said coldly. Although the other geniuses from the undying devil nation had the upper hand, they couldn't defeat the Elysian children. Even if they had the upper hand before, it was meaningless. The ones fighting you today are not us. The son of primordial chaos said. What did he mean? Many people were shocked. If they weren't the ones fighting the son of death, who else could it be? Could it be that there were other Elysian children in the undying devil nation? I can tell you that in the past, I was ranked first in the undying devil nation. But now I'm ranked second. The son of primordial chaos said. The people from the ancient devil nation were shocked. The son of primordial chaos was ranked second? Could it be that he had been defeated by the son of the void? However, the son of the void's cultivation had not reached the peak of the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Moreover, even if he had reached the peak of the great circle of the absolute saint realm, he might not be able to defeat the son of primordial chaos. Apart from the son of the void, the undying devil nation had someone stronger than the son of primordial chaos. Everyone couldn't calm down. Bang! Bang! At this time, a young man stepped out from the undying devil nation side. Every step he took caused the void to rumble. He was an ordinary-looking young man. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt with his arms exposed. His arms were pitch black like demonic iron, and seemed to be filled with explosive power. His eyes were pitch black, but they shone with ambition. Everyone from the ancient devil nation turned to look at this person. Could he be the #1 genius of the undying devil nation? Stronger than the son of primordial chaos? Impossible. His cultivation seems to be at the great circle of the absolute saint realm. How can he be stronger than the son of primordial chaos? That's right. It's said that the son of primordial chaos's cultivation has reached the peak of the great circle of the absolute saint realm. He's only a step away from entering the boundary emperor realm. He's on par with the son of death. Many people from the ancient devil nation discussed among themselves. They couldn't figure it out. Even the ancient great emperor and other experts looked at the young man curiously. Lu Ming also looked at the young man. He could vaguely feel that the young man gave him a strong pressure. It was as if the young man's body contained a terrifying power. He didn't feel this kind of pressure even when facing Xianxia or the son of primordial chaos. "My name is Ancient Devil," the young man said calmly. His voice reverberated throughout the area. After he finished speaking, he looked at the Son of Death and said, "Today, your opponent is me." Boom! At this moment, the two Sons of the Void exchanged a blow and retreated simultaneously. The Son of the Void from the Ancient Devil Nation looked at Ancient Devil coldly. "You want to fight us? Then let's see what you're capable of." The Son of the Void from the Ancient Devil Nation was extremely domineering. With a wave of his hand, a ray of void light shot towards Ancient Devil. This void light was extremely terrifying. As long as it swept past, everything would turn into nothingness. Boom! Ancient Devil attacked. Chapter 2048. The Ancient Devil punched out. His fist was covered with a layer of black light. Boom! The punch seemed to tear the space apart as it collided with the law of nothingness. What was shocking was that when the punch landed on the law of nothingness, the law of nothingness shook violently as if it was about to be torn apart by the Ancient Devil's punch. What a terrifying attack. But why can't I feel the fluctuation of the law from him? I don't feel it either. What's going on? Some people were discussing in shock. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He was surprised. He did not feel the power of the law from the Ancient Devil either. He only felt the extremely condensed, explosive power and attack that seemed to be able to tear apart all the laws. Could it be some of the older generation figures seemed to have realized something and were shocked? "Kill!" The Son of the Void of the Ancient Devil Nation roared. A ray of light of nothingness spread out and enveloped his body. He exploded with all his strength. The law of nothingness and saint power combined to form a demonic blade. Blades of nothingness turn into nothingness. The Son of the Void's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. He waved his arms, and the blades of nothingness shot toward the Ancient Devil. As long as one was hit by the blades of nothingness, everything would turn into nothingness. Not even the most basic particles would be left behind. This was the terror of the law of nothingness. However, the Ancient Devil was not afraid at all. His body was covered in a layer of black, demonic light. He kept punching with his fists. Dong! Dong! His fists kept colliding with the blades of nothingness. A deafening roar sounded in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than a dozen blows. Bam! Bam! After more than a dozen blows, the blades of nothingness were shattered by the Ancient Devil and exploded. The Ancient Devil stepped into the air. Demonic light shrouded him. He was extremely domineering. It was as if a real ancient demon god had awakened. Boom! The Ancient Devil launched a storm-like attack, suppressing the Son of the Void and forcing him to retreat. At the scene, the Ancient Devil Nation, whether it was the Emperor-level experts or the younger generation figures, were shocked beyond words. The Son of the Void was suppressed in just a dozen blows. This was something that even the Son of Death, who was ranked first, could not do. Furthermore, they did not sense any law fluctuations from the Ancient Devil's body. How can he be so terrifying? I can feel that his cultivation is at the peak of the absolute saint realm, but why is his battle prowess so terrifying? He's even stronger than the Elysian child. What law does he control? I can't sense the power of laws. Voices rang out one after another. Their voices were filled with disbelief. Could it be an archaic devil cultivator? It must be. It must be an immemorial demonic cultivator. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such terrifying power. I didn't expect that immemorial demonic cultivators would appear in the Yuan realm. At this moment, several white-haired old men spoke. Their voices were filled with shock and seriousness. Primordial devil cultivator? Many people were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had heard of this term. The history of cultivation in the heaven realm far exceeds that of the primordial realm. Legend has it that in the primordial age of the heaven realm, the cultivation system was completely different from the current cultivation system. At that time, the path of cultivation did not cultivate the power of laws. Instead, it focused more on one's own body. Those who succeeded in cultivation would have extremely terrifying offensive power. There was a saying that one's strength could break through all techniques. The primordial cultivation system was divided into many types. The primordial demonic cultivators of that time were the true demonic cultivators. Their demonic origin was shocking, and their offensive power was unparalleled. An old man muttered and said a bunch of things. Everyone was shocked. The primordial cultivation system. Could it be that the ancient devil cultivated the primordial cultivation system? The ancient devil should have cultivated the primordial demonic path. However, the primordial cultivation system is extremely difficult to cultivate. It's even more difficult to cultivate it successfully. Later on, after the rise of a law system, the primordial cultivation system slowly disappeared. There are very few in the heaven realm. I didn't expect the primordial cultivation system to appear in the Yuan realm. Beside Lu Ming and the others, Patriarch Luo sighed. He had also heard some rumors. Some old men sighed. In fact, the current demonic cultivators could no longer be considered true demonic cultivators. Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were shocked. At this moment, the ancient devil had completely gained the upper hand. The son of the void kept retreating. In the end, the ancient devil punched through the law of nothingness. The law of nothingness was said to be able to turn everything into nothingness. However, it couldn't break the layer of demonic light on the ancient devil's body. Instead, the demonic light pierced through the law of nothingness. At the same time, the demonic light whistled and almost tore the son of the void's law light apart. The son of the void frantically retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. "You've lost." The ancient devil stood in the air and said indifferently. He looked ordinary, but he had an invincible belief. The son of the void's face was pale. He had been defeated in just a few moves. Moreover, his opponent's cultivation wasn't higher than his. They were at the same level. This was a huge blow to him. Every son of the heavens had an invincible belief. They believed that they could defeat all strong opponents and reach the peak. The reason he had lost to the Son of Death was that the Son of Death had broken through to the great circle of the Saint realm longer than him. His mastery of the law was stronger than his. When he caught up in this aspect, he wouldn't lose. But now, he had lost to the ancient devil. The Son of the Void's expression changed. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. He landed on a seat and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. At this moment, the ancient devil looked at the Son of Death. "Do you still want to fight?" The ancient devil asked indifferently. The Son of Death of the ancient devil nation was called Gulong. His expression was solemn. The ancient devil's meaning was obvious. Gulong was only slightly stronger than the Son of the Void. However, the ancient devil could easily crush the Son of the Void. It was obvious who was stronger. Was there a need to fight again? "Let's fight." Gulong was very straightforward. He stepped out, and the light of death surrounded his body. "Let's decide this in one move. If I can't defeat you in one move, I'll admit defeat." Gulong stared at the ancient devil. "Up to you." The ancient devil said indifferently, showing his strong confidence. Many people from the ancient devil nation were nervous. Gulong was their last hope. If even Gulong was defeated, then the ancient devil nation would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. The ancient great emperor's face was gloomy. He knew that the undying emperor was here to slap him in the face. Just when he had passed the great tribulation and the nation was celebrating, the undying emperor came to slap him in the face. On the battle stage, Gulong and the ancient devil faced each other. Their auras were getting stronger and stronger. When it reached its peak, Gulong made his move. Abyss of Death. Gulong waved his hands. As he waved his hands, a huge abyss appeared out of thin air. This abyss was huge and as black as ink. It was filled with the aura of death, as if it wanted to bury everything under the abyss. Although Gulong and the Undying Blade both control the law of death, the way they used it was very different. Chapter 2049. The Death Abyss was as dark as ink and unfathomable. The moment it appeared, it pressed down on the ancient devil, suppressing him within the abyss. Success. Some of the people from the ancient devil nation were overjoyed. Previously, Gulong had used this move to defeat the Son of the Void. Even the law of the Void could not break the death abyss. All living beings will die if they fall into the death abyss, Gulong said as he exploded. The death chi in the death abyss was extremely dense. But in the next moment, Gulong's face changed. Dong! A deafening explosion could be heard from the death abyss. Dong! Dong! Following that, the explosion in the death abyss became more intense. In the end, the entire death abyss shook violently. After a series of explosions, the abyss of death suddenly exploded as a figure covered in a demonic glow appeared in the sky, like a peerless demon. As for Gulong, the moment the death abyss was broken, he retreated with blood flowing out of his mouth. Defeated. The son of death, Gulong, was defeated. At this moment, many of the people from the ancient devil nation turned pale. The strongest person from the ancient devil nation had been defeated. This time, the ancient devil nation had suffered a crushing defeat. Just the ancient devil alone was enough to wipe out all of them. How could the Son of Heaven be defeated? Some of the young people found it even more unbelievable. The Son of Heaven was almost invincible among those of the same level. But now, the Son of Heaven was defeated. Many of the young people felt their confidence crumbling. Haha, ancient devil nation, the geniuses of your ancient devil nation aren't that great. Is there anyone else who wants to give it a try? The Undying Emperor laughed heartily. The Undying Devil Nation and the Ancient Devil Nation were two super devil nations in the land of infinite devils. They had been competing with each other for a long time. The Undying Emperor was naturally happy to be able to slap the Ancient Great Emperor in the face. The other people from the Ancient Devil Nation did not look too good. Slapping the Ancient Great Emperor in the face was equivalent to humiliating them. To think that the Undying Devil Nation has someone who has cultivated the primordial demon Tao to such a level. This is rare. The Ancient Great Emperor spoke. Haha, this person is a legendary genius of my Undying Devil Kingdom. He hasn't been able to awaken his bloodline since he was a child, much less comprehend concepts or control laws. But this boy has his own lucky chance. He accidentally obtained a cultivation method of the ancient demon path. I never imagined that he would be a peerless genius that cultivates the ancient demon path. After cultivating the ancient demon path, his strength has soared by leaps and bounds. Undead Emperor was very proud, and he introduced Ancient Devil. Many people were shocked. They had not expected that the Ancient Devil could not cultivate the martial way of the present, nor could he comprehend the concepts and laws. However, he was incomparably suited for the ancient demon path. He was a peerless genius who cultivated the ancient demon path. The ancient cultivation system was extremely difficult to cultivate, and it was many times more difficult than the current cultivation system. Otherwise, it would not have been gradually lost. Furthermore, it didn't mean that just by cultivating the primeval demon path, one would be able to crush the current cultivation system and even defeat the Elysian Child. Only the most exceptional of geniuses could reach the level of the Ancient Devil. Primordial cultivation system, primordial demonic Tao, Lu Ming muttered, and his eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. This was the first time Lu Ming had encountered and heard of the primordial cultivation system. The primordial era of the heavenly world was an era even earlier than the ancient era. At that time, the evil god tribe had not yet started their invasion. Lu Ming was really excited to see the ancient devil, and he wondered if he should take action and fight with him. "Kid, you come up." Just as Lu Ming was thinking, a voice rang out. A young man from the undead devil kingdom stepped onto the battle stage and looked at Lu Ming. That's right, he was looking at Lu Ming. This young man was the one who had defeated Luo Xian, and Lu Ming had saved Luo Xian, and he was called Yuan Tua. Previously, he had been careless and had been pushed back by Lu Ming. He felt that he had lost face, and he was in a bad mood. He had been thinking about how to ruthlessly beat up Lu Ming to regain his face. Now that the battle had ended, he finally found an opportunity to step onto the battle stage. Yu, aren't you very strong? Didn't you want to be the hero who saved the beauty? Come up and fight with me. Let's see what you're capable of. Yuan Tuo stared at Lu Ming and shouted again. Lu Ming laughed. He really laughed. He had been looking for an opportunity to show off. Firstly, he wanted to attract the attention of the ancient great emperor. Secondly, he didn't want to fight with the ancient devil. Therefore, Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped onto the battle stage. On the ancient devil kingdom side, some people looked at Lu Ming curiously. This was because Luo Xian had said that Lu Ming had defeated Xianxia. They did not know if it was true or not. Make your move. I'll give you a chance to make your move. With one hand behind his back, Lu Ming spoke nonchalantly with a contemptuous look on his face. Of course, he did it on purpose. As expected, Yuan Tuo was angry. You're courting death. Yuan Tuo shouted. He channeled all his strength and rushed towards Lu Ming with a swoosh, throwing out a punch. This punch was like a demonic bull galloping. It was like a sharp horn piercing toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's move was simple. He threw out a punch. However, he did not use the law of array. Instead, he used the suppressing hell skill. The power of the suppressing hell skill was completely contained in his fist. It clashed with Yuan Tuo's fist. Dong! Like a drum, the sky buzzed. Then, a figure flew back and fell a few hundred meters away. This figure was naturally Yuan Tuo. Initially, many people from the ancient devil kingdom were dispirited because of the defeat of the two Elysian children. But now their eyes lit up. To be able to defeat Yuan Tuo in one move, his combat strength was not weak. Could it be that what Luo Xian said was true? Lu Ming had defeated Xianxia. Yuan Tuo struggled to get up. His face was flushed red. He had challenged Lu Ming to defeat Lu Ming to regain his face. He did not expect to be defeated by Lu Ming in one move. He was sent flying a few hundred meters away. Not only did he not regain his face, he was even more embarrassed. He regretted it and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What's your rank in the ancient devil kingdom? Yuan Tuo gritted his teeth and asked. If Lu Ming was ranked high in the ancient devil kingdom, he would not be so embarrassed after being defeated. Nameless, Lu Ming said calmly. He did not participate in the ancient devil kingdom's battle, so he was indeed nameless. However, when the sky prides of the ancient devil kingdom heard this, they felt that Lu Ming was humiliating them on purpose. How could a nameless person defeat Yuan Tuo? You're trying to humiliate us in this way, aren't you? Let me fight you. A young man from the ancient devil kingdom snorted. He took a step forward and appeared in the fighting ring, facing Lu Ming. Chapter 2050. Make your move, Lu Ming said calmly. That person moved and slashed out a vast demonic blade. Its power was indeed stronger than Yuan Tuo's. However, Lu Ming threw a punch, directly crushing the other party's saber gleam and sending the other party flying. One move, another move. His opponent had a king body at the peak of the absolute saint realm, so his combat power was definitely strong. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm, but he was able to defeat his opponent with one move, which shocked many people. What a strong combat power. One punch, and he's able to destroy everything. His fighting style is a bit like the ancient devils. There are no law fluctuations. Someone was puzzled. I heard that he defeated Xianxia before. I was skeptical, but now it seems that it might be true. Someone thought of Luo Xian's words. Xianxia's face was extremely pale. Some people might not have taken Luo Xian's words seriously, but Lu Ming's real strength confirmed Luo Xian's words. He had been defeated by Lu Ming before. Lu Ming, get off the fighting ring. You're just a nobody. You're not qualified to fight on the fighting ring. Xianxia shouted, asking Lu Ming to get off the fighting ring. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Xianxia and scolded. This is between me and the elites of the immortal demon kingdom. Shut up, you piece of trash. What did you say? Xianxia was furious after being called a piece of trash by Lu Ming in public. He glared at Lu Ming. You've been defeated by me, and you've been defeated by the people of the Immortal Demon Kingdom. How dare you talk nonsense here? If you're not a piece of trash, what are you? If I were you, I would destroy my own cultivation. What's the point of practicing martial arts? Lu Ming shouted. You! Song Yan's body trembled, and his face turned red. How dare you? You're so young, yet you're so vicious. You want to ruin my mental state? You deserve to die. The Blue Demon King coldly shouted, his eyes filled with ice-cold, killing intent. A powerful aura enveloped Lu Ming. Song Mo, it's best that you don't interfere in the matters of a younger generation. At this moment, the ancient Great Emperor spoke indifferently. With a slight wave of his hand, the Blue Demon King's aura disappeared without a trace. Previously, in the contest between the ancient Devil Nation, he had given the authority to the Blue Demon King. Since the other party did not allow Lu Ming to participate, he could not be bothered to interfere. But now, the ancient Devil Nation had been defeated time and time again, and they had lost all face. On the other hand, Lu Ming had just defeated 2 people in a row, and he had regained some face. Naturally, he would not allow the Blue Demon King to act recklessly. When the ancient Great Emperor spoke, the Blue Demon King's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly bowed and sat down. However, his icy gaze still swept over Lu Ming from time to time. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, more sky prides from the undying Devil Nation flashed and landed on the battle stage. They wanted to challenge Lu Ming. You're not my match. Lu Ming shook his head. He did not look at these people anymore. Instead, he stepped into the air and walked toward the ancient devil. What is he doing? Many people were stunned. Lu Ming was walking toward the ancient devil. Even the Elysian children were flabbergasted. Lu Ming came to the front of the ancient devil, his eyes filled with intense battle intent. This is the first time I've encountered the ancient devil path. Fight with me, Lu Ming said. His voice was clear and calm. However, it was like a gust of wind that swept in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming was going to challenge the ancient devil? I didn't hear wrongly, right? He's going to challenge the ancient devil? It's true. I heard it too. He's going to challenge the ancient devil. He's crazy. He's crazy. Many people shouted loudly. To them, this was simply inconceivable. Lu Ming was going to challenge the ancient devil. Just now, the ancient devil had displayed his terrifying strength and defeated 2 Elysian children in a row. His battle strength was shocking. But now, Lu Ming was going to challenge the ancient devil? Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Although he had shown strong battle strength and had easily defeated Yuan Tuo and the others, and it was rumored that he had defeated Song Yan. But so what? They were not on the same level at all. Someone like Song Yan would probably be crushed by the ancient devil in one move. Many people thought that Lu Ming was crazy. Luo Xian, Wuxia, and the Luo family head were also dumbfounded. Although Lu Ming was powerful, he could not be compared to the ancient demon, who was a rare genius in this world. You overestimate yourself. You think you could be arrogant just because you have some strength? Yu Ning mocked coldly. He's just playing to the gallery. He's just playing to the gallery. Song Yan mocked loudly. He thought that Lu Ming was just playing to the gallery. The ancient Great Emperor, the Undying Emperor, and the other top experts were all curious. Knowing the ancient devil's battle strength, he still dared to challenge him in public. Was he really playing to the gallery? Just as everyone was having various thoughts or discussing fervently, Lu Ming's aura suddenly erupted. Boom! Saint power surged out of Lu Ming's body like a mighty river. It turned into a pillar of saint power and shot into the sky. What a strong saint power! What a condensed saint power! This saint power fluctuation is no weaker than a complete absolute saint. Even at the peak of the absolute saint realm, he has such strong saint power. No wonder his battle strength is so strong. Feeling Lu Ming's saint power, some people were shocked and disgusted. But the next moment, the crowd quieted down. In the void, a gray light flashed and intertwined with Lu Ming's saint power, making Lu Ming's aura stronger. The law. The law of chaos. Everyone could tell at a glance that this was the law of chaos. But this was not the end. In the next moment, a halo surrounded Lu Ming, making Lu Ming look like a god of war. This was the light of chaos. At this moment, many people's expressions were extremely interesting. For example, Yining, Ji Tian, Song Yin, and the others opened their mouths so wide that they could swallow a dead mouse. And their expressions were full of shock, disbelief, and disbelief as if they had really swallowed a dead mouse. Lu Oxian's mouth was slightly open, and her face was full of surprise. The son of chaos, it's the son of chaos. At this moment, someone finally yelled. The crowd was in an uproar. The son of chaos. So Lu Ming was the son of chaos. No wonder Lu Ming's battle strength was so strong and he was so confident. He said that the other sky prides of the undying empire were no match for him and challenged the ancient devil directly. The son of chaos, who had cultivated the law of chaos, was indeed qualified to challenge the ancient devil. Those who thought Lu Ming was playing to the gallery and that Lu Ming was overestimating himself, or that he was crazy, all shut up. The ancient great emperor's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not expect that in the ancient devil nation, there was another son of chaos besides the son of death and the son of nothingness. Ancient devil nation, such as Sky Pride, is not famous in the ancient devil nation? Is this how the eternal devil kingdom treats an Elysian child? You've really impressed me. The undying emperor laughed loudly. The ancient great emperor's face darkened slightly. Chapter 2051. This has nothing to do with the great emperor. It's just that some people don't think he's qualified, so I didn't participate in the competition. Lu Ming replied. He still needed to borrow the immemorial demonic coffin from the ancient great emperor, so he naturally had to speak up for the ancient great emperor. Oh, some people are really blind. The undying emperor said with a smile. The blue demon king and Song Yan's faces darkened. Lu Ming deserves to die. The two of them roared in their hearts. The undying heavenly emperor was referring to them when he said that they were blind. However, they did not dare to be hostile to the undying heavenly emperor. They could only blame everything on Lu Ming. The ancient devil looked at Lu Ming in surprise, then shook his head and said, "You're no match for me." His voice was calm, but it was filled with confidence. Even Golong, who had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm, wasn't his match. How could Lu Ming be his match? How would we know if we don't fight? Lu Ming followed suit and spoke confidently. The ancient devil was surprised. Lu Ming knew his combat strength, but he was still so confident. Could it be that he was really confident? Then let's fight, the ancient devil said, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. A dark demonic light enveloped him. Boom! Lu Ming made the first move. He was still using the hell-suppressing heaven skill. However, this time, the suppressing hell skill was supported by the law of chaos and the chaotic light. Boom! The sky shook, and the space rippled like water. A terrifying power surged toward the ancient devil. The ancient devil's body shook, and a demonic light burst out. He threw out a punch and collided with Lu Ming. Dong! A deafening explosion sounded, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. Some of the power landed on the fighting ring, causing it to shake violently. Boom! 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 A figure took 3 steps back, and the space around him exploded. It was Lu Ming. In this collision, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. On the other hand, the ancient demon did not move. Lu Ming was defeated in the end. Some people sighed inwardly. In the first move, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. After all, he was no match for Ancient Devil. He's overestimating himself. The Ancient Devil is best off killing him. Cripple him. Song Yin laughed in his heart. He hoped Ancient Devil would go crazy and destroy Lu Ming. What terrifying power! At this moment, Lu Ming was also a little shocked. When he had just clashed with Ancient Devil, he realized that Ancient Devil's body was not only strong, but his demonic light was also shockingly powerful. That demonic light was extremely condensed and possessed unparalleled offensive power. Even Lu Ming's law of primal chaos was about to be torn apart by it. It was Lu Ming's first time encountering such astonishing power. Again, Lu Ming roared. He circulated the suppressing hell-heaven skill to the extreme and continued to attack Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil was like a demonic god as he charged at Lu Ming. Dong! Dong! The two of them clashed in the void, causing the sky to tremble. However, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. Every time they clashed, his body would be pushed back. After exchanging more than 10 moves, he had already retreated a few hundred meters. Dong! After the 15th move, Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters. He felt a stinging pain in his palm and arm. Amazing, amazing. Is this the power of the primordial demon path? Lu Ming exclaimed. This was a cultivation system that was completely different from the current cultivation system. However, the degree of its profoundness was not inferior to the current cultivation system. You overestimate yourself. How dare you challenge a genius of the primordial demon path? You're just asking to be humiliated. Song Yin could not help but mock. However, when he saw the ancient great emperor glancing at him coldly, he trembled and almost wet himself. His expression changed, and he did not dare to say a word. Whoosh! After the ancient devil repelled Lu Ming, he did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Chaotic Calamity Finger. At this time, Lu Ming did not continue to use the suppressing Hell Heaven skill. Instead, he used the Chaotic Calamity Finger. With a point of his finger, a huge chaotic ring formed and blasted towards Ancient Devil. Boom! Ancient Devil's fist bombarded the chaotic ring. The Chaotic Calamity Finger shook violently and broke inch by inch. However, this time, Ancient Devil's attack was also blocked. His body stagnated and came to a stop. At this time, Lu Ming's left hand was filled with endless runes. With a slap, the runes condensed into 9 dragons that rushed towards Ancient Devil. This is the law of Array Dao. He has mastered 2 types of law. How can this be? A sage state can actually control 2 types of law. Many people exclaimed in disbelief. Some even stood up from their seats in excitement. A sage state could actually control 2 types of law. This was unheard of. This guy, he didn't use much of his strength in Yura Kingdom. Luo Xian exclaimed. He finally understood why Lu Ming used the law of Devil Thunder in the beginning. It was formed by the law of chaos. Beside him, Yuning, Ji Tian, and Ji Peng naturally heard Luo Xian's words. They were tongue-tied, but in the end they sighed. They understood that Lu Ming did not use his true strength in Yura Kingdom. He was just playing with them. He probably did not take them seriously at all. Yuning, especially, had mixed feelings. In the beginning, Lu Ming had become her guest, but later on, she had personally chased Lu Ming out of the eldest princess mansion. She actually expelled a son of chaos from the eldest princess residence. The undead emperor said that the Blue Demon King and Song Yin were blind. Wasn't she the same? The 9 dragons roared and pounced toward the elder devil. At the same time, Lu Ming pointed with his right hand. A chaotic finger of calamity was formed and blasted toward the elder devil. The 2 types of law attacked at the same time. Finally, the elder devil's expression turned serious. The demonic light on his body gathered and finally turned into a demonic blade that he held in his hand. Whoosh! A blade light slashed toward the 9 dragons. The terrifying power instantly tore the 9 dragons' bodies apart. However, after the 9 dragons were torn apart, they turned into endless runes and spread toward the elder devil, trying to seal him. Break! The elder devil roared. Demonic light burst out with shocking power and directly tore apart the law of Array Dao. Then he slashed out again and collided with the chaotic finger of calamity. This slash tore apart the chaotic finger of calamity, but his own attack also slowed down and was not smooth. Then, Lu Ming's hands moved at the same time. He used the law of chaos and the law of Array Dao at the same time to fight the elder devil. The two fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed, but the outcome was still undecided. The eyes of many people from the ancient demonic nation lit up. Lu Ming could really fight the Elder Devil. His battle strength was shocking and beyond everyone's expectations. The faces of the people from the undead demonic nation also turned ugly. The 4 Elysian children of the 2 nations looked extremely serious. Chapter 2052. This ancient devil is even stronger than Xianxia in the Lotus World. During the battle, Lu Ming analyzed the abilities of the ancient demons. Back in the Lotus World, Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. He was only 1 step away from becoming a quasi-emperor, the same as Gulong. At that time, Lu Ming needed to borrow the power of his 3rd bloodline to fight against Xianxia. However, after such a long time, Lu Ming was no longer the same as before. At that time, he was only in the absolute saint realm. Now, he was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. He was only 1 step away from reaching the peak of the absolute saint realm. And now, whether it was the chaotic tribulation finger or the maturity of the array Dao laws, they were incomparable to before. They had improved greatly. He could even fuse the law of chaos and the law of formation. Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than when he was in the Lotus World and Xianxia. Now, Lu Ming could suppress Xianxia even without using his 3rd bloodline. Of course, that was if Xianxia hadn't broken through yet. The battle was still going on. However, Lu Ming had the law of chaos and the law of formation. With them working together, he wasn't any weaker than his opponent. The law of formation gathered 9 dragons to attack. It had the power to destroy and seal. Although the seal would be torn apart by the ancient devil's power every time, it would still disturb him a little. Then, he used the chaotic finger of calamity as the main attack. Although the ancient devil was strong, he was still blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming and the ancient devil exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Annihilation, chaotic finger of calamity. Lu Ming suddenly used the annihilation chaotic finger of calamity. Endless runes covered the chaotic finger of calamity, but they were covered by chaotic light. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't be able to see them. The ancient devil also thought that it was the same as the chaotic finger of calamity. He gathered demonic light and slashed at the chaotic finger of calamity. However, when he hit the chaotic finger of calamity, his expression changed. The power of the chaotic finger of calamity was beyond his expectations. Roar! He roared and demonic light burst out of his body to resist the power of the chaotic finger of calamity. However, he was still a little too late. A terrifying power surged out and sent the ancient devil flying. Ancient devil retreated a few thousand meters. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. I lost. The ancient demon took a careful look at Lu Ming before speaking. Then he stepped back and flew to the battleship in the air. I was just lucky. Lu Ming thought to himself. The skill he had just used was a trick. Ancient devil had been careless, which was why he had been hurt. If he was prepared, Lu Ming might have been able to gain the upper hand, but he might not have been able to beat Ancient Devil. He won. Lu Ming won. Those from the Ancient Devil Nation were overjoyed. Indeed, there was a silver lining at the end of the tunnel. Previously, they had been completely suppressed by the undying Devil Kingdom. Even the 2 Elysian children had been defeated by the Ancient Devil. He did not expect Lu Ming to appear at the critical moment and defeat Ancient Devil. There is no doubt that the Ancient Devil was the #1 genius of the undying Devil Kingdom. If even the Ancient Devil had been defeated, then there was no one in the undying Devil Kingdom that was a match for Lu Ming. Ha ha! Great! Someone from the Ancient Devil Nation laughed, feeling that they had finally gotten their revenge. Lu Ming, Luo Xian murmured. Her eyes were filled with splendor. Those from the undying Devil Nation looked gloomy. This time around, they had come prepared. They wanted to make use of the fact that the Ancient Times Emperor was celebrating the passing of his calamity to make use of the younger generation to humiliate the Ancient Devil Nation, causing the Ancient Times Emperor to lose face. Everything was going as planned. They had successfully defeated the geniuses of the ancient devil nation. However, they did not expect Lu Ming to appear and turn the situation around. If Lu Ming had continued to challenge them, wouldn't he have been able to defeat them? The one who regretted it the most was Yuan Ta. He wished he could slap himself. He had challenged Lu Ming first. He had not expected to provoke such a calamity. He did not expect to provoke Lu Ming. The ancient devil nation is indeed full of geniuses. It's a pity that someone is blind. Such a genius is unknown. What a joke. The undying emperor laughed. He then stepped out and returned to the battleship. The rest of the people from the undying devil nation followed suit. Rumble. The battleship was activated. It broke through the void and disappeared. The people from the undying devil nation had left. However, the Blue Demon King and Song Yin looked terrible. The undying emperor's words were like a slap to their faces. They're finally gone. This time, it's all thanks to Lu Ming. Otherwise, we would have been humiliated by the undying devil nation. That's right. The undying devil nation has a genius who cultivates the immemorial demon path. That's amazing. No matter how amazing they are, they were defeated by Lu Ming in the end. Someone said that Lu Ming is not qualified to take part in the competition. What a joke. After the people from the undying devil nation left, the crowd started to discuss. Some of them were even secretly mocking Yi Futian. A genius like Lu Ming was not allowed to take part in the competition. If Lu Ming was not qualified, who was? Damn it. The Blue Demon King roared in his heart. He could not wait to chop Lu Ming into pieces. As for Song Yin, his face was extremely gloomy. The ancient great emperor looked at the Blue Demon King with dissatisfaction. He then looked at Lu Ming and said with a smile, Lu Ming, I heard that you're from the Yura Kingdom? Naturally, the ancient demon emperor had heard the discussions earlier on. That's right, Lu Ming said. Good. The Yura Kingdom actually has a genius like you. You defeated a genius from the immemorial demon path when you're at the peak of the Sage Realm. That's a rare sight. I hereby announce that the ranking of this competition will be changed. You're the first, and the rest will move back by 1 place. The ancient great emperor announced. Song Yan's face changed drastically. Lu Ming was the first, and the rest would move back by 1 place. Song Yan was the third, and he could make a request to the ancient great emperor. But now, he was the fourth, and he was not qualified to make a request. Song Yin almost vomited blood. He had thought of a request that would be very useful to him. But now, everything was in vain. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Song Yin was furious. In his opinion, why did Lu Ming have to fight and defeat the ancient devil? Everything was Lu Ming's fault. As for whether he would be humiliated by the undying demon nation, it had nothing to do with him. How could it be more important than him making a request to the ancient great emperor? Do any of you have any objections? The ancient great emperor's gaze swept across the crowd, and it paused on the Blue Demon King and Song Yin. They had 100 or 1,000 objections in their hearts, but none of them dared to say it out loud. Obviously, Lu Ming had defeated the ancient devil and saved the ancient devil nation's face. The ancient great emperor was very satisfied with Lu Ming's performance. They could only smile against their will and say that they had no objections. All right, in that case, Lu Ming is the first. According to my promise, the top 3 can make a request to me. Lu Ming, what do you want? Just say it. Chapter 2053. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The reason why he had challenged the ancient devil emperor was partly because he wanted to spar with him, but more importantly, he wanted to show off his strength and attract the attention of the ancient great emperor. From there, he would have the chance to make a request. Now, Lu Ming had achieved his goal. Great Emperor, Lu Ming wishes to borrow the ancient devil coffin for a month. I hope the great emperor can grant my request. Lu Ming clasped his fists at the ancient great emperor and stated his request. The moment he said that, the crowd fell silent. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually made such a request. The ancient devil coffin was the ancient devil nation's national treasure. Only the ancient great emperor had the qualifications to control it. Lu Ming was really bold. He actually wanted to borrow the ancient devil coffin for a month. Luo Xian's heart couldn't help but tighten. He was worried for Lu Ming. Impudent. Lu Ming, don't think that you could take a mile after getting an inch just because you have some talent. The ancient devil coffin is a treasure that you can borrow. The Blue Demon King took the opportunity to stand out and reprimand Luo Xian. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at him. His gaze was fixed on the ancient great emperor. The ancient great emperor frowned. Lu Ming, change your request. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Lu Ming's heart sank. The ancient great emperor also didn't agree. Great emperor, this junior wants to borrow the ancient devil coffin to save someone. This junior has a relative whose soul is injured and needs the ancient devil coffin to heal. I hope the great emperor can grant my request. Lu Ming said again. The ancient great emperor's frown deepened. After a while, he said, Lu Ming, after the banquet, come and find this great emperor. Yes. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed like there was hope. Then, it was time for the others to make their requests. The requests of the two sons of chaos were naturally related to cultivation. The ancient great emperor agreed to them one by one, causing the others to be filled with envy. The Battle of the 10 Earths will begin in less than 3 years. At that time, there will be great opportunities. Therefore, during this period of time, you must cultivate well and raise your cultivation and battle strength. Seize the opportunities in the Battle of the 10 Earths. The ancient great emperor's voice resounded throughout the entire area. Many youths could not help but clench their fists. They had heard of the Battle of 10 Lands and were all looking forward to it. That was a gathering of all the geniuses of the entire primordial realm. How exciting would it be? The banquet continued until the next day, when it finally ended. Everyone left one by one. Princess, I won't return to the Yura kingdom. Lu Ming bid farewell to Luo Xian, the Luo family patriarch, and the others. Luo Xian sighed in her heart. Ever since she saw Lu Ming's strength, she knew that Lu Ming wouldn't stay in the Yura kingdom. The waters of the Yura kingdom were too shallow. They couldn't keep a true dragon. Take care. If there's a chance, come to the Yura kingdom to look for me. Luo Xian bared her teeth, revealing a pair of canine teeth. She was quite cute. Of course, with such a beautiful princess around, I will definitely think about you. If there's a chance, I will definitely look for you. Lu Ming smiled and joked. Finally, the people of the Yura kingdom left. The banquet was over, and they were going to return to the Yura kingdom. Young Master Lu Ming, please follow me. A middle-aged man came in front of Lu Ming. This person was sent by the ancient great emperor. Lu Ming nodded and followed the middle-aged man to a side hall. The ancient great emperor was sitting at the top of the hall. After arriving, the middle-aged man left. Lu Ming, must you borrow the ancient demon coffin? The ancient great emperor didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Yes, ancient great emperor. Without the ancient demon coffin, I'm afraid that my family won't be able to wake up. Lu Ming spoke with a determined expression. The ancient great emperor pondered for a while and said, Lu Ming, if the ancient demon coffin is still with me, I can lend it to you for a month, but the ancient great emperor paused. Lu Ming was shocked. What did the ancient great emperor mean? Could it be that the ancient demon coffin wasn't with the ancient great emperor? To tell you the truth, the ancient demon coffin was stolen a year ago. The ancient demon emperor paused for a while before continuing. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The ancient demon coffin was stolen? How is that possible? Who would be able to steal the ancient demon coffin from the ancient great emperor? However, he didn't think that the ancient great emperor was lying to him. With the ancient great emperor's status, there was no need for him to lie to him. If the ancient great emperor didn't want to lend it to him, Lu Ming couldn't do anything about it. I didn't bring the ancient demon coffin with me. It was hidden in a secret place in the palace. A year ago, it was stolen. After that person stole the ancient demon coffin, he escaped into the demon sea. At that time, I was preparing for my tribulation, so I didn't chase after him. The ancient great emperor said, It's the demon sea. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He had stayed in the Yura kingdom for a while, so he knew some of the scary places in the land of infinite demons. The Demon Sea was known as one of the 3 forbidden places in the land of infinite demons. It was extremely scary. Since ancient times, countless people had entered it, and countless people had died there. It was said that even great emperors would be in danger if they entered. However, there were also rumors that the Demon Sea contained great opportunities. If one could obtain it, they would be able to break through. Entering the Demon Sea was purely based on luck. If one was lucky, even if their cultivation base was low, they would be fine after entering. However, if one was unlucky, even great emperors would be in danger after entering. There was once a great emperor who entered and left with serious injuries, shocking the entire land of infinite demons. Someone stole the ancient demon coffin and escaped into the Demon Sea. The ancient demon coffin can't be lost. It must be recovered. Now that I've passed my tribulation, I'm preparing to gather a group of people to enter the Demon Sea and take back the ancient demon coffin. If you want to borrow the ancient demon coffin, you can come with me. However, the situation in the Demon Sea is unpredictable. I can't guarantee your safety. The ancient great emperor said. Yes, great emperor. I'll go with you. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. No matter what, he had to get the ancient demon coffin and save Autumn Moon. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to give it a try. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal little fellow. All right, you can stay in the palace first. I'll send someone to call you when the time comes. The ancient great emperor said. Then, he asked someone to arrange a place for Lu Ming to stay. Lu Ming stayed in the palace and waited. Lu Ming didn't have to wait for long before the ancient great emperor sent someone to find him. The person brought Lu Ming to a spacious area. Blue Demon King. Many people had already gathered here. Lu Ming immediately saw the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King's gaze swept past Lu Ming, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming discovered that there were several hundred people gathered here. However, they all had one thing in common. They were all very old. They were martial emperors and quasi-emperors. Lu Ming asked someone to find out. Only then did he know that these people were going to enter the Demon Sea. There were several hundred quasi-emperors and dozens of martial emperors here. Chapter 2054. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Hundreds of quasi-emperors near the end of their lifespans. This was a super demonic nation in the land of infinite demons. However, after thinking about it, Lu Ming understood. Sage Realm cultivators could live for 100,000 to 200,000 years. As for quasi-emperors, it was too difficult to break through and reach martial emperor. After so many years, the number of quasi-emperors was definitely shocking. It was not just the ancient demonic nation. It was the same for other places and factions. These people did not have much lifespan left. If they did not find opportunities to break through, they would die of exhaustion sooner or later. As for those martial emperors, they were not at the end of their lifespans. Instead, they were about to face the next tribulation. The tribulation of martial emperors would get stronger with each tribulation. If they did not continue to break through, they would die under the tribulation sooner or later. Since ancient times, countless martial emperors have been born. However, only a few of them were truly immortal. Most of them died under the tribulation. Actually, martial emperors could feel the probability of them surviving the tribulation. For example, these people were not confident of surviving the tribulation. Hence, they wanted to enter the demonic sea to try their luck and see if they could break through. It was the same for the Blue Demon King. He was still a few thousand years away from the next tribulation. A few thousand years might seem long, but to these ancient martial emperors, it was just a blink of an eye. At this moment, space flashed, and the ancient great emperor appeared. Everyone bowed. This time, the main mission of entering the demonic sea is to take back the ancient demonic coffin. At the same time, we could try our luck. The ancient great emperor instructed. Then, he waved his hand, and many black jade tokens appeared in the air. Carry these jade tokens with you, and you can roughly sense each other's location. If we get separated in the demonic sea, We can meet up according to the location shown on the jade tokens. The ancient great emperor introduced. Then he waved his hand, and the jade tokens flew to everyone, one for each person. Lu Ming also received one and kept it. Let's go. You guys enter my small world first. I'll bring you there, the ancient great emperor said. Then he waved his hand. Lu Ming felt a force enveloping him. In the next moment, he appeared in an unfamiliar place. This is the great emperor's small world. Lu Ming soared into the sky and looked around, exclaiming in amazement. What came into view were vast mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were still living creatures living in the mountains, but Lu Ming realized that these living creatures were different from those in the outside world. It was very likely that this was a creature that had been born in the ancient Great Emperor's small world. Great Emperors controlled the Great Tao. However, there were 3,000 Great Taos. Different Great Taos controlled different Great Taos, so the small worlds would naturally be different. The living beings that were born would also be different. It was truly miraculous. Lu Ming sized up the surroundings, feeling extremely curious. Not far away, the Blue Demon King's gaze swept over Lu Ming from time to time, killing intent flashing through his eyes. About half a day later, a force acted on them, and they left this place. Lu Ming discovered that they were standing at the peak of a mountain. We are already at the edge of the Demon Sea. The ancient Great Emperor's voice rang out. Lu Ming looked ahead. In front of him, there seemed to be a layer of dark clouds, as if it was an ocean of clouds. The place was boundless, with no end in sight. This was the Demon Sea. The Demon Sea was not a real sea, but a sea of demonic aura. The Demon Sea was filled with endless demonic aura, and the area was vast and boundless. It was like a vast ocean, so it was called the Demon Sea. Once we enter the Demon Sea, everything will become unpredictable. You must follow me closely, the ancient Great Emperor said, and then rushed into the Demon Sea. Everyone followed closely behind the ancient Great Emperor. Chi. Lu Ming discovered that the moment they rushed into the Demon Sea, the black fog adhered to Lu Ming's body and had a strong corrosive effect. Lu Ming hurriedly circulated his saint power to resist. Fortunately, the corrosion was not very strong. A quasi-emperor was enough to resist it. They flew forward for a while, and then flew down in a straight line. The terrain of the Demon Sea seemed to be very low. They kept descending for tens of thousands of meters. However, the lower they went, the fainter the demonic aura seemed to be. Towards the end, they only needed to circulate their saint power to resist it. Only then did they see the ground. It was a boundless land, a land of gray. The entire land was gray and deathly still, devoid of any life force. After they landed, they were highly focused. This was the Demon Sea, one of the 3 most terrifying forbidden lands in the land of infinite demons. If they were unlucky, even a great emperor would be injured. Naturally, they did not dare to be careless and were on full alert. The ancient Great Emperor spread out his spiritual consciousness, as if he was sensing something, and then flew into the depths of the Demon Sea. The ancient Great Emperor's speed was very slow, and everyone could still keep up. This area was really dead, and there was no vitality. They flew for an entire day, and no one knew how long they had flown, but they did not encounter a single living thing, nor did they encounter any danger. Look, an ancient city. At this moment, someone shouted. Everyone looked to the side and saw an ancient city in the middle of a huge mountain. However, it was only a ruined city. It had completely collapsed, as if it had fallen from the sky. They went to take a look, but they did not find anything. In the past, some people speculated that the Demon Sea was an ancient battlefield. However, some people said that the things in the Demon Sea fell from the sky, which was why the Demon Sea was formed. Judging from this ancient city alone, it really seemed to have fallen from the sky. At this moment, the ancient Great Emperor suddenly turned around and looked behind him. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked behind them, but there was nothing behind them. They didn't find anything. Some people felt their hair stand on end. Could there really be something behind them? Otherwise, why would the Great Emperor be so vigilant? Great Emperor, what did you find? Someone asked. The ancient Great Emperor frowned and shook his head. Let's leave this place. After saying that, he flew forward. Everyone followed, but many of them had solemn expressions. Even the Great Emperor seemed to be wary of something that made their hair stand on end. They could not be so unlucky as to encounter something that even the Great Emperor was wary of, right? If that was the case, the situation would not be good. Very soon, they had flown a very long distance. At this moment, the ancient Great Emperor suddenly stopped. He looked at the void beside him and shouted, "Get out here!" Boom! Following that, the ancient Great Emperor struck out with his palm. The strength of the Great Emperor was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. The entire void was shattered by his palm. Rumble! The void exploded. At this moment, everyone saw a figure wrapped in a black robe. His appearance could not be seen clearly at all. However, the strength of this figure was extremely shocking. His body kept flickering and was extremely fast. None of the ancient Great Emperor's palm hit him. A Great Emperor powerhouse. Everyone's expressions changed and became incomparably ugly. Chapter 2055. That figure kept flickering at an extremely fast speed. Swoosh! Suddenly, that figure waved his hand and slashed out a terrifying demonic light towards the ancient Great Emperor. This demonic light was like a peerless demonic blade with boundless power. It even split the sky open. Boom! The ancient Great Emperor rushed up and blasted out a shocking palm print. It collided with the demonic light, causing the sky to rumble. So it's you. Hand over the ancient demonic coffin. The ancient Great Emperor roared. His figure flashed and rushed towards the other party, launching a terrifying attack. The other party was not afraid at all. His body was covered in demonic light as he fought with the ancient Great Emperor. Retreat! Someone shouted. They frantically retreated. That black figure was definitely a Great Emperor. The aftermath of a battle between Great Emperors was too terrifying. If one was caught in it, only death would await them. In an instant, they retreated thousands of miles. Boom! Boom! In that area, the void was completely destroyed. One could see how intense the battle was. Many people's faces turned pale. They did not expect to meet such a terrifying expert as soon as they entered. At the same time, they also thought of the ancient Great Emperor's words. Could it be that the ancient demonic coffin was stolen by this figure? Lu Ming clenched his fists. He hoped that the ancient Great Emperor could defeat the other party and take back the ancient demonic coffin. If the ancient Great Emperor could not take it back, he would have even less hope. What is that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. There was no need for him to shout. Everyone saw it. In front of them, a pitch-black gust of wind swept towards them. The gust of wind covered a very wide area. It was as if it covered the sky and earth. No, it was not a gust of wind. It was a type of insect, a type of pitch-black insect. There was an endless number of them. They gathered together and flapped their wings, bringing about an endless gust of wind that swept towards Lu Ming and the others. From afar, it was a pitch-black gust of wind. Those are demonic armor insects. Gosh, why are there so many of them? An old man whose hair was almost falling out exclaimed. He was a boundary emperor, and his face was extremely ugly at this moment. The demon armor insect was a very scary type of demon insect. Alone, it might not be strong, but in a group, it was very scary. Furthermore, there were endless demon armor insects here. It was unknown how many there were. Those above Martial Emperor blocked the demon armor insects. Those below Martial Emperor run. In the distance, the ancient Great Emperor's voice could be heard. They didn't dare to disobey the Great Emperor's orders. Immediately, the Martial Emperors charged at the demon armor insects, including the Blue Demon King. Boom! Boom! Dozens of Martial Emperors attacked at the same time, including True Emperors and Void Emperors. Large numbers of demonic armor insects were killed, falling to the ground like raindrops. Many of them even turned into ashes under the horrifying power of the martial emperor. However, there were too many demon armor insects. They were a black mass, seemingly endless. Many of them still managed to break through the encirclement of the martial emperors and charge towards Lu Ming and the others. "Go!" someone shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several hundred quasi-emperors fled in all directions, flying into the distance. Lu Ming also rushed in the same direction. Who? A strong wind blew, and the countless demon armor insects formed an arc, trying to surround them. Charge! Lu Ming unleashed his full power. His speed was faster than many quasi-emperors as he rushed towards an opening. There were no demon armor insects there. However, when Lu Ming was about to charge out of the encirclement of the demon armor insects, his expression changed slightly. This was because demon armor insects had appeared in front of him. However, there weren't many of them. They couldn't be compared to the endless demon armor insects. Charge over! Lu Ming gritted his teeth and charged over. Whoosh! Whoosh! Each demon armor insect was the size of fist. They were pitch black, as if they were made of black iron. They were like pitch-black cannonballs as they charged at Lu Ming. A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This battle sword was an emperor weapon. A battle sword was the best weapon to deal with such demon armor insects. It was better than a spear. Whoosh! With a swing of the battle sword, dozens of demon armor insects were cut in half by Lu Ming. However, compared to the densely packed demon armor insects, dozens of them were nothing. There were still many demon armor insects charging at Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated his saint power and combined it with the law of primal chaos to form a protective shield around his body. Boom! Boom! The demon armor insects crashed into the protective shield. There were continuous rumbles, and the protective shield shook violently. However, they couldn't break through Lu Ming's defense for the time being. Kill! Lu Ming wielded the emperor weapon battle sword and slashed continuously. A large number of demon armor insects were killed. In a few breaths, hundreds of demon armor insects fell to the ground. These demon armor insects weren't very strong individually. However, there were too many of them. They charged at Lu Ming fearlessly, crashing into Lu Ming's protective shield. If this continued, Lu Ming's saint power would be depleted quickly. Once his saint power was depleted, he would be in danger. At this moment, the other boundary emperors were also surrounded by the demon armor insects. They were constantly being attacked by the demon armor insects. They also charged forward with all their might, killing the demon armor insects and charging forward. Kill! 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 Lu Ming kept slashing with his battle sword. With each slash, a large number of demon armor insects were killed. He charged forward quickly. Everywhere he passed, the demon armor insects fell like raindrops. Fortunately, this wasn't the place where the demon armor insects gathered. It was just the border area where there were fewer demon armor insects. Soon, Lu Ming broke through the encirclement and flew forward quickly. Whoosh, 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 behind him the wind howled. Countless demon armor insects chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming lowered his head and flew madly. After flying for at least a few hours, the demon armor insects behind him finally disappeared without a trace. However, Lu Ming was completely separated from the others. Look at the map. Lu Ming took out the map given by the ancient Great Emperor. He poured his saint power into it. The jade tablet glowed, and a picture floated in the air. However, there was nothing unusual on the map. There was only a dot of light shining. Lu Ming compared it. The position of this dot of light was where he was. This dot of light was him. It seems that only by activating this jade tablet will there be a dot of light floating on it. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Now that everyone was fighting, there was naturally no dot of light floating. Then, Lu Ming realized that he was lost. He had been flying around randomly and constantly changing directions. At this moment, he didn't know where he was. In the end, Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. In the next few days, Lu Ming didn't meet anyone or any living creatures. It was as if he was the only one left in this world. He didn't know how much distance he had flown in these few days. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, Lu Ming heard faint battle cries coming from ahead. Lu Ming was shocked. This was because the battle cries didn't come from one or two people or dozens of people. It sounded like thousands of soldiers and horses were roaring. Why would there be thousands of soldiers and horses here? Lu Ming was curious. Chapter 2056. The closer Lu Ming got to the source of the sound, the louder the battle cries became. Kill! 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 The battle cries pierced through the clouds. Lu Ming climbed up a mountain peak that was dead silent. He stood at the peak of the mountain and looked ahead. His pupils suddenly constricted. There was a huge ancient city in front of him. This ancient city was different from the ones he had seen before. The ancient cities he had seen before had almost collapsed, but this one was still intact. It was very majestic and huge. From afar, it looked like a giant beast lying there. Outside the ancient city, there was a black mass of figures. These figures were wearing iron armor and holding all kinds of weapons. These are not living beings. Lu Ming looked at these figures carefully. These figures were completely black, and their bodies under the armor seemed to be formed by energy. They were not living beings. Demonic spirits, Lu Ming muttered. These should be demonic spirits formed by the indestructible demonic thoughts of the demonic Tao experts after they died in battle. There were at least tens of thousands of demonic spirits. When they gathered together, they would occasionally let out battle cries that shook the heavens and earth. However, the demonic spirits had been lingering outside the ancient city. They did not leave or enter the ancient city. This ancient city is intact. I'm afraid there will be opportunities, Lu Ming thought. However, he had no intention of going in to explore. Not to mention whether there were dangers in the ancient city. The demonic spirits alone were not easy to deal with. After observing for a while, Lu Ming shook his head. He moved and left the place. This time, Lu Ming did not fly far before he saw a few rays of light flash, and a few old men appeared not far away. They were the boundary emperors of the ancient demonic nation. Obviously, they were attracted by the battle cries. Lu Ming. The boundary emperors saw Lu Ming and smiled as they flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what's in front? Why are there such intense battle cries? It sounds like thousands of soldiers and horses. An elder asked. His face carried a gentle smile, and his expression was kind and amiable. It's an ancient city. There are at least tens of thousands of demonic spirits outside the ancient city. The battle cries are coming from the demonic spirits. Lu Ming replied. An ancient city. The eyes of the old men lit up. They had come here in search of opportunities because their lifespans were about to be exhausted. If they could not make a breakthrough, they would die sooner or later. They bitterly cultivated for more than 100,000 years, yet in the end, they turned to dust. They were unwilling to accept this and wanted to stake it all. When they heard that there was an ancient city, they were naturally moved. They speculated that the demonic sea was most likely formed by falling from the heavenly realm. It definitely contained a fortuitous encounter. Lu Ming, aren't you going to explore the ancient city? The kind-looking old man asked. I'm not going. Lu Ming shook his head. His main objective in entering the Devil's Sea was to obtain the ancient demonic coffin. As for opportunities and whatnot, he wasn't too interested in them. Then let's go in. The kind-looking old man smiled. There were 4 of them in total. They flew towards the ancient city and just happened to pass by Lu Ming. Just as the two sides clashed, a sword light suddenly blossomed from the kind-looking old man's hand and slashed towards Lu Ming's neck. The sword light tore through the void, bringing with it a terrifying whistling sound. It was incomparably sharp. At the same time, the other 3 quasi-emperors also made their moves. All sorts of terrifying attacks were aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. However, when the 4's attacks landed on Lu Ming's body, the primal chaos light burst out from Lu Ming's body and blocked all the attacks. Moreover, the primal chaos light trembled and a powerful force surged out. The 4 quasi-emperors' bodies trembled and they all retreated. You are all courting death. Lu Ming said coldly as his cold gaze swept across the four. You have been guarding against us? The kind-looking old man said with an unsightly expression. Earlier, when they were so close to each other, their attacks were extremely fast. If Lu Ming hadn't been guarding against them, he wouldn't have been able to react in such a short time. Furthermore, he wouldn't have been able to defend and counterattack. The only explanation was that Lu Ming had been guarding against them and had already prepared his defenses. The Blue Demon King, that old fellow, has been showing killing intent toward me along the way. Moreover, I have heard that he has great authority in the ancient devil nation. If he wants to order people around, many people would be willing to be his lackeys. Naturally, I have to guard against him. Lu Ming said indifferently. It could be said that among the people who entered the Devil's Sea this time, Lu Ming was wary of everyone except the ancient Great Emperor. That old fellow, the Blue Demon King, had lost face because of Lu Ming previously. Clearly, he harbored a grudge against him and had always wanted to kill him. With the Blue Demon King's authority, it was normal for him to bribe some people to kill Lu Ming. Let's go. The kind-looking old man roared and turned to run. They were all too clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. He wasn't someone they could fight against. Since their sneak attack failed, they could only run. Do you think you can escape? Kill. Lu Ming was the first to chase after the kind-looking old man. His speed was astonishing. In just a few breaths, he had caught up with the kind-looking old man. The kind-looking old man was almost scared to death. He roared, Lu Ming, you can't kill me. This is the ancient devil nation. If you kill me, you will die too. You still dare to threaten me at this time? What a joke. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He pointed his finger, and an extremely condensed finger force burst out. Although the kind-looking old man tried his best to resist, it was useless. The finger force directly pierced through his forehead and destroyed his soul. Whoosh! After killing the old man, Lu Ming didn't stop and chased after the other three. Split up and run, one of them roared. The three of them ran in 3 different directions. However, Lu Ming caught up with one of them and killed him in one move. Then, Lu Ming chased after the third person. No, spare my life, the Quasi-Emperor yelled. However, Lu Ming was indifferent. He had to kill these people. How dare you? You are courting death. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. In the distance, a terrifying demonic light slashed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Before the voice died away, the demonic light was already about to slash Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he felt a sense of danger. At this moment, he burst out with all his strength. The light of primal chaos surrounded his body. He controlled 2 types of laws and executed his strongest move, the Annihilation Chaos Finger of Calamity. Boom! A gray chaos finger of calamity pointed at the beam of demonic light, and a shocking rumble erupted. The demonic light buzzed and was eventually blocked by Lu Ming. However, the chaos finger of calamity was also slashed apart by the demonic light. Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful force surging toward him. He couldn't help but retreat a few thousand meters. He felt the blood in his body churning. What a terrifying force! Lu Ming was shocked. It was definitely a martial emperor. Whoosh! There was a flash of light in front, and a black-robed middle-aged man appeared. This person exuded a terrifying aura. It was an emperor's aura. This person is definitely not a 1-star void emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Chapter 2057. The black-robed middle-aged man looked coldly at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, the great emperor has treated you well. He even brought you here to look for the ancient demonic coffin. Who would have thought that you would secretly kill the experts of the Devil Nation? You are heartless. You deserve to die. What a joke. You don't have to be so righteous if you want to kill me. You must have been sent by the Blue Demon King to kill me. You are just a lackey. Lu Ming sneered. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to escape. Die. The black-robed middle-aged man did not say anything else. He immediately attacked. The power of the heavens burst forth and turned into a saber light, slashing towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. 2-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming judged that this person should be a 2-star illusionary emperor. He was stronger than a 1-star illusionary emperor, but not ridiculously strong. However, a 2-star illusionary emperor was not someone that Lu Ming could withstand. Swoosh! Lu Ming turned and left. He turned into a beam of light and flew towards the ancient city. If he wanted to shake off the black-robed middle-aged man, he could only rely on the ancient city. Trying to leave? No way. The black-robed middle-aged man shouted coldly. He turned into a beam of black light and chased after Lu Ming. At the same time, he slashed out a beam of black demonic light. Lu Ming's body glowed. Dozens of absolute sacred weapons and 2 emperor weapons floated out. The dozens of weapons gathered together. The combat weapon Shi gathered and formed a huge defensive weapon. At the same time, the law of primal chaos and the light of primal chaos were added to the combat weapon. Lu Ming did not care and moved forward rapidly. Clang! The black-robed middle-aged man's demonic light slashed at the combat weapon behind Lu Ming. The combat weapon shook, and the dozens of weapons were almost shattered. If it were not for the 2 emperor weapons, the combat weapon Shi, and the light of primal chaos and the law of primal chaos, an ordinary absolute sacred weapon would have been shattered by this attack. The terrifying power kept surging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt his blood and chi churning, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he still managed to block in the end. Furthermore, that power became his driving force, allowing him to fly forward even faster. The black-robed middle-aged man's face turned cold. Lu Ming's strength was truly terrifying. Even with the combat strength of a 2-star empty emperor, he was actually blocked. However, when he thought of the reward that the Blue Demon King had promised, his heart burned with passion, and he quickly chased after Lu Ming. Kill! In front of the ancient city, there were tens of thousands of demonic spirits. They were a black mass, wearing armor and holding weapons. Their battle cries shook the sky. Lu Ming quickly approached the ancient city. Clang! At this time, the black-robed middle-aged man launched another attack. A devilish light slashed at the battle weapon behind Lu Ming, causing it to shake violently. This time, Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. With his current combat strength, he could still contend against an ordinary 1-star empty emperor. However, the gap between him and a 2-star empty emperor was too great. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured, rushing headlong into the dark mass of devil spirits. Kill! Some devil spirits discovered Lu Ming, and their murderous intent swept towards Lu Ming. At the same time, all kinds of weapons were launched towards Lu Ming. It's equivalent to the Great Saint realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he judged the strength of the devil spirit that attacked him. Therefore, he did not stop at all. With the light of chaos protecting his body, he directly rushed over. Bang! Bang! The demonic spirit that attacked Lu Ming directly exploded into pieces. In an instant, Lu Ming rushed a few hundred meters forward. However, immediately, more devil spirits charged towards Lu Ming. Moreover, their combat strength was stronger than before, reaching the absolute saint realm. Lu Ming ignored them and continued to rush forward. Behind him, the black-robed middle-aged man stopped. He did not dare to rush over rashly like Lu Ming. He just wanted to observe for a while. Behind him, there was the sound of air being torn apart, and more than 10 figures rushed over. They were all old men of the Boundary Emperor realm. Obviously, most of them had rushed over from behind. Just a few of you. The black-robed, middle-aged man looked around and said coldly, "The 2 martial emperors will be here soon." A white-haired old man said, "Yes. This time, the Azure Demon King has entrusted us with the task of killing Lu Ming. We must not make any mistakes. One of you will stay here and wait for the other martial emperors to arrive. The rest of you follow me and prepare to charge into this ancient city." The black-robed, middle-aged man ordered. At this moment, Lu Ming had rushed all the way and was already halfway through the journey. Although there were many devil spirits, they were too scattered. Moreover, there were not many experts in the first section. The strongest was only a perfected absolute saint. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. However, the closer they got to the ancient city, the stronger the devil spirits became. Whoosh, whoosh. Several rusty iron swords slashed at Lu Ming. The swords whistled, wanting to tear Lu Ming apart. This attack had the offensive strength of a boundary emperor. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He punched out, and the image of the suppressing prison steel appeared and smashed forward. Bang! Bang! The suppressing prison steel knocked away a few devil spirits, turning them into ashes in midair. The suppressing prison heavenly art is indeed effective against these devil spirits. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He continuously punched out with both fists, knocking away the Boundary Emperor realm devil spirits one by one. Even when facing the Boundary Emperor devil spirits, Lu Ming did not slow down. He quickly approached the ancient city. The black-robed, middle-aged man finally could not hold back. He roared, "Charge with me!" Whoosh, whoosh. The black-robed, middle-aged man took the lead and charged out. 10-odd Boundary Emperors followed him like a long spear, stabbing at the Devil Spirit army. Only one Boundary Emperor remained to receive the others. After all, the black-robed middle-aged man was a 2-star foe emperor. He led the 10-odd Boundary Emperors and pierced through the Devil Spirit army like a long spear, quickly chasing after Lu Ming. Ordinary Devil Spirits could not stop them at all. When the black-robed middle-aged man was halfway through, Lu Ming was already about to break through the Devil Spirit's defense. However, at this moment, Lu Ming ran into trouble. There were 2 terrifying Devil Spirits attacking Lu Ming. These 2 Devil Spirits were wearing rusty armor. One held a sword and the other a long spear. Their strength was extremely shocking. These 2 Devil Spirits were equivalent to 1-star foe emperors. The iron sword and long spear attacked Lu Ming. In an instant, they scattered Lu Ming's suppressing prison steel and blocked Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. Indeed, there were martial emperors in the Devil Spirit army. Fortunately, they were not too terrifying. The 2 Devil Spirits were only equivalent to 1-star foe emperors. Lu Ming is blocked. Charge over. The black-robed, middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He charged at Lu Ming at an even faster speed. With the 2 Devil Spirits blocking Lu Ming and him, Lu Ming would definitely die. Suppressing prison steel. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind stirred. The suppressing prison steel floated out and rapidly grew in size. It emitted a bright light and suppressed the 2 Devil Spirits. Boom! Boom! The suppressing prison steel's bloodline restrained the Devil Spirits even more. The bodies of the 2 Devil Spirits were directly sent flying by the suppressing prison steel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming's figure flashed and charged through the encirclement of the Devil Spirit army, rushing toward the ancient city. The strange thing was that when Lu Ming approached the ancient city, the Devil Spirits stopped in their tracks and did not chase after Lu Ming. Chapter 2058. The ancient city's gates were open. However, the light in the city seemed very dim. Looking from the outside, the buildings in the city looked hazy, unable to be seen clearly. Boom! Boom! Behind, the black-robed, middle-aged man continuously sent the demonic spirits flying as he gave chase. Lu Ming did not stop, directly charging into the ancient city. However, the moment Lu Ming charged into the ancient city, his expression changed. This was because he could not fly in the ancient city. The ancient city forbade flying. There was a mysterious power that prevented him from flying. Furthermore, the light in the city was indeed very dim. Visibility was not high. Even with Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see far. There were many huge palaces and all sorts of ancient buildings in the city. They were tall and majestic, like huge monsters standing tall in the ancient city. Lu Ming directly charged into a small alley, running wildly in it. Then, he turned into another small alley. There were countless streets and alleys in the ancient city. After a few turns, Lu Ming was already far away from the city gates. Just at this moment, the black-robed, middle-aged man led his men into the ancient city. The moment they entered the ancient city, their expressions changed as well. They felt that they could not fly. There might be fortuitous encounters in this ancient city. Let's search for that brat Lu Ming while searching for fortuitous encounters. A look of greed flashed in the black-robed, middle-aged man's eyes. Following that, he got two quasi-emperors to stand guard near the city gates. If they discovered Lu Ming, they were to report immediately. Then, he led the remaining quasi-emperors down a random street and ran. Just at this moment, two more people arrived outside the ancient city. These two old men had exceptionally strong auras. They were clearly faux emperor experts. After the quasi-emperor who stayed outside to provide support gave a simple explanation of the situation, the two faux emperors charged into the ancient city as well. Although there were martial emperor demonic spirits among the demonic spirits, the two were focused on charging in, not fighting. The faux emperor demonic spirits could not stop them. After fighting for a while, they charged into the ancient city as well. Lu Ming wandered around the ancient city, circling around many strange ancient buildings. The city was eerily quiet. It was empty, without any signs of life. What is in these buildings? Lu Ming was curious. He rushed to the wall of a building and looked inside. The interior of the building was similarly empty. There was nothing inside. This was an empty city. Lu Ming looked at a few buildings in a row. They were all empty. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered because he saw the door of a palace in front of him, which was slightly ajar. The doors of the other buildings were all closed, except for this palace. Could it have been opened by the ancient Devil Nation? Lu Ming pondered. Those from the ancient Devil Nation must have entered as well, so it wasn't surprising that they were the ones who opened the door. Lu Ming retracted his aura, approached the door, and looked inside. With a glance, his pupils suddenly constricted. Inside the palace was a small courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a figure. That figure was seated cross-legged. It was wearing armor. However, within the armor was a skeleton. The armor was rusty and stained with dark red blood. It seemed that it was an ancient person who had died a long time ago. Lu Ming observed for a while, then left the place and continued to walk through the ancient city. He wondered if he should return to the city gate and leave this ancient city. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that this ancient city was very strange. After a while, a figure flashed at the entrance of the street in front of him. 7 to 8 figures appeared. It was the black-robed, middle-aged man and the quasi-emperors. They also saw Lu Ming at a glance. "Lu Ming, where are you going now?" The black-robed, middle-aged man said coldly and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned and ran toward another street. The black-robed, middle-aged man chased after him. They had explored a few ancient buildings in a row, but they didn't find anything. There was no opportunity at all, so Lu Ming couldn't let it go. At the very least, if they killed Lu Ming, they could still obtain a generous reward from the Blue Demon King. Soon, Lu Ming turned 2 streets. However, at this moment, 2 more figures appeared in front of him. When Lu Ming saw these 2 people, his expression changed. These 2 people's auras were extremely terrifying. They were also martial emperors. Lu Ming. When the 2 saw Lu Ming, murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Then, they charged at Lu Ming. Stop Lu Ming." The black-robed, middle-aged man guffawed. Lu Ming's expression turned sullen. It looked like the Blue Demon King really wanted to kill him. He actually worked with so many people in secret. Naturally, Lu Ming could not stop and fight with the other party. The other party had 3 Void Emperors. If he got entangled, he would die for sure. Lu Ming's figure changed, and he charged down another street on the right. Just at this moment, a miserable shriek rang out in the silent ancient city, sounding extremely mournful. Lu Ming turned around and took a quick glance. Immediately, he felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Chun saw that one of the quasi-emperors chasing him had fallen behind. At this moment, That quasi-emperor was completely encased in armor. That armor was mottled with rust and had pitch-black bloodstains on it. At this moment, the armor encased that quasi-emperor. That quasi-emperor's body quickly shriveled up as if the armor had drained all his essence blood. What the hell is this? Scram! The black-robed, middle-aged man shouted angrily. He swung his hand, and a pitch-black demonic saber struck the armor. Clang! A melodious sound rang out as the demonic saber struck the armor. However, there was not a single mark on the armor. As for that quasi-emperor, he had already stopped screaming and turned into a withered skeleton. Attacked together, the black-robed, middle-aged man was enraged. He launched all sorts of attacks at the armor. However, the armor flickered and charged into a building. By the time the black-robed, middle-aged man rushed into the building, there was no trace of the armor. The black-robed, middle-aged man and the others showed somewhat sullen expressions. Continue chasing Lu Ming. The black-robed, middle-aged man shouted angrily. The black-robed, middle-aged, burly man bellowed angrily. They continued to chase after Lu Ming. However, not long after, another miserable scream rang out. That armor came out of nowhere and entangled another quasi-emperor. The black-robed, middle-aged man and the others launched a torrential barrage of attacks. When the various attacks landed on the armor gave off clanging sounds. In the end, it charged into another building with a flash. The armor ate people. Everyone's hair stood on end. What was going on? It was just a piece of armor. To think that it repeatedly charged out and consumed a quasi-emperor's essence blood. A quasi-emperor could not resist at all. This was too horrifying. The remaining quasi-emperors paled somewhat. The quasi-emperor should walk in the middle. The three of us will guard the periphery, the black-robed, middle-aged man said. Then he got the quasi-emperor to walk in the middle and the three faux emperors to guard the periphery. Not far away, Lu Ming also heard the miserable scream and felt somewhat scared. To think that a piece of armor actually ate people. Most importantly, Lu Ming felt that this armor was very familiar. It was exactly the same as the armor on a corpse that he had seen in a courtyard previously. Chapter 2059. Lu Ming was running when all of a sudden, his hair stood on end. He felt a sense of impending danger. He turned around abruptly and pointed behind him. Chi! The finger force of the chaotic calamity, fingers shot out and struck a piece of armor. Clang! That armor shook a little, but nothing happened to it. It did not leave any traces behind. It swayed a little in the air and pounced toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming continued to attack the armor with the chaotic calamity finger, but it was useless. The armor only shook a few times and continued to charge at Lu Ming. Lu Ming saw that there was blood flowing on the armor. They were like tentacles that stretched toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the law of chaos and the chaotic light to resist. But when the tentacles came into contact with the law of chaos and the chaotic light, the law of chaos and the chaotic light shook violently. In a breath's time, the tentacles tore them apart. Lu Ming retreated quickly and his hair stood on end. This armor was extremely terrifying. Even the chaotic light could not block it. Prison suppression. Lu Ming's heart moved. The prison suppression steel bloodline appeared behind him and emitted a bright light that suppressed the armor. Chi chi chi. The blood-red tentacles on the armor made a sizzling sound when they came into contact with the energy of the prison suppression steel. It was like ice being thrown into a fire and quickly melted. Those blood-red tentacles stretched back, and the armor disappeared in a flash. That was close. Lu Ming put away the prison suppression steel and let out a long breath. That armor was extremely evil. It seemed to have a spirit and was indestructible. It was very terrifying. Lu Ming is over there. Not far away, there was a loud roar. The black-robed middle-aged man and the others chased after Lu Ming. Obviously, Lu Ming had used the prison suppression steel. The light was too strong and they had discovered him. They really don't give up. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he rushed in a certain direction. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived in front of palace. The door of this palace was ajar. Lu Ming retracted his aura to the extreme, approached the door, and looked inside. Previously, there was a skeleton in the courtyard. That skeleton was wearing armor. Now, there was another skeleton. However, the armor it wore was gone. "It really is this armor," Lu Ming murmured, after which the purgatory suppressing monument floated above his head. Lu Ming then rushed towards the skeleton. Without any abnormalities, Lu Ming arrived at Dry Bone's side. Whoosh! At this time, the door flashed, and the armor appeared. It twisted in a very human-like way, as if it was very nervous. "Don't come over. Otherwise, I'll destroy this skeleton." Lu Ming condensed a big hand with his sacred power and grabbed the skeleton in his hand. As expected, the armor stopped, not daring to approach. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that his guess was right. The armor and the skeleton were one. In other words, the owner of the armor was the skeleton. Perhaps the skeleton was very powerful when it was alive. After its death, the powerful energy nourished the armor, causing the armor to develop spiritual intelligence. However, the armor was still under the control of the skeleton. As long as the skeleton was destroyed, the armor would also be affected. "Back off," Lu Ming said coldly. The armor twisted a few times, but in the end, it retreated. Lu Ming revealed a smile and said, "Follow behind me. It's best that you don't mess around. I can destroy this skeleton with just a thought." After saying that, Lu Ming left the courtyard and headed in a certain direction. The armor could only obediently follow behind Lu Ming. "Come," Lu Ming sneered. The purgatory suppressing monument rapidly enlarged, emitting a dazzling light that could be seen from afar. Then, Xianxia put away the purgatory suppressing monument and got the armor to hide in a building. Then, he waited quietly. Xianxia did not have to wait for long before a figure flashed in front. The black-robed, middle-aged man quickly arrived with a group of people. However, the other two martial emperors were nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming smiled and looked behind him. Two figures quickly rushed over from behind. They were the two martial emperors chasing after Xianxia. Clearly, the other party feared that Lu Ming would run away, so they attacked him from two sides. Two one-star foe emperors. Lu Ming revealed a cold smile as he stood there without moving. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black-robed, middle-aged man's figure flashed, and he led 7 or 8 quasi-emperors and the two foe emperors to surround Lu Ming. "It looks like that old fellow Blue Demon King really spent a lot of money to kill me." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Lu Ming, although you are a genius, you do not know how to conduct yourself. You even dare to offend the Blue Demon King. Only death awaits you." The black-robed, middle-aged man said coldly. Lu Ming was rendered speechless. Speaking of which, from the start to the end, Xianxia had not taken the initiative to provoke the Blue Demon King. It was the other party who had been targeting him. First, Lu Ming did not let Xianxia participate in the competition. Then, Lu Ming defeated the ancient demon, slapping Xianxia's face. Was that not what Xianxia asked for? Such people could only be described as narrow-minded. "If you want to kill me, be careful not to lose your insignificant lives here." Lu Ming smiled coldly. Boom! Lu Ming moved, executing the destruction primal chaos tribulation finger. He pointed at the black-robed, middle-aged man. "You overestimate yourself." The black-robed, middle-aged man also moved. His palm was like a saber as he chopped down. A demonic saber light chopped at Lu Ming. Boom! The destruction primal chaos tribulation finger could not resist for long before it shattered. Lu Ming quickly retreated. However, at this moment, that armor charged out of a building and entangled a quasi-emperor. That quasi-emperor let out a miserable shriek as his body rapidly shriveled. "Kill Lu Ming first." The black-robed, middle-aged man roared as he charged at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming directly charged into a hall at the side. The black-robed, middle-aged man and 2 other martial emperors also charged into the hall, chasing after Lu Ming. Of course, the quasi-emperors were included as well. The hall was very large, but it was empty. There were no signs of life at all. Lu Ming rushed into the hall and dashed toward the depths of the hall. Ah! Behind him, another miserable shriek rang out. After the armor devoured a quasi-emperor, it entangled another quasi-emperor. Moreover, as the armor devoured quasi-emperors, it seemed to become stronger. At first, it needed a few breaths to devour a quasi-emperor. Now it only needed one breath. Damn it! The black-robed, middle-aged man roared. If this continued, all the quasi-emperors would be devoured. The two of you continue chasing. I will block that armor. The black-robed, middle-aged man roared as he turned around and charged at that armor. By the time he arrived, another quasi-emperor had been devoured by the armor. In just a short while, the armor had already devoured 3 quasi-emperors and killed them. Enraged, the black-robed, middle-aged man sent out a move with his full strength. However, the armor did not attack him at all. It flickered a few times and directly fled. The remaining 5 quasi-emperors paled, their faces drained of blood. Now follow me closely. Chapter 2060. The black-robed, middle-aged man led the remaining 5 boundary emperors and chased after Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming and the 2 void emperors had already rushed out of the palace and were quite a distance away. Lu Ming, prepare to die. We'll give you a quick death. You've offended the Blue Demon King. Your fate is already sealed. The 2 void emperors constantly shouted coldly, provoking Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He wandered around the winding streets. After running for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and sneered. You want to kill me? Come on. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming took a few steps and charged towards the 2 void emperors. The 2 void emperors were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming suddenly stopped running. However, Lu Ming stopping was exactly what they wanted. Kill! The 2 void emperors charged towards Lu Ming. However, at this moment, the armor rushed out from a building at the side and pounced towards one of the void emperors. The void emperor was shocked and quickly changed the direction of his attack towards the armor. However, the armor was sturdy and indestructible. It only shook slightly and continued to charge towards the void emperor. Tentacles appeared on the armor and wrapped around the opponent. Primal Chaos Calamity Finger. Lu Ming used the Primal Chaos Calamity Finger with all his strength and charged towards the other Void Emperor. With Lu Ming's current strength, the Void Emperor did not dare to be careless. He also used all his strength to attack Lu Ming. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming and the Void Emperor exchanged 2 moves. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he managed to block them. Lu Ming had fought the Void Emperor of the He Clan before. However, the Void Emperor of He Clan had just broken through to the 1-star Void Emperor. His strength was not as strong as the person in front of him, but it was not much weaker. Although Lu Ming was not a match for him, he was still a threat to the other party. Lu Ming's back glowed as his 3rd bloodline appeared. Lu Ming had borrowed part of his 3rd bloodline's power. However, Lu Ming was very careful and did not dare to borrow too much. He only borrowed the portion that he could control. Even so, Lu Ming's strength had greatly increased. Whoosh whoosh. Lu Ming continued to unleash Chaotic Tribulation Finger. After borrowing the power of his 3rd bloodline, Lu Ming's power had greatly increased. Finally, he was able to fight his opponent head-on and not be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming entangled one of them, but the other Void Emperor was in danger. After devouring a few quasi-emperors, the armors might had indeed increased greatly. That armor was very terrifying to begin with. Even Lu Ming's light of primal chaos could not block it. But now, the armor's power had increased greatly. Coupled with Lu Ming's threat, it could unleash even more terrifying power. The Quasi-Emperor's attacks continued to bombard the armor, but it was useless. The armor kept getting closer to the Quasi-Emperor. The blood-red tentacles extended towards the Quasi-Emperor and directly broke his defense. The blood-red tentacles wrapped around the Quasi-Emperor and began to devour him. Get lost! The Quasi-Emperor roared in horror as he struggled with all his might. However, it was useless. The armor wrapped tighter around him like an octopus and began to devour him. "Ah, save me! Save me!" The Quasi-Emperor screamed in agony as he frantically twisted his body. However, it was all in vain. He felt that everything in his body was being devoured by the armor. His body was rapidly shriveling. The other Quasi-Emperor was horrified and wanted to save him, but he was firmly entangled by Lu Ming. At this moment, the black-robed, middle-aged man finally arrived with his men. However, when he arrived, the Quasi-Emperor who was entangled by the armor was already beyond saving. His body had completely shriveled up and turned into a skeleton. The essence, qi, and spirit in his body had disappeared without a trace. A layer of bright red light spread out from the armor as if there was blood surging on it. Swoosh! The armor moved and charged towards the Quasi-Emperor, who was fighting with Lu Ming. "Get lost!" The Quasi-Emperor exploded with an attack, wanting to blast open the armor and escape. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. He pointed a finger at the Quasi-Emperor's chest, causing the Quasi-Emperor to vomit blood and be severely injured. The armor wrapped around the Quasi-Emperor, and its tentacles wrapped around him and began to devour him. "Help!" The Quasi-Emperor screamed in horror. The black-robed, middle-aged man who was chasing after the Quasi-Emperor turned pale and revealed a terrified expression. If a one-star Quasi-Emperor could not resist, then a two-star Quasi-Emperor like him would be in danger. "Let's go." The black-robed, middle-aged man did not hesitate and turned to leave. This ancient city was too strange. If he stayed any longer, he might not even be able to keep his life. The 5 Quasi-Emperors followed the black-robed, middle-aged man and rushed towards the city's gate. They did not want to stay in this ancient city for a moment longer. The Quasi-Emperor, who was entangled by the armor, let out a desperate roar. Not long after, he was devoured by the armor and turned into a skeleton. After devouring 2 Quasi-Emperors in a row, the armor emitted a dazzling blood-red light. It was incomparably horrifying. The armor seemed to be staring at Lu Ming and circling around Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. The prison-suppressing steel floated in the air. At the same time, he grabbed the skeleton and stared at the armor. The armor flew a few rounds, as if it was still afraid that Lu Ming would destroy the skeleton. Moreover, it was also very afraid of the prison-suppressing steel. In the end, it retreated a little and kept a distance from Lu Ming. "Chase!" Lu Ming whispered and chased after the black-robed, middle-aged man and the others. The armor followed behind him. However, when Lu Ming rushed to the ancient city's gate, he found that the black-robed, middle-aged man and the others had already rushed out of the city and into the demonic spirit army. They were breaking out of the encirclement. Whoosh! Lu Ming also rushed out of the city. However, the armor remained in the city. It seemed like it could not leave the city. No matter how Lu Ming threatened it, it was useless. Lu Ming sighed in regret. He could only return to the city. Soon, the black-robed, middle-aged man broke out of the encirclement of the demonic spirits. However, he did not go far. Instead, he stood guard there. The black-robed, middle-aged man showed an extremely unsightly expression. This time, the losses were disastrous. After entering the ancient city, not only did 4 Quasi-Emperors die, but 2 faux emperors also died. Faux emperors were not people that Quasi-Emperors could compare to. They were already martial emperors. Only 1 out of 100 Quasi-Emperors could break through to martial emperor. Send a message to the Blue Demon King. We will wait here. That armor seems to be unable to come out. The black-robed, middle-aged man said coldly. Without that armor, Lu Ming did not care about it all. Lu Ming observed the city for a while. When he discovered that the black-robed, middle-aged man stood guard outside the city, he could not help frowning. That black-robed, middle-aged man was a 2-star faux emperor. Even if Xiao Chan borrowed the power of his 3rd bloodline, he would not be able to charge out. Let's take a look at this ancient city first. See if there are any other powers that we can borrow. Perhaps there are other city gates that lead outside. Lu Ming thought for a while. Then, he turned around and headed into the ancient city. This ancient city was too big. It was vast and boundless. Furthermore, there was a restricted airspace, preventing flight. Traveling like this would take a lot of time. Lu Ming searched 10-odd buildings in the city, but did not discover anything. There were also no other strange places. Chapter 2061. To Lu Ming's disappointment, he came to the left and right sides of the ancient city, but did not see any city gates. There were only tall and majestic city walls. Moreover, there seemed to be a force on the city walls that prevented him from going up. In other words, it was impossible to leave through the walls. This ancient city can't only have one city gate, right? Lu Ming was speechless. Normally, a big city would not only have one city gate. Even if there were fewer, there would at least be two. Normally, there would be 4, 8, or even more. Perhaps in the depths of the ancient city, there will be a city gate in the direction opposite to the city gate. Lu Ming pondered and decided to enter the depths of the ancient city and pass through it. Just as Lu Ming was about to leave and enter the depths of the ancient city, a few more figures arrived outside the ancient city. One of them had 8 people, 4 of whom were martial emperors. The leading old man was the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King had a lot of power in the ancient Devil Kingdom. He was of the same generation as the ancient Great Emperor. His cultivation had reached the peak of the true Emperor realm, and he was highly regarded by the ancient Great Emperor. Therefore, many people in the ancient Devil Kingdom would give him face. Moreover, the Blue Demon King had promised a generous reward for killing Lu Ming. Naturally, many people would follow the Blue Demon King to kill Lu Ming. What's going on? The Blue Demon King arrived and glanced coldly at the black-robed middle-aged man. It's like this. The black-robed middle-aged man explained the situation in the ancient city in a trembling voice. A piece of armor? The Azure Demon King's eyes flashed, followed by a cold, murderous intent. They had lost so many experts because of Lu Ming. Lu Ming deserved to die. Those above Martial Emperor, follow me. The rest stay outside. The Blue Demon King ordered and flew into the ancient city. The Blue Demon King was a peak true Emperor realm expert. He was too strong. The devil spirits were like ants in front of the Blue Demon King. With a single slap, a large number of devil spirits were destroyed. They easily charged through the devil spirit army and rushed into the ancient city. 2 people in a group. Split up and look for Lu Ming. If you find him, inform us immediately, the Blue Demon King said. The people following the Blue Demon King this time were not to be underestimated. There were 3 of them, 1 true emperor and 2 void emperors. All of them were 5-star void emperors and above, much stronger than the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man followed the true emperor to the right. At this moment, Lu Ming had already passed through the center of the ancient city and was heading toward the depths. Compared to the direction of the city gate, this was indeed the depths of the ancient city. When Lu Ming arrived at the depths of the ancient city, he felt his hair stand on end. He felt a sense of danger. The buildings here are even more majestic. They look like small castles. Lu Ming looked around. The buildings here were indeed more majestic. They were pitch black and filled with the aura of time. Lu Ming moved forward cautiously. Behind him, the armor continued to follow him. Dong! Suddenly, a building in front of him shook. Lu Ming was startled and stopped. Dong! Then the building shook again. It was as if a giant beast was attacking the castle from inside the building. After a few more tremors, the sound disappeared. Lu Ming frowned. He used his divine breath technique to restrain his aura to the extreme and continued forward. Roar! When Lu Ming passed by the building, an explosive roar came from the building. Then, the sound of iron chains colliding could be heard. In the next moment, Lu Ming saw a claw reaching out from the building. This claw was like a beast's claw. It was covered in black scales, and wrapped around the claw were black chains. The claw was as big as a house. It grabbed at Lu Ming and emitted a terrifying aura. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly retreated. However, that hand claw actually expanded rapidly, becoming longer and bigger in extremely fast speed. It grabbed toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming was about to be grabbed. At this moment, Lu Ming controlled the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel shone and blasted at the claw. Chi. The claw was enveloped by the light of the prison-suppressing steel. It let out a sizzling sound and black smoke spread out. Roar! Another loud roar came from the building. The claw reached back. Lu Ming kept retreating. After retreating a distance, he let out a long breath. There were living creatures in the building. It looked like they were locked up. This shocked Lu Ming. This ancient city looked like it had been here for countless years. Why were there still living creatures? Could it be that the living creatures in the building were locked up by the original owner of this ancient city? However, to be able to survive for so long, it must be extremely powerful. Let's change directions. Lu Ming left the place and walked to the right for a while before continuing forward. In front of him, there were still many huge buildings. Lu Ming carefully passed through some buildings, but did not find anything unusual. It seemed that not every building had living creatures. Even if there were, they might have died after so many years. Not many could survive. However, Lu Ming's good luck did not last for long. Roar! With a roar, a claw reached out from one of the buildings. This claw was bigger than the previous one. It was covered in black scales, and its nails were very long, like the claws of a demon. Lu Ming blocked it with the prison-suppressing steel and retreated quickly. Fortunately, the prison-suppressing steel had a strong restraining effect on this kind of claw. The moment the claw came in contact with the light of the prison-suppressing steel, it quickly retreated into the building. Lu Ming retreated a distance and wandered around the area. It seemed that there were terrifying living creatures in the buildings in this area. He did not know which ones were and which were not. It was not safe to barge in like this, even with the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, a few figures were rushing in Lu Ming's direction at high speed. Just now, the light of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was discovered even from a distance. The Blue Demon King and the others were rushing towards Lu Ming. Among them, the Blue Demon King was the fastest. Although he was a peak true emperor and was forbidden to fly in this ancient city, his cultivation was still there. Even if he could not fly, his speed was still astonishing. Lu Ming was hesitating whether he should barge in. However, at this moment, he suddenly had an ominous feeling. He looked behind him and saw a figure dashing toward him at lightning speed. In an instant, it appeared not far away from Lu Ming. The Blue Demon King. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. Lu Ming. The Blue Demon King directly attacked Lu Ming. Block it! Lu Ming shouted. The armor rushed towards the Blue Demon King. Boom! The Blue Demon King was so strong that he directly sent the armor flying. Chapter 2062. Facing an expert like the Blue Demon King, rushing outside would only lead to death. Only by rushing inside would there be a chance of survival. Kill! The Blue Demon King shouted as he chased after Lu Ming. However, that armor once again entangled the Blue Demon King. The armor was covered in rust, but at this moment, it was emitting a dense, blood-red light. Tentacles extended out and wrapped around the Blue Demon King. Boom! The Blue Demon King punched out. The terrifying fist energy sent the armor flying far away. However, the armor's material was indeed extraordinary. It was indestructible and wasn't destroyed by the Blue Demon King's attack. After the armor was sent flying, it once again flew towards the Blue Demon King. Seeing Lu Ming continuously rushing towards the depths of the ancient city, the Blue Demon King revealed an angry expression. At this moment, the other four also arrived. You guys go chase after Lu Ming, the Blue Demon King coldly said. The other four nodded and chased after him. The Blue Demon King coldly stared at the armor as a layer of black flames spread out from his body. This was a type of demonic fire. It was extremely terrifying and had an astonishing temperature. He pressed down with one hand, and the demonic fire surged out and enveloped the armor. After all, the Blue Demon King, was a peak true Emperor expert. Although the armor's material was indestructible, it didn't contain a lot of energy. How could it be a match for the Blue Demon King? After being enveloped by the demonic fire, the armor emitted sizzling sounds. The scarlet blood was quickly refined by the demonic fire. Not long after, the armor fell to the ground with a clang, as if it had turned into a pile of scrap metal. Not only was the blood in the armor refined, everything else was also refined, including the trace of imprint. It disappeared without a trace and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Lu Ming, who was running, had a change in his expression. The white skeleton in his hands turned into ashes with a bang. Lu Ming knew that the armor would not be able to stop the Azure Demon King. He was a peak true emperor and was only one step away from becoming a great emperor. He was too powerful. Whoosh, whoosh. Behind them, four figures quickly chased after Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. It was one of the four martial emperors. One of them was surrounded by divine light, clearly a true emperor. This emperor was the fastest and chased after Lu Ming with lightning speed. Roar! At this moment, an explosive roar came from a huge building. A huge claw stretched out of the building and grabbed at Lu Ming. Let's fight! Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued to charge inside while controlling the prison-suppressing steel to float above his head. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline shone brightly. The moment the giant claw got close to the prison-suppressing steel, it was as if it was burned by fire. It hurriedly withdrew. Lu Ming successfully dashed past this building and continued to go deeper. The true emperor caught up in just a few breaths. The true emperor naturally saw the claw earlier. He channeled his world force and was on full alert. Roar! Sure enough, the claw reached out once the true emperor got close. Its scales grew to the size of a house and aimed for the true emperor. What the hell is this? The true emperor roared and unleashed his world force. It turned into an axe and swung down. Boom! The battle axe chopped down on a huge palm, but the palm only trembled a little. It was completely fine. Only a shallow mark was left on the scales on the surface of the palm. On the other hand, the true emperor staggered back several steps. Roar! There seemed to be a terrifying fiend inside the building. It roared and reached for the true emperor with its claw. One could see that it was covered in black scales and bound by black chains. It made clanking noises as it reached for the true emperor. A world seemed to be floating in the true emperor's body. Several colors fused together to unleash a terrifying attack. This was the fusion of several types of laws, and its power was extremely terrifying. Compared to Lu Ming's initial integration of two types of laws, it was many times stronger. In the martial emperor realm, one could cultivate many kinds of laws. They could even merge them together, and their might would be extremely shocking. Boom! The true emperor's attack collided with the claw. Clank! The chains clashed. The claw was stopped, but the true emperor couldn't make it through. This living creature is locked inside and can't get out. I'll block it. You guys rush over and kill Lu Ming. The true emperor said and attacked again, successfully entangling the claw. The other three had a serious expression. They circled around and headed for Lu Ming. Lu Ming went deeper and deeper. He passed through more than 10 buildings, but nothing happened. Boom! Boom! While Lu Ming was running, a loud explosion came from one of the buildings ahead. A gigantic hand reached for Lu Ming. Not only was this huge hand covered in scales, but there was also a terrifying cold current that swept toward Lu Ming. Even though he was far away, Lu Ming felt as though he was about to be frozen. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to attack with the prison-suppressing monument. Fortunately, the prison-suppressing monument bloodline could still restrain the other party. The huge hand stretched back, and Lu Ming dashed past it. Behind them, the black-robed middle-aged man and the other two had grave expressions. They weren't true emperors, so they didn't dare to charge forward. They circled around the building and chased after Lu Ming. Alas, they weren't so lucky. They didn't get far before a claw reached out from another building. Not good retreat. One of them was shocked and retreated frantically. The expressions of the other two also changed abruptly, and they also retreated. But it was too late. The black-robed middle-aged man was the weakest. He was only a 2-star Void Emperor and was caught. He screamed miserably and tried to break free, but it was to no avail. The hand squeezed, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from the black-robed middle-aged man's body. He vomited blood and lost the strength to struggle. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear. He came in to kill Lu Ming for the reward. The reward could even help him survive the next calamity. But now he was going to die here. After that large hand grabbed the black-robed middle-aged man, it stretched back. Then, within the building, there was a mournful scream, as well as the sound of crunching and chewing. The other two Void Emperors felt cold sweat all over. Even with their cultivation, they were sweating. Obviously, the black-robed middle-aged man was eaten by the creature in the building. The two of them didn't dare to move forward and stop there. "Scram, you bunch of trash!" The Blue Demon King rushed over and punched the claw that was fighting with the true Emperor. A terrifying devilish flame burned, and the claw was knocked away. Its scales scattered and fell to the ground. A peak true Emperor was much stronger than an ordinary true Emperor. Die! Chapter 2063. The Blue Demon King's strength was truly frightening. He was a peak true Emperor expert. Although the creature in the building was powerful, it had been suppressed for countless years and didn't have much battle strength left. Poof! The Blue Demon King's demonic saber slashed down and chopped off the giant arm. Roar! The creature in the building roared. The chains clanged and the building rumbled as if a giant beast wanted to rush out. But in the end, it didn't. The Blue Demon King rushed past and chased after Lu Ming. In front, Lu Ming's expression was solemn. The creatures in these buildings couldn't stop the Blue Demon King at all. He had to increase his speed. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength and rushed forward. Not long after, another creature roared from another building. This time, it was a large flame that spewed out from the building. Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to block it and rush past. Next, Lu Ming encountered several buildings with creatures. Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing steel to rush past them all. Behind him, the Blue Demon King chased after Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. If it weren't for the creatures obstructing the Blue Demon King along the way, he would have caught up to Lu Ming long ago. What should I do? Lu Ming quickly thought of a solution in his mind. Right now, he couldn't control the Heaven Emperor's body. With his own cultivation, facing the Blue Demon King was a dead end. However, other than the Heaven Emperor's body, he didn't have any treasures that could resist the Blue Demon King. After that, Lu Ming leaped a long distance. There were no more buildings in front of him, only some low rocks. Lu Ming didn't stop and could only continue forward. Now, he could only rely on his luck. He hoped that there was something that could stop the Blue Demon King. Whoosh! Lu Ming was like a flickering shadow, rushing forward at an astonishing speed. Behind them, the Blue Demon King continuously charged through the buildings and was about to reach the low rocky area. However, at this moment, Lu Ming, who was in front, suddenly stopped. Because there was no road ahead, there was a lake that blocked the way. This was a magma lake that covered an extremely wide area. It completely blocked the path ahead and emitted a terrifying temperature. This was definitely not ordinary magma, which made Lu Ming feel a sense of crisis. "Haha, kid, why aren't you running anymore?" The Blue Demon King caught up and stopped not too far away. He looked at Lu Ming with a hint of ridicule. "Old man, you're too narrow-minded. You've lost your face, but you're blaming it on me." As Lu Ming spoke, he tried to think of a countermeasure. Even in the face of despair, Lu Ming would not give up. It's not a good thing for young people to be in the limelight. The Blue Demon King said coldly and walked towards Lu Ming step by step. In his opinion, Lu Ming should not have made a move back then. He should have just sat there quietly. How could he lose face in front of everyone? "Kid, you must have had a lot of fortuitous encounters to be able to reach this step. Give me your things or any ancient scriptures, and I might let you live." The Blue Demon King sneered. Lu Ming curled his lips. It would be strange if this old man would let him go. Even if he gave him everything, the other party would still kill him and not let him live. How can I believe you? Lu Ming said. In the current situation, you have to believe me even if you don't want to. The Blue Demon King said coldly. Go and kill those 3 guys, and I'll give it to you. I'll give you all the fortuitous encounters I've obtained. Lu Ming looked behind the Blue Demon King. Behind him, the other 3 experts had followed the Blue Demon King's path and arrived here. Hearing this, the 3 of them could not help but stop, their faces turning pale. The Blue Demon King was vicious and merciless. Perhaps he would really do that. Kid, you don't have the qualifications to bargain with me now. If you don't hand it over, I'll cripple you right now and slowly interrogate you. Let's see if you'll hand it over or not. The Blue Demon King's body emitted a cold, killing intent, and terrifying demonic flames spread out. Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming's figure moved. With a step, his body leaped towards the lava lake. Now, he could only rely on the lava lake to take a gamble. Trying to escape? Die. The Blue Demon King shouted and blasted out a palm. Demonic flames filled the sky and enveloped Lu Ming. The demonic flames were like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was astonishing. In an instant, it caught up to Lu Ming and enveloped Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming let out a beast-like roar. Too painful. Being enveloped by the demonic flames was too painful. Lu Ming felt as if his body was about to be burnt to a crisp. Lu Ming frantically circulated his saint power to cover his body. At the same time, he controlled the primal chaos law to cover his body with primal chaos light to resist the attack of the demonic flames. However, the demonic flames were released by the Blue Demon King. A peak true emperor was too terrifying. All of Lu Ming's defenses were burned through in an instant. Plop! At this time, Lu Ming fell into the lava lake and disappeared. After entering the lava lake, Lu Ming gathered his remaining strength and frantically rushed towards the bottom of the lake. You want to leave? Impossible. The Blue Demon King's expression was very cold. He also rushed into the lava lake and chased after Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The Blue Demon King waved his palms, stirring up the surrounding lava. Several terrifying demonic flames broke through the lava and blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming simply couldn't dodge and was hit by several demonic flames. The terrifying temperature of the demonic flames burned through Lu Ming's defenses. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout Lu Ming's body. Even with Lu Ming's current spiritual body, he couldn't resist at all. He felt as if his body was turning into ashes bit by bit. However, Lu Ming still didn't give up. He crazily rushed down. The temperature at the bottom of the lava lake was shockingly high. The lower he went, the higher the temperature. Moreover, there was a terrifying pressure pressing down on Lu Ming from all directions. Being burned by the Blue Demon King's demonic flames and the lava's flames, Lu Ming couldn't resist at all. His body was slowly burning into ashes. Lu Ming could feel that the flesh on his body was disappearing and even his bones were exposed. However, Lu Ming continued to dive at an astonishing speed because the Blue Demon King was still chasing after him. Boom! The Azure Demon struck out with his palm again. However, the pressure of the lava here was already astonishing. Although the Blue Demon King's palm force broke through the lava, a portion of it had already been offset. Only a portion of it landed on Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming's hands and feet turned into ashes in the demonic flames. Only his body was still bitterly holding on as he continued to descend. However, the Blue Demon King still didn't give up the chase. The 2 of them continued to descend. Along the way, the Blue Demon King struck out a few more times. However, due to the obstruction of the lava, most of the power was blocked. At this moment, they had already dived for thousands of meters. At this point, the temperature was extremely terrifying. Even the Blue Demon King felt a sense of danger. It was as if there was something below that could threaten his safety. This kid is dead for sure. Chapter 2064. The Blue Demon King was certain that Lu Ming was dead for sure. His demonic fire alone wasn't something that Lu Ming could resist. Under his demonic fire, Lu Ming would be reduced to ashes. Moreover, this place was under the magma lake. Even he was wary of the magma here. Not only was the temperature astonishingly high, but the pressure was also frightening. Lu Ming was dead for sure under any one of the two conditions, not to mention the combination of the two conditions. Lu Ming had no chance at all. At this moment, not only were Lu Ming's limbs burned to ashes, but his body was also on the verge of being reduced to ashes. The Blue Demon King sneered and rushed to the surface of the magma lake. Although he didn't obtain Lu Ming's fortune, being able to kill Lu Ming wasn't bad either. In the blink of an eye, the Blue Demon King rushed to the surface of the magma lake and flew to the surface. "What happened to that brat?" someone asked. "He's dead for sure. Let's go. We'll explore this ancient city and then leave," the Blue Demon King said. Then, his figure flashed and left this place. The other three followed the Blue Demon King. At this moment, Lu Ming was indeed facing the greatest crisis of his life. At this moment, his body was about to be reduced to ashes. Most importantly, he couldn't muster any strength to rush up. His body was completely enveloped by the demonic fire. This was the demonic fire of a peak true emperor. It wouldn't extinguish until its target was reduced to ashes. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk Lu Ming could clearly feel that his body was collapsing, disintegrating, and being burned to ashes. There were 3 strands of primal chaos energy in his body. At this moment, the 3 strands of primal chaos energy were like 3 small snakes swimming around before rushing into one of the Saint Hearts. Enter the Saint Heart. Lu Ming used his soul power to move the Great Pill Development Cauldron and the Mountain River Diagram in his sea of consciousness into another Saint Heart. Next, Lu Ming's soul also rushed into another Saint Heart. As long as his soul was not destroyed, there was always hope for him to be resurrected. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming's physical body was burned to ashes by the demonic fire and disappeared without a trace. Only the 2 Saint Hearts were left floating there. After the demonic fire burned Lu Ming's body to ashes, it seemed to have lost its target and finally disappeared. Not good. Inside the Sacred Heart, Lu Ming's spirit could still sense everything that was happening outside. At this moment, he discovered that the lava outside was frantically squeezing towards the 2 Sacred Hearts. Let the 2 Sacred Hearts collide with each other. The magma outside wrapped around the 2 Saint Hearts and pressed against them, as if it was going to crush them. Moreover, the terrifying temperature of the magma was also burning the Saint Hearts, as if it was going to melt them. Lu Ming was worried. If the 2 Sacred Hearts were to melt, then he would really have no chance at all. Autumn Moon, Lu Ming muttered as he glanced at the Great Pill Development Furnace that was floating in the Sacred Heart. If the Sacred Heart was shattered, leaving the Great Pill Development Furnace here, it would not be able to withstand the terrifying temperature outside. Although the Great Pill Development Furnace was miraculous, it would be dangerous in such an environment for a long time. This trip was originally to save Autumn Moon. However, before he could save Autumn Moon, he was already in danger. Clang! At this moment, the 2 Sacred Hearts shook violently and a corner of the outer layer crumbled. Boom! When the corner of the Sacred Heart crumbled, Lu Ming's spirit shook violently, as if there was a terrifying flame enveloping his spirit. Am I really going to die here today? This thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. At this moment, he felt the aura of death. His spirit shook and his consciousness blurred. In the end, his vision turned black, and he did not know anything. Only the 2 Sacred Hearts were being squeezed by the terrifying magma. However, a strange scene happened. The shattered parts of the 2 Sacred Hearts did not dissipate into nothingness. Instead, they stuck together and flew back into the Sacred Hearts. Clang! Clang! As the magma squeezed and burned, more and more of the 2 Sacred Hearts crumbled. However, the fragments and powder of the Sacred Hearts fused together and flew back into the two sacred hearts. It was as if the two sacred hearts were fusing together. Of course, Lu Ming did not know any of this. Next, the sacred hearts continued to crumble and then fuse together. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, there were originally two sacred hearts. However, this time, there was only one. It turned into a bigger sacred heart. Buzz! When the two saint hearts merged into one, a mysterious fluctuation was emitted. Then, the larger saint heart started to spin at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the sacred heart produced a strange power. The energy in the magma around him gathered toward Lu Ming. Just like that, a few days passed. A strange scene occurred. With the sacred heart as the center, the outline of a body appeared. It was just an outline and not a real body. It was made up of energy. When the outline of the body appeared, the 3 streams of chaotic chi from the sacred heart flew out and wandered around the outline of the body. At the same time, the energy in the magma continued to gather and pour into the sacred heart. Then it diffused out from the sacred heart and poured into the outline of the body. The silhouette of this body was slowly solidifying, reforging the body. This was a reforging of the body. When the two sacred hearts fused into one, they were reforging the body on their own. Moreover, they were using the energy in the magma to reforge the body. The process of reforging the body was very slow. Just like that, a total of 3 months passed. In the magma, a perfect body appeared. This body was Lu Ming's body. However, this body was a little different from the previous one. There was a fiery red color on the skin, as if flames were burning. The curves of the body were perfect, but they seemed to be filled with explosive power. The 3 streams of chaotic chi were also perfectly fused into the body. At this moment, the fingers of the body moved. Slowly, it opened its eyes. Lu Ming looked around in surprise. Finally, he looked at his body and was very shocked. He remembered very clearly that when he was attacked by the Blue Demon King, his body turned into ashes in the demonic fire. Even the sacred heart was squeezed by the magma. His soul was shaken, and his consciousness fell into darkness. He did not expect to find his body still there when he woke up. No, this body is a little different from before. Lu Ming felt something strange the next moment. He found that although this body was still made of flesh and blood, it was stronger than before. The 3 streams of chaotic chi were perfectly fused and full of explosive power. At the same time, this body seemed to be unafraid of the magma around it. It was as if it was one with the magma around it. The magma around it was ineffective against it. This was not because Lu Ming's body was so strong that it was unafraid of the temperature of the magma. It was because his body was reforged with the energy here. Their energy was the same, so it was unafraid. Chapter 2065. My body has been reforged. Lu Ming thought for a while and realized the problem. He was overjoyed. Although he did not understand how his body had been reforged, it was a good thing no matter what. No, my sacred heart. At this moment, Lu Ming finally realized that something was wrong with his sacred heart. Previously, there were 2 sacred hearts. How did it become one now? It was just that this sacred heart was bigger. Could it be that the 2 sacred hearts have merged together? Lu Ming guessed and was shocked. He had never thought that the 2 sacred hearts that had been cultivated with the twin life forbidden skill could merge together. Moreover, Lu Ming realized that not only had his body been reforged, but his cultivation had also increased. He had reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Not only that, Lu Ming also realized that after the 2 sacred hearts had merged, his 2 laws had also completely merged. Previously, the array law and the chaotic law had only been in the initial stages of merging. Now, they had completely merged. The 2 laws have completely merged. Their power will definitely increase greatly. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. This time, it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did he not die, but his cultivation had also broken through. Moreover, the strength of his body had increased greatly. The two laws had also merged. He had heard that martial emperors had to take this step. Martial emperors needed to comprehend different laws. Then, they needed to fuse the different laws together. He was now doing what martial emperors should do. If the Blue Demon King knew about this, he would probably be furious. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Then, with a thought, the mountain river diagram and the Great Pill Development Furnace returned to his mind. The suppressing prison steel bloodline and the third bloodline are still there. Lu Ming sensed the suppressing prison steel bloodline and the third bloodline and found that they were still there. This made him secretly amazed. He had never been able to understand these two bloodlines and felt that it was very strange. This time, even his body had been destroyed. After the reforging, the two bloodlines were still there. This was really difficult to explain. It was extremely mysterious. However, this was a good thing for Lu Ming. I don't know how much time has passed, but the energy here is very abundant. I can let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb energy here. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's mind stirred, and the Heavenly Emperor's physical body appeared from the mountain and river diagram. Following that, Lu Ming activated his cultivation technique and began to control the Celestial Thearcha's body to absorb the surrounding energy. Hoo. The Celestial Thearcha's body was like a black hole, absorbing the energy from the outside like crazy. In a magma, a large amount of fire energy was absorbed by the Sky Emperor's body. Not long after, with the Celestial Thearcha's body as the center, all the energy in the magma was sucked dry and turned into rock. Lu Ming could only move to another location and continue absorbing. The energy required for a Heavenly Emperor's physical body was too much, incomparably astonishing. Back then, Lu Ming had spent more than half a year. In that more than half a year, he had been fighting with the evil god tribe. Every time he killed an evil god tribe member, he would let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb the crystals that they carried. In that more than half a year, Lu Ming had killed countless evil god tribe members and let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb countless crystals and energy. In the end, the Celestial Emperor's body's energy had only accumulated to 12%. Moreover, the more the Celestial Emperor's body's energy accumulated, the harder it was to increase it. The energy required was even more shocking. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to absorb energy under the magma. Large amounts of magma turned into rock. 2 days later, the Celestial Emperor's body's energy had increased to 8%. This was because the Celestial Emperor's body had already stored a portion of energy before. 8% is not enough. I need at least 10%. The temperature below the magma is higher, so I'll go down and absorb. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind, and he headed down. As long as the Celestial Emperor's body's energy had accumulated to more than 10%, Lu Ming would be able to control it. At that time, he would be able to fight against a great emperor. This time, his chances of obtaining the immemorial demon coffin would be greatly increased. Also, there was the Blue Demon King. A cold, killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He had to kill the Blue Demon King. Lu Ming rushed down into the magma lake. The temperature below the magma lake was shockingly high. Even the Blue Demon King had retreated. It could be seen how shocking it was. Even though Lu Ming's current body was reforged with the energy of the magma lake, he didn't dare to go too deep. Otherwise, he would be turned into ashes. Lu Ming didn't want to experience the feeling of being turned into ashes again. This time, he was lucky to have reforged his body. Next time, he might not be so lucky. This is it. After diving for a while, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure and stopped. He controlled the Celestial Emperor's body and began to absorb energy. The energy here was indeed much stronger. When he finished absorbing the nearby energy, Lu Ming moved to another place and continued to absorb. Of course, it was just a horizontal shift. Lu Ming didn't dare to continue diving. After a few more days, the energy in the Celestial Emperor's body increased explosively. It reached a shocking 16%. It was 4% more than the previous time. Enough! Lu Ming was overjoyed. 16% energy was absolutely shocking. If he fought the great emperor of the He clan again with this amount of energy, he would definitely beat him into a pulp. Lu Ming decided to leave this place. The key was that the energy above the magma lake had almost been completely absorbed by Lu Ming. If he went down, the temperature would be too high. Lu Ming didn't dare to go down. Moreover, he didn't know how long he had been here. He wondered how the ancient great emperor and the others were doing. Did they find the ancient demon coffin? Lu Ming put the celestial emperor's body into the mountain river diagram. Then, he broke through the rocks and rushed up. After a while, Lu Ming left the magma lake and landed on the shore. He looked around and didn't see anyone. It seems like the Blue Demon King and the others have all left. I don't know how long it's been. Let's look at the map first. Lu Ming thought. He took out the black jade talisman and injected his saint power into it. Suddenly, a black diagram floated in the air. Something's happening. Lu Ming's heart jumped. The other parts of the black diagram were pitch black. However, there were some dots of light shining in the darkness. This meant that someone had also activated the jade talisman to see it. In one place, there was a group of dots of light. There were at least 100 of them, shining brightly. And in other places, there were dots of light moving towards that group of dots of light. There's so many people gathered together. Could it be that the ancient great emperor had already gathered everyone? Lu Ming thought. This meant that the ancient great emperor hadn't taken back the ancient demon coffin. Let's go. Lu Ming put away the jade talisman and rushed out of the city. When he passed by the buildings, there were still beast roars and claws attacking him. However, Lu Ming took out the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and passed through the buildings safely. Not long after, Lu Ming passed through the entire ancient city and exited the city gate. Kill. Chapter 2066. The black mass of demonic spirits charged at Lu Ming. Among them, there were two one-star illusionary emperor demonic spirits. Their attacks were terrifying. Scram! Lu Ming activated the suppressing hell skill and threw out two punches. Dong! Dong! Lu Ming's attack collided with the two demonic spirit martial emperors, creating two loud explosions. The two demonic spirit martial emperors' bodies shook violently. They could not block Lu Ming's terrifying power and were forced to retreat. I'll use you guys to test my battle strength. Kill! Lu Ming's arms shook. He felt that his body was filled with boundless power. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed out two fingers. Sacred power burst out. At the same time, the law of array and the law of primal chaos merged and strengthened the chaotic calamity finger. The two terrifying finger forces blasted toward the two demonic spirit martial emperors. Wherever he passed, energy surged and all the demonic spirits in front of him all collapsed and exploded. The two demonic spirit martial emperors seemed to feel threatened. They unleashed their full strength and attacked Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Two earth-shattering explosions rang out. This time, the two demonic spirit martial emperors' bodies shook violently. They were forced to retreat, and their bodies almost exploded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up with joy. His battle prowess had indeed skyrocketed by a large margin. The two one-star martial emperors were completely suppressed by him. Previously, when Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the absolute saint realm, he was no match for the one-star martial emperors. He was at a disadvantage and was suppressed by the other party. At that time, Lu Ming's battle strength was enough to contend with an ordinary one-star martial emperor if he had broken through to the peak of the absolute saint realm. However, this time, Lu Ming's cultivation had not only broken through. The strength of his physical body and the fusion of the two laws had increased his battle strength again. He could already suppress one-star martial emperors. Even the two one-star martial emperors were suppressed by him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming continued to point out the chaotic calamity finger. The two demonic spirit martial emperors were forced back by Lu Ming. They could only barely resist. As for the demonic spirits below the martial emperor level, they exploded when they were swept by Lu Ming's finger forces. Bang! Bang! The weapons of the two demonic spirit martial emperors were sent flying by Lu Ming. Cracks appeared on their bodies. If it wasn't for the fact that their armors were extremely tough, they would have been shattered by Lu Ming. Kill! Not far away, shouts of killing could be heard as a few more demonic spirits rushed over. They were all martial emperors. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Let's go. Lu Ming's figure turned around and rushed outside. Everywhere he passed, large swathes of devil spirits were scattered. Ordinary devil spirits couldn't stop him at all. Lu Ming rampaged, breaking through the attack of the devil spirit army in a short while, and disappeared here. After leaving this area, Lu Ming took out the jade card again and activated the pattern on it. He could clearly see that Lu Ming's side also had a dot of light shining. Lu Ming found a direction and rushed towards that pile of dots of light. Along the way, they didn't encounter anything strange. It was very peaceful. Lu Ming got closer and closer to that group of dots of light. However, it still took 3 days for Lu Ming to get close to those dots of light. When Xianxia looked into the distance, he saw a group of people standing high in the sky. With one glance, Lu Ming saw the ancient Great Emperor. There was also the Blue Demon King. Furthermore, the few martial emperors who chased after him back then were also there. Lu Ming's eyes emitted a cold, killing intent. In the next moment, he concealed it very well. Lu Ming put away the jade card and flew towards the ancient Great Emperor's group. With the ancient Great Emperor around, Xianxia believed that the Blue Demon King would not dare to make a move against him. Furthermore, Lu Ming did not fear the Blue Demon King now. If the other party made a move, Lu Ming could use this opportunity to eliminate the other party. Lu Ming flew over, attracting everyone's attention. When the Blue Demon King saw Lu Ming, his mouth opened so wide that it could fit a duck egg. His eyeballs were about to fall out. It was simply unbelievable. Wasn't Lu Ming's body burned by his demonic fire, and he was blasted into the magma? How was he still alive? Furthermore, Lu Ming's body looked undamaged. Even his aura seemed much stronger. Who are you? The Blue Demon King stammered. He even suspected that the Lu Ming before him was someone else in disguise. Blue Demon King, it looks like you're really old. You don't even recognize me? Lu Ming sneered. How could this be? The Blue Demon King was still flabbergasted. The few martial emperors who chased after Lu Ming were also flabbergasted, their faces filled with disbelief. Thanks to the Blue Demon King, I'm fine. I just accidentally broke through my cultivation. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The Blue Demon King almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. His cultivation had broken through. Lu Ming wanted to tell him that not only was he fine, but his cultivation had also broken through. This is all thanks to the Blue Demon King. If it wasn't for the Blue Demon King, my cultivation would probably still need some time to break through. Lu Ming said again. The Blue Demon King only felt pain in his liver, lungs, and entire body. His breath was stuck in his chest, and he really almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What's going on? The ancient Great Emperor looked over. Great Emperor, I'm fine. The Blue Demon King hurriedly said, It's good that you're fine. Our goal is to take back the ancient demonic coffin. None of you should act recklessly. The ancient Great Emperor warned. With his experience, how could he not see that something must have happened between Lu Ming and the Blue Demon King? However, since Lu Ming was fine, he would not care. Lu Ming also smiled faintly and did not say anything. The Blue Demon King secretly glanced at Lu Ming, a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming did not die, which shocked him. Moreover, he had broken through. There had always been a saying in the cultivation world. Some peerless geniuses were born with great luck. Such people were usually very difficult to kill. Often, when faced with danger, they could turn it into safety and even use it to break through. In the Blue Demon King's opinion, Lu Ming was such a person. Such a person should be eliminated. He and Lu Ming were already mortal enemies. When Lu Ming grew stronger in the future, he would definitely seek revenge on him. Therefore, He had to eliminate Lu Ming before Lu Ming grew stronger. All of them had different thoughts in their minds. In the end, Lu Ming looked for others to inquire about the news. After asking, Lu Ming found out that he had been in the magma for a few months. This time, the ancient great emperor found traces of the ancient demonic coffin. Therefore, he used a map to gather everyone here. When the time came, they would snatch the ancient demonic coffin back. Time passed day by day. More and more people came here. After a few more days, there were already more than 200 people here. At this time, the ancient great emperor introduced the situation to everyone. The ancient great emperor waved his hand, and a picture appeared in the air. In the picture, there was a large mountain. On the mountain, there was a group of figures. That is, everyone's eyes narrowed because the figures on the mountain were all wearing black robes. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but they looked very similar to the person who had fought with the ancient great emperor. Chapter 2067. Of course, with so many black-robed men, it was impossible for all of them to be great emperors. They were probably from the same race. The group of black-robed men looked skinny and not very burly. At this moment, they were circling a huge black coffin, shouting different things as if they were performing some kind of ritual. Is that the ancient demonic coffin? Lu Ming stared at the huge black coffin in the image. His eyes flashed with a blazing light. Boom! Suddenly, one of the black-robed men looked at the void as if he was looking at them. With a wave of his hand, the void trembled and the image formed by the ancient great emperor collapsed. Obviously, the other party's great emperor had discovered that the ancient great emperor was spying on them. The other party has an immortal emperor, the same one who fought against me before. There are also some other experts. Later on, I will act to tie down their immortal emperor while you guys act to seize the Ionic devil coffin. After that, don't stay here any longer and immediately leave the Devil Sea. Do you understand? The ancient great emperor instructed. Yes, great emperor. Everyone obeyed, following which the ancient great emperor took the lead and everyone flew forward. Not long after, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. Everyone's eyesight was very shocking. They could see it even from afar. That mountain was the image that the ancient great emperor had shown just now. At the peak of the mountain, there was a group of black-robed men circling a huge demonic coffin. The ancient great emperor moved and rushed towards the mountain. His speed was so fast that it was faster than everyone could react. When the ancient great emperor got close to the mountain, a black light rushed out from the mountain. It was like a black waterfall that cut through the void. It was also like a demonic blade that slashed towards the ancient great emperor. Boom! The ancient great emperor also made his move. When the two of them collided, a shocking explosion rang out. Dong! Dong! The two of them continued to exchange blows, causing the sky to rumble. The two of them fought high up in the sky and tore the space apart. It's our turn to attack. Kill! Azure Demon shouted coldly and rushed towards the mountain. Before he left, he coldly glanced at Lu Ming. The strongest true emperors and void emperors rushed forward because they were much faster than quasi-emperors. Then, the most numerous quasi-emperors also charged forward. Lu Ming was among the many quasi-emperors. In a few breaths, those martial emperors were about to reach the mountain in front. However, at this moment, two figures suddenly stopped in front of Lu Ming. They were two old men with extremely powerful auras. They were both Void Emperor realm experts. The two of them revealed a faint killing intent as they blocked Lu Ming's path. Some quasi-emperors looked at Lu Ming with pitiful expressions. However, no one stayed behind, all of them flying forward. All of a sudden, only Lu Ming and the two old men were left. What is the meaning of this? Lu Ming said calmly. It's simple. I'll take your life. The old man on the right revealed a cold smile. The Blue Demon King asked you to kill me again. Lu Ming sneered. So what if you know? You're still going to die. The old man on the right said. Let's end this quickly. It's not good to be discovered by the great emperor. The old man on the left said. In the next moment, The two old men's auras skyrocketed. They were about to kill Lu Ming. Then dot. At this moment, a stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Whoosh! Lu Ming held the stone sword and slashed out. A crescent-shaped sword light slashed out. Puff! Puff! The two Void Emperor realm old men's attacks and defenses were useless. They were cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. The terrifying sword qi went through their bodies and instantly destroyed their souls. In the face of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, the two Void Emperors were killed instantly without any resistance. Lu Ming put away their storage rings and dashed toward the mountain in front of him. At this moment, a great battle had broken out on the mountain. The experts of the ancient demon nation and the black-robed men were fighting fiercely. Lu Ming restrained his aura. Like a ghost, he approached the mountain at high speed. He did not attack. He wanted to use the divine breath technique to climb the mountain silently and take the ancient demon coffin. Lu Ming followed the mountain and avoided the others by using the boulders. Soon, he was halfway up the mountain and would reach the peak soon. Boom! Boom! Around the mountain, there was a great battle between martial emperors. Gravel flew everywhere. All kinds of boulders were thrown at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body flashed and dodged them skillfully. Lu Ming was quickly approaching the peak. Suddenly, a blazing aura blasted toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. His body that was moving forward suddenly stopped and then retreated rapidly. Boom! A beam of scorching black light blasted the spot where Lu Ming was standing just now. A pitch-black hole immediately appeared on the mountain. Lu Ming, you are really lucky. An old man appeared in front of Lu Ming. His eyes were cold. Who else could it be other than the Blue Demon King? Just now, the Blue Demon King had defeated an opponent and wanted to rush to the peak. Unexpectedly, he found Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's spiritual senses were sharp, and he managed to dodge the attack. The Blue Demon King's eyes were filled with killing intent and shock. He had sent two Void Emperors to kill Lu Ming. They were not ordinary Void Emperors. One was a 3-star Void Emperor, and the other was a 4-star Void Emperor. However, Lu Ming was safe and sound. This shocked him. He was determined to kill Lu Ming. Since I didn't kill you last time, I'll kill you again. This time, I'll turn you into ashes and scatter your soul. Let's see if you can still survive. The Blue Demon King's eyes were gloomy as his body emitted devilish flames. A peak true emperor was too frightening. If he used his full strength, he could turn Lu Ming into ashes in one move. Back in the ancient city, the Blue Demon King did not use his full strength. Later, Lu Ming jumped into the magma, and the magma greatly hindered the Blue Demon King's attack. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have had the chance to merge two Saint Hearts. Bang! The Blue Demon King moved. He took a step forward, and his devilish flames turned into a devilish flame saber that slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid. He held the stone sword and slashed out. Boom! The stone sword and the devilish flame saber clashed, creating a terrifying explosion. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surging towards him and couldn't help but retreat. However, the devilish flame saber was blocked by him. Your sword. The Blue Demon King was shocked. Lu Ming could actually block his attack. His gaze fell on the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand, which was emitting blazing flames. Lu Ming was only a paragon saint, but he could unleash such terrifying power with the stone sword. If he had it, wouldn't he be able to fight against a great emperor? The Blue Demon King's heart was burning. He understood that the two Void Emperors from before were killed by this sword. Hand over the sword, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Chapter 2068. The Blue Demon King stared at the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand. His body was covered in terrifying demonic flames, raising the temperature of the scene to a terrifying level. Blue Demon King, I'll send you on your way today. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Following that, a stone golem appeared in front of Lu Ming. When the stone golem first appeared, It was only as tall as a person. However, it rapidly grew in size until it was like a small mountain. The Blue Demon King was stunned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward. His body fused with the stone golem and disappeared into it. Blue Demon King, die. The stone golem roared and slapped at the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King's pupils shrank. He felt a terrifying danger and frantically retreated. However, the stone golem's hand was even faster. It instantly caught up to the Blue Demon King and blocked all of the Blue Demon King's escape routes. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the stone golem's aura was extremely powerful as the stone golem's hand pressed down. The Blue Demon King was terrified. He erupted with all his strength and controlled a true emperor weapon to attack the stone golem's hand. He wanted to block the attack. However, the stone golem's true emperor weapon was directly destroyed. A terrifying force bombarded the Blue Demon King's body. The Blue Demon King miserably screamed as his body was sent flying. He crashed into the mountain, causing the entire mountain to tremble. This mountain had been corroded by demonic energy for many years and had long become immortal. However, it was still shattered by the Blue Demon King, creating a huge crater. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Blue Demon King crazily roared in his heart. He found it hard to believe that the stone golem's power was so strong. He was a peak true emperor, but he still couldn't resist this stone golem. He was truly terrified. But if Lu Ming had such a powerful stone man, why didn't he use it in the ancient city? At that time, Lu Ming had almost died at his hands, and he hadn't even used the stone man. Could it be that Lu Ming had obtained the stone man in the ancient city? The stone man found under the magma? Thinking of this, the Blue Demon King almost vomited blood. If that was the case, wouldn't he be helping Lu Ming? Boom! The stone giant landed heavily in front of the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King was greatly alarmed. He wanted to use a secret technique to escape, but the stone giant stomped down, directly crushing the Blue Demon King beneath its feet. The Blue Demon King screamed miserably like a toad that had been stepped on and almost exploded. Don't kill me, Lu Ming. Let me go. I'm an important official of the ancient Devil Nation. If you kill me, you'll be offending the entire nation. The Blue Demon King was terrified. He wanted to use the ancient Devil Nation to threaten Lu Ming. Don't use the ancient Devil Nation to threaten me. You're just a peak true emperor. You can't represent the ancient Devil Nation. Die. Lu Ming didn't say anything else. He held the stone sword in his hand and slashed at the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King roared crazily. He was almost scared out of his wits. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. The battle sword slashed down, and the Blue Demon King's head exploded like a watermelon. His soul scattered. After killing the Blue Demon King, Lu Ming kept the Blue Demon King's storage ring. He then took a step forward and rushed to the top of the mountain. A black-robed man tried to stop him, but he was killed with a single slash. With the energy stored in the stone giant, he could easily abuse the great emperor of the He clan. No one below the great emperor realm could stop Lu Ming. Those who dared to stop Lu Ming were instantly killed. In a few breaths' time, Lu Ming reached the top of the mountain. At this moment, most of the black-robed men were attracted to the battle with the ancient Devil Nation. There was only one black-robed man who was still sitting beside the giant coffin. Ancient Devil Coffin. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as he could get the ancient Devil Coffin, he could save Autumn Moon. Swoosh! Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the ancient Devil Coffin. But at this time, the black-robed figure sitting cross-legged in front of the demonic coffin suddenly opened his eyes. Two rays of light shot out from his eyes like two terrifying divine swords, piercing through everything. Clang! Clang! The two rays of light hit Lu Ming's hand, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. A terrifying force stopped the hand from moving forward. At the same time, the black-robed man rushed forward. His body emitted a terrifying demonic light. He waved his hands, and two black palm prints were sent towards Lu Ming. The palm prints were powerful enough to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Great Emperor. There was actually a great emperor here. There were actually two great emperors among the black-robed men. One of them was fighting with the ancient great emperor, while the other was guarding this place. Under the Devil's Sea, there was a group of black-robed men. There were actually two great emperors among them. This was shocking. Lu Ming clenched his fist, and the fist of the stone man was sent towards the black-robed man. Boom! Boom! There were two consecutive, deafening booms. Lu Ming had blocked the other party's two palm prints. Slash! With a thought, Lu Ming's stone sword flew out and slashed down. The black-robed man's body jerked, and demonic light filled the sky. At the same time, he controlled the power of the great Tao and turned it into a demonic weapon that attacked Lu Ming. Dong! Another loud explosion could be heard. The stone sword buzzed, and it was sent flying back into Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming held the stone sword in his hand and continuously slashed at the black-robed man. He unleashed a torrential attack, completely ignoring his own injuries. The black-robed man used the great Tao as a weapon, and his attack power was shocking. However, when it landed on the Heavenly Emperor's body, it couldn't break through the defense of the Heavenly Emperor's body at all. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu used the body of a stone man to attain the Heavenly Emperor realm. His body's defensive power was stronger than ordinary Heavenly Emperors. Ordinary great emperors couldn't break through it at all. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength, ignoring his defense. His combat power increased greatly. The black-robed man was forced back by Lu Ming and was at a disadvantage for a moment. After more than 10 moves, the black-robed man was sent flying by Lu Ming's sword. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and appeared in front of the demonic coffin. He reached out with his claw, wanting to grab the demonic coffin. However, at this moment, Lu Ming was suddenly stunned. The ancient demonic coffin didn't have a lid. Therefore, standing at this position, he could clearly see the situation inside the demonic coffin. There was actually a person lying inside the demonic coffin. It was a woman with peerless beauty. Xianxia. The woman in the demonic coffin was actually Xianxia. The moment he saw Xianxia, Lu Ming was completely stunned. Why would Xianxia appear here? Back then, the Ice Dragon Ancestor had brought Xianxia, and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had brought Lu Ming. They had broken out from different directions. From then on, he had lost contact with Xianxia and had never seen her again. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. However, he never expected that Xianxia would appear here. This was one of the forbidden areas of the land of infinite demons, the Devil's Sea. Moreover, Xianxia was still lying in the demonic coffin. After scanning with his spiritual sense, Xianxia's vital signs were normal. There was no problem at all. Lu Ming let out a long breath. However, Xianxia's eyes were closed as she lay in the demonic coffin. It was as if she couldn't sense anything from the outside world. Put it away first. Lu Ming didn't care so much. He would put it away first. Chapter 2069. Get lost, Lu Ming shouted. Since Xianxia was lying in the ancient demonic coffin, Lu Ming was determined to get his hands on the ancient demonic coffin. Lu Ming waved his stone sword and launched a barrage of attacks at the black-robed emperor. The black-robed emperor was pushed back again. Just when Lu Ming had the chance to keep the ancient demonic coffin, the space above the mountain cracked open and a figure appeared. The figure was covered in demonic light, and his face could not be seen clearly. With a wave of his hand, a huge hand was formed and grabbed at the ancient demonic coffin. Get lost! Lu Ming left the black-robed great emperor and took a heavy step forward. His huge figure dashed toward the figure that had suddenly appeared. At the same time, the stone sword slashed out violently. Boom! The sword light shattered the giant hand that the other party had congealed. The sword light did not stop and continued to attack the other party. The figure could only block the attack and clashed with the stone sword. Boom! The figure was pushed back a few steps, and the demonic light on his body shook, revealing his face. Undying Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The expert that had appeared was the Undying Emperor of the Undying Demon Nation. The Undying Emperor wants the ancient demonic coffin. The ancient demonic coffin. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he guessed the undead heavenly emperor's intention. Shush! The Undying Emperor did not want to fight with Lu Ming. His body shook and a dozen figures appeared and rushed towards the ancient demonic coffin from all directions. It was impossible to tell the real one from the fake. It was as if all of them were real. Don't even think about it, Lu Ming shouted in his heart. He controlled the stone man, and its body shrunk to the size of a normal person. Lu Ming's speed increased tremendously after he became the size of a normal person. He took a step forward and rushed towards the ancient demonic coffin. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword, and a dozen sword lights were shot towards the Undying Emperor's figures. Bang! More than 10 figures of the undead emperor attacked at the same time. All of them displayed their terrifying battle strength and defeated Lu Ming's sword light. Just as Lu Ming was about to reach the Ionic Devil Coffin, the black-robed Great Emperor appeared once more, blocking Lu Ming's path. The three of them fell into a chaotic battle. Lu Ming and the Undying Emperor Lord wanted to snatch the Ionic Demon Coffin, whereas the black-robed Emperor Lord wanted to protect the Ionic Demon Coffin. Lu Ming was infuriated. He completely disregarded his own defense. The energy within the stone man erupted wildly, suppressing the other two for a moment. But in this way, the stone golem's energy consumption was astonishing. It wouldn't be able to last for too long. Don't even think about it. At this moment, the black-robed emperor howled, his voice hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. He actually risked his injuries to receive an attack from Lu Ming and retreated towards the Ionic Devil Coffin. Dong! At the same time, he blasted out a move that landed on the ancient fiend coffin, sending it flying away. In that direction, there was a ravine that was filled with demonic chi. It was pitch black. The Ionic Devil Coffin flew into the ravine and disappeared. The Ionic Devil Coffin is mine. The Undying Emperor Lord charged towards the ravine. But just as he was about to charge in, he seemed to be blocked by a force. Following this, the Undying Emperor Lord's body was sent flying. At the same time, Lu Ming also charged towards the ravine. Boom! At the entrance of the ravine, Lu Ming seemed to have rammed into a wall. There was a force blocking him. Lu Ming unleashed the energy within the stone golem, but it was useless. He was blocked by the force and couldn't charge in. Moreover, there was a powerful force in the ravine that charged towards Lu Ming. Even the stone golem's energy couldn't resist it. Lu Ming was sent flying. Those above the Martial Emperor realm can't enter. Those below the Martial Emperor realm can forget about coming out. The black-robed Great Emperor sneered. However, it seemed like Lu Ming did not hear him. He continued to charge into the ravine with a kick. As he was about to reach the entrance of the ravine, the stone golem emitted a glow and disappeared, revealing Lu Ming's actual body. With a whoosh, Lu Ming charged into the ravine and disappeared. Those below the Martial Emperor realm. The black-robed Great Emperor blurted out. He then let out a hollow laugh and said, "Those below the Martial Emperor realm can enter, but they won't be able to come out for the rest of their lives." Damn it! The Undying Emperor Lord let out a furious roar and charged into the ravine once again. The black-robed Great Emperor did not stop him. This time, the Undying Emperor did not manage to enter the ravine. He was sent flying by a force. Bang! A loud explosion could be heard in the sky. Following this, 2 rays of light flew in the direction of the ravine. Following this, 2 figures appeared. They were the ancient Great Emperor and the other black-robed Great Emperor. The 2 black-robed Great Emperors had gathered together. The ancient Great Emperor glanced at the Undying Emperor coldly and said, "Undying, are you here to steal the ancient demonic coffin too? Brother Ancient One, you can't even protect your own treasure well and have it stolen by someone else. I'm here to help you retrieve it." The Undying Emperor let out a hollow laugh with a disdainful look. "There's no need for you to worry." The Ancient Emperor snorted coldly before looking at the gorge. Stepping forth, he headed in the direction of the gorge. The two black-robed great emperors stood to the side without any intention of stopping him. However, the ancient great emperor was the same as the undying emperor. He was sent flying by the Force. "You can't enter. Please leave," one of the black-robed great emperors said. "Aren't you going to hand over the ancient demonic coffin that you stole from me?" The ancient great emperor's eyes were extremely cold. "Of course it's useful. Besides, we can't give it to you even if we want to. Those above the martial emperor realm can't enter, and those below the martial emperor realm can't come out either," one of the black-robed great emperors said with a hollow laugh. "Those below the martial emperor realm can't come out?" The ancient great emperor frowned. "So please leave. Don't think about letting those below the martial emperor realm in. This is the sacred place of our tribe. No one can enter," one of the black-robed great emperors said. The two of them moved and blocked the entrance of the ravine. "Ha, this is your business. I won't interfere." The undying emperor laughed. Although he couldn't get the ancient demonic coffin, it wasn't his to begin with. So, he didn't lose anything. On the other hand, the ancient great emperor had suffered a great loss after losing the ancient demonic coffin. The undying emperor laughed. He then tore the space apart and left the place. The ancient great emperor looked at the ravine with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He then flew into the sky and shouted, "Stop! Leave this place! Stop it!" The black-robed great emperors ordered. All of a sudden, the people from both sides stopped fighting and rushed up into the sky. They came to the ancient great emperor's side. "Great Emperor, the Blue Demon King has been killed by Lu Ming," one of the true emperors reported to the ancient great emperor. "I know. The Blue Demon King asked for it." The ancient great emperor nodded with a cold look in his eyes. Although he was fighting with the enemy, he was still paying attention to the situation below. He knew everything that had happened. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.